2001 from Golden State Warrior Anton Jameson. And there's no mercy in our review of the latest WWF title. Stick around, it's game time.
Hello and welcome to Extended Play from Shiny Entertainment in Laguna Beach, California. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Kate Patello. Now, Shiny is renowned for bringing you such distinctly kooky titles as Earthworm Jim and MDK, and of course, the excellent and innovative Sacrifice.
Now, when we talk about these games, we often refer to the term engines, but we've never really explained what that means. So here's a look at what drives some of our favorite games.
An engine is an engine. It's the guts of the game.
A game engine is something that basically can provide the entire framework.
Just like a car can't run without something under the hood, a game can't run without a skeleton of computer code. This skeleton is what we call the engine.
90% of what a game engine provides you is visuals and environment. So if you don't have the best visuals, then you don't have the best engine.
You take a game that has been a best-selling game, and then you say, it's like, okay, this game is close to what I want to do in my game. We'll modify this into something that we want.
Two successful game engines have risen above the pack in recent years. Its Quake engines and Epic's Unreal Engine are licensed more than any other. Licensing an engine allows the developer to take the backbone of a previously successful game and apply it to their new game.
Use it as something kind of a springboard. The stellar example, of course, is Half-Life. To a large part, Half-Life was possible because they were able to build on this, this kind of baseline technology.
Half-Life used a modified version of the Quake 2 engine, and while the two games look nothing alike, both operate from the same technical structure. Another totally different game in development on a modified Quake 2 engine is the third-person perspective Anachronox.
We tend to license people's engines. It's very important for designers to really seriously understand the technology they're using and really know the limits of it and push those limits so you can present a wonderful world and come up with new creative ideas on top of that technology.
People aren't cognizant of how much of it is smoke and mirrors, how much of a good game design is making it look like it's much more powerful than it actually is.
The engine has several components. There's the renderer, which draws everything on the screen. There's the AI, which figures out how the characters move around the world. There's collision. There's networking that figures out how you play the game online. And then there's the tool set, such as Unreal Ed, which we use a lot around the office as level designers to build the world.
So how do these components set the Quake and Unreal engines apart from each other? The differences are very technical, but result in unique design tools. The Quake 3 engine boasts what results in the best-looking polygonal architecture, especially in its ability to render curved surfaces. This technology is most evident in games like Heavy Metal Fact 2 and Alice. The more commonly licensed engine is the Unreal Engine. It's been used in games like Rune and Deep Space Nine: The Fallen. One of the engine's chief strengths is its ease of use.
You can quickly put together your levels. The level editor is very good, so you don't have to wait around to see what the game is going to look like.
Even though the original games of both engines are first-person shooters, obviously engines can be used for a variety of genres.
If you want to build a third-person game, a driving game, you can usually tailor an engine into what you want to do with it.
Engines are being licensed more and more frequently as developers look to save valuable time and resources. While licensing engines has mainly been a route for PC game developers, it looks like that's about to change.
I think you'll find companies licensing game engines more and more, especially with all the new technology like Xbox, NVIDIA, NV20. We already have several licensees using the engine on Xbox and PlayStation 2.
It's pretty clear that the potential of both the Quake and Unreal engines is only limited by creativity.
Xbox Technologies, a Florida-based software company, will take on Microsoft in a battle that could delay the launch of the Xbox. The software company registered the Xbox name in March of '99, months before Microsoft registered it. Legal experts say Microsoft could launch its machine prior to a resolution, but if the company loses, it would be forced to withdraw the console. John Carmack will be inducted into the Interactive Arts and Sciences Hall of Fame at the 4th Annual Awards Ceremony next month. Carmack is the founder of id Software and the creator of the Doom and Quake series of games. Previous award recipients include Miyamoto of Nintendo, Sid Meier of Firaxis, and Sakaguchi of Square. The Game Boy Advance, set to ship on March 21st in Japan, may be faced with a shortage situation. Retailers predict that consumers will want 2.7 million of Nintendo's new handheld, while Nintendo's initial projected output is just 1 million units. Games based on The Matrix are now in the works thanks to the licensing agreement between Interplay and Warner Brothers. The first game is reportedly in the action-adventure genre and is being developed by Shiny Entertainment. The game will tie in closely with the upcoming Matrix sequel to be released next year.
Coming up on Extended Play, we find out what's new in the world of mechs. And we battle with ladders in our review of WWF No Mercy.
Welcome back to Extended Play from the boardroom of Shiny Entertainment. At the end of 2000, Interplay released 2 eagerly anticipated titles.
Both of these games are noted for their offbeat sense of humor and their remarkable graphics. One of them was Shiny Sacrifice. The other was Giant.
Giant Citizen Kabuto has been a long time coming, but one look at the game tells us that it's been worth the wait. Graphically, the game is truly amazing, with delicate light texturing and jaw-dropping animations that have a cartoon-like fluidity. The design of the game is equally impressive, with well-defined and textured characters on top of environments that rival Sacrifice and Alice for imagination. This is coupled with a wonderful sense of humor.
Name's Buzz.
Rightio. Mine's Ahmed, but you can call me Timmy.
Unfortunately, this beauty does come at a price, as Giants requires a very powerful computer to run efficiently and be able to enjoy the sumptuous visuals. In Giants, you play 3 different races: the intergalactic party-seeking Mecharans, a rebellious Sea Reaper named Delphi, and the large, lumbering, and insatiable Kabuto, who is on a mission of destruction. The gameplay style is fundamentally mission-based shooter action, though the game changes things up with some basic strategy-oriented base building and some exceptionally fun jet ski racing. The first half of the game focuses on the Mecharans, and one can tell that the bulk of the development went to these missions. As the game continues, especially in Kabuto's levels, missions get shorter, and one can feel a drop in ingenuity. Probably this was done to meet its holiday shipping date. The game also shows its rushed quality in some devastating crash bugs that are further exacerbated by the lack of in-game saves. A patch is currently available, which alleviates most of the problems. Despite some flaws, Giant Citizen Kabuto is one of the most inventive games in both design and gameplay to come along in quite some time. If you have a system that can handle it, this game is definitely worth checking out. Extended Play gives it a 4 out of 5.
Oh, I'm just watching some of Shiny's old corporate training videos. By the way, Giants is such a great game that even Old Man Murray, one of gaming's most opinionated and crankiest sites, thought it was great. So there you go. Recently, WWF titles have improved tremendously over a previously mediocre genre. Last year's WrestleMania 2000 from THQ was considered one of the best ever. Now let's take a look at the follow-up on the N64, WWF No Mercy. Oh, mercy!
All right, wrestling fans, it's time to break out the multicolored spandex shorts and kick some major butt with Nintendo 64's newest game, WWF No Mercy! This is the game that brings back the wild storylines and brutal violence that's fun for gamesters of all ages. The rules to No Mercy are simple. There are no rules. You try to pin your opponent or opponents by any means necessary, whether it be a flying kick, headbutt, or a chair to the back of the head when the ref's not looking. There's also a vast selection of wrestling venues. Choose from the Royal Rumble, WrestleMania, or the fan favorite ladder matches. Besides vivid scenery, the body and facial expressions of each wrestler look authentic. And no 2 characters are more fun to watch than the Dudleys. Their outfits are mimicked verbatim and their faces downright ugly. The sound found in No Mercy is a good mix of catchy wrestler anthems and true-to-life sound effects. Don't believe us? Then try beating your opponent over the head with a ladder and tell me if the crack in the skull doesn't sound 100% authentic. Now that's gotta hurt. With tons of venues, rich graphics, and solid control, this game can now lay claim as King of the Ring in your N64 for months and months to come. Overall, Extended Play gives WWF No Mercy a whopping 4 out of 5 stars.
If you want more WWF action but you don't happen to own an N64, you can always pick up THQ's other wrestling title, WWF SmackDown 2, Know Your Role. Now, MechWarrior has always been the definitive series for giant robot simulations. Now the title's changed hands from Microprose and Zipper to Microsoft for MechWarrior 4 Vengeance.
The joys of piloting a 100-ton behemoth and laying devastation to everything in your wake never grows old. Just look at the lasting appeal of the MechWarrior franchise. Now the 4th installment is out, loaded with more improvements and features than you'll know what to do with.
You have to get those comm towers down, now.
MechWarrior games have always been weighted on the side of combat simulations rather than the point-and-shoot mayhem of first-person shooters. Lots of strategy goes into your battle mech even before the mission begins. You'll need to decide which equipment is best suited for each operation. Once you get into the game, you have the usual slew of combat sim mission objectives fought on various terrains.
Target destroyed.
The action in MechWarrior 4 has been sped up, and this is complemented by flashier graphics, giving the game a more up-tempo feel. The battlefields are much more detailed than before, as are the mechs themselves, and special effects like smoke, lighting effects, and explosions are top-notch.
Target destroyed.
The multiplayer mode, supported by Microsoft's MSN Gaming Zone, is outstanding. Even slow modems are playable in the different gaming modes.
Target destroyed.
With great attention to detail and high quality overall, the MechWarrior series once again vaults to the top of the giant robot heap. Extended Play gives MechWarrior 4 Vengeance a 5 out of 5. Coming up on Extended Play, there's ogres in your N64. And we sail the 7 seas in our review of Sea Dogs. Are ye matey?
Welcome back to Extended Play at Shiny Entertainment in Laguna Beach, California.
Now, normally when you think of role-playing games, you would think PC or PlayStation, because the N64 isn't really known for RPGs, possibly because the cartridge format just isn't big enough to hold all that data.
Now, Japanese developer Quest and publisher Atlas have brought us Ogre Battle 64. Here's an RPG that packs a whole lot of gameplay into only 35 megs.
As most N64 owners know, RPGs are a rare commodity in the system's library. Ogre Battle 64, Person of Lordly Caliber, attempts to fill the gap. Any self-respecting strategy RPG needs an epic story filled with political intrigue, kingdom-wide upheaval, clashing armies, and spellbinding sorcery twists. Ogre Battle 64 delivers all of these. When in battle, input is limited to strategy choices such as attack leader or attack strongest. While this style of play can have its disadvantages, the AI's ability to choose targets more than makes up for it. The real strategy of Ogre Battle 64 comes from preparation, not in-battle tactics. The massive organizational screen allows you to juggle soldiers between units, change equipment for individuals, change character classes, and shift a unit's formation, and more. Visually, Ogre Battle 64 may disappoint those who demand a large helping of 3D eye candy in their games. The graphics are not ugly by any means, but polygons are few and far between. For N64 owners craving strategy fare, or for fans of the RPG genre looking for something rarely seen these days, Ogre Battle 64 is a fine choice. Extended Play gives Ogre Battle 64, Person of Lordly Caliber, a 3 out of 5.
Speaking of ogres, we've got a great summoner video on our website, so come by and check that out. You know, it's always fun to be a pirate, whether you're the bumbling Guybrush Threepwood or the very cute Tron Bone. Now, though, let's take a trip to the briny deep and see what happens when you get to be a pirate in one of 3 different ways. Here's Sea Dogs. Arr!
I'd watch the tall ships from the quay and dream of distant lands and foreign seas. I always knew one day I'd be a captain.
In addition to role-playing and strategy, Sea Dogs is also a third-person shooter-style game that sets you adrift on the high seas.
But fate decided otherwise.
It might have been better served if it had stuck to one or at the most two types of gameplay. While the 3-in-1 idea is admirable, it doesn't quite work. In the third-person perspective, control of your character is sluggish. Movements seem to be delayed, so that if you move your character forward, you move a split second later than you'd expect. Sea Dogs uses the traditional adventure game style in which dialogue and puzzle solving are key, though it discards voice dialogue for readable text, which pulls you out of the immersive experience. In battle, you overtake and board other ships. The goal is to ransack your enemy's treasure and bring it back to the towns for trade. Handling the different elements of gameplay can be tricky. There's a lot to absorb: ship types, combat controls, boarding and ransacking enemies, not to mention keeping your crew happy. If you're not a good captain, seafaring can be a powder keg of power struggles and mutiny. Overall, the game misses the target, but comes just close enough to avoid being a bust. Extended Play gives Sea Dogs a 3 out of 5.
Coming up on Extended Play, Anton Jameson, star of the Golden State Warriors, gives us his tips on how to play NBA Live 2001.
Welcome back to Extended Play at Shiny Entertainment in Laguna Beach, California.
You know that we at Extended Play love to bring you the latest gaming peripherals and accessories. So now, let's take a look at the Claw! If you're into late night frag fest, then you probably have some experience with really sore wrists and arms the next day, especially on your keyboard hand. Now though, there's some help for you in the form of the Claw. Now the Claw is a new first-person shooter peripheral that actually replaces the keyboard when you're playing the game and plugs right into the keyboard port on your computer. All you have to do is program it. Now there's no software required, so the way you do that is actually to hit a button on the Claw and then the corresponding button on the keyboard. That's it, you're done. Then you can just relax your hand here, and it does hold a lot of different size hands. Very comfortable. And you're set. So I thought it would be nice to just help you relieve a little bit of stress. I mean, we figure in the middle of a death match, you're stressed enough. By the way, if you have the Claw at home and it works well for you, drop us an email and let us know. If you're feeling nostalgic, sometimes curling up on a comfy couch and watching an old movie is a great thing to do. If you're feeling nostalgic in a gamer kind of way, bust out some popcorn and watch this intro to Gradius 3 and 4.
Sometimes those memories of the golden era of gaming can make me feel a little old. NBA Live 2001 from EA Sports is a fantastic-looking basketball game for the PS2. Though if you've tried to play it, you probably found out it's a little bit difficult to master. So for some advice, we decided to go directly to the source. Anton Jameson of the Golden State Warriors is both a mega superstar and an avid gamer. So with this advice, hopefully you'll end up with nothing but net.
2001 Live is the latest and greatest NBA PlayStation 2 game to hit the scene. But for those of us who know close to nil about the strategies of basketball, the game can get a little tricky. Figuring out how to maximize your control buttons, pick the correct defense, execute offensive plays, heck, just keeping the ball in bounds. That's why the hard-working crew here at Extended Play decided to head over to the Oakland Arena to get the opinions of a professional basketball video gaming expert.
This is what we do. We play video games all day.
Yes, it's the big man himself, star and captain of the Golden State Warriors, Anton Jameson.
Now, the key to the game, when you play, you need to choose the Golden State Warriors. And your number one option should be myself. I ain't trying to brag, but I've been doing this for a long time. I like to put points on the board. I don't like to sit back and, I like to get up, trap, make them shoot quick shots, make them turn over the ball and things like that, and then get the ball offensively to myself and Larry Hughes and guys like that. If you have a good post-up guy, you want to give it to the post. If you have a guy who can shoot threes, you want to try to give it to the guy who can shoot the ball. And if you got a good point guard like Jason Kidd or Gary Payton, I like Kevin Garnett because he's on the cover of the game, so they're gonna make him better than everybody else. It's very realistic, and it's just like playing a basketball game. I mean, you just can't come up there and shoot shots and expect to win. I mean, you have to know who to give the ball to, when to take the shots. You got Shaq shooting almost a three-pointer. He doesn't know the games. Down the post. Nothing else. You got to play team defense. I mean, it's the NBA. You can't play one-on-one. You'll get blown out very quickly. Turbo make it quick. Turbo blast. You have my quickness out there on the court. Press the O button to shoot, the X to pass. Now, the main important part about shooting free throws is to get the ball right in the middle of the box. And when you do that, you should win a lot of basketball games. I just won a game. I beat the Lakers. That's realistic. That's what's going to happen again this year, hopefully.
For another look at Anton Jameson's strategy guide, come on out to our website, insideoftechtv.com.
And if you have any questions on NBA Live 2001 or any other game, make sure you come to our chats Mondays at 6 p.m. Eastern.
We'd like to give a great big thank you to David Perry and the rest of Shiny Entertainment for so graciously hosting us here today.
Well, that about does it for this episode of Extended Play. So, until next time,
game over.
Scott, I told you they didn't want you on the show. Get back to work.
Oh, hey, Scott.
Hey, Scott.
We go to the launch of Star Wars Starfighter, find out if Oni lives up to the hype, and have an adventure with a paper-thin Mario. Stick around, it's game time!
Hello and welcome to Extended Play from Big Bang 2 in Santa Clara, California. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Kate Patello, and we're here with Tim Smith, a.k.a. Union Carbide, the founder and organizer of this event. Tim, what does BANG stand for?
BANG stands for the Bay Area Network Gaming Group.
And what is Big Bang 2 all about?
Basically, it's about coming down here, hanging out with your friends, and fragging each other, but in a loving way.
Oh, I feel warm all over. Now, outside, we're going to a LAN party. Another exciting thing about games is the launch of a brand new title.
Now, we spent a lot of time with developers, but what about the publishers? So we hung out with the people responsible for getting Star Wars Starfighter from the factory into your trembling hands.
Star Wars Starfighter is the latest game to launch from LucasArts and the first Star Wars title for the PlayStation 2. Similar to Rogue Squadron, it's a ship battle sim with realistic graphics that really start to show the processing potential of the PS2. The game's been in development for about 2 years and just hit stores February 21st.
So let's knock out the shield towers and get out of here.
LucasArts created and is publishing the game. Publishing a title means creating a buzz around it well before the boxes arrive on the shelves. LucasArts has spent a lot of time and energy preparing for this major launch.
Yeah, preparation for a launch really occurs well over a year before product ships. That's when we're really taking a look at it, seeing what category it belongs in, trying to forecast it appropriately, taking our best guess at how many we think we can sell worldwide.
Taking evasive maneuvers.
What you don't want to do, and there have been cases when this has occurred, is you overspend on a particular product, and at the end of the day, when you take the development costs, the sales costs, and the marketing costs, which are the three biggest components, you find that at the end of the day, you haven't made much money.
One of the things LucasArts chose to spend on was a party for the press to get their first chance to play the game.
A week ago, we did a tremendous launch event at a small club in San Francisco. But we essentially wanted to give the press an opportunity to play the game, the final version, for the first time. Of course, we had refreshments.
There weren't those kinds of refreshments at the game's premiere a week later at Metreon in San Francisco.
In the case of the Sony Metreon event,
it was over the top amazing.
People waited outside in line for hours to be among the first to actually play Starfighter. The game was running on 12 PS2s in the PlayStation Store.
Today is really the first time we're going to get to see a lot of people play this game, and that's really exciting for the team. This is what it's all about. You know, we make these games, and we're in our little enclosed world, and it's very secretive, and to finally see it out in consumers' hands, in the fans' hands, is just fantastic.
There was always a steady stream of people who were waiting to play Starfighter, and people really seemed to dig it.
It's got very good graphics. It's like really sensitive when you move the joystick.
I think my first impression was that it was a movie. That you were playing in a movie, that you were part of the movie.
I like it.
It's almost like being there.
We wanted to have an opportunity for the consumers and fans to help us celebrate the release of the game.
These promotional events led up to the actual launch day of February 21st.
Launch day is the day when it all comes together.
Today, actually, we've already started to phone call some of the stores to check in.
This is LucasArts calling and just checking in to see if you've received your Starfighter shipment yet.
Sure did.
You did? Great. How many units did you get?
12, and 7 of them were reservations, and I sold all of the rest already.
Oh, you're sold out?
Yeah, the big score.
It is all about buzz, building up the buzz, and then all these first people, I think first weekend out, we're estimating that maybe 40 to 50,000 units will sell through, and then the verdict will be out. The customers ultimately vote, and they decide whether or not it's a good game.
I'm in this industry because I really love playing games and because I love making them, and that's why I'm here. It's not so much for the gratification of having this game out all over the place, but it doesn't hurt.
As you can tell, Starfighter is an incredible looking game, and it's fun to play. We'll have the full review in the coming weeks. Now, you're hanging with Jason, who's one of the players here at Big Bang 2. Jason, what is your favorite game to play here right now?
Right now it's Counter-Strike. That's the most popular.
What do you like about Counter-Strike?
Counter-Strike's fun because it's more real than like Quake, because more realism, and it's free. So if you have Half-Life, you can download it for free.
Exactly, and if you haven't got a chance to check it out, it is worth seeing. Now, here's some game news.
The Game Boy Advance has an official U.S. launch date of June 11th. 10 to 15 games are expected, but the official list of launch titles has not been announced. Some of those games will be from Nintendo, but most will be from second and third-party developers. 12 game companies filed lawsuits on February 12th against 4 operators of websites allegedly offering illegal copies of games for download. The complaints were filed by IDSA member companies, including Activision, Capcom, and IDOS, among others. The lawsuits seek injunctions to shut down the sites and monetary damages for the theft of the copyrighted software. Coming up on Extended Play, Oni has finally arrived. Was it worth the wait? And hang up your skateboards, we've got Razor scooters?
Welcome back to Extended Play at Big Bang 2. Oni has been one of the most hyped games of the past 2 years. It promises to deliver anime-style combat and action. Unfortunately, that proves to be a promise that's hard to deliver.
After all the wait and all the hype, Bungie's Oni is finally out for the PlayStation 2. It's an intriguing attempt at an anime-style third-person shooter beat-em-up that serves up some tasty gems, albeit few and far between.
The Syndicate is using the warehouse to shuttle contraband.
You play Kanoko, a tough gal that works for a futuristic police task force, whose job is to stop all sorts of organized crime. If there's one element of Oni that will frustrate some gamers, it's the control system. That's because you'll be managing your movements with the left analog stick while looking around with the right. Not an easy task, especially on a game that demands precision and quickness. Content-wise, this title falls short as well. Like most stateside attempts at copying the Japanese anime style, Oni's art direction has a very cookie-cutter feel. When it comes to level design, things can be summed up in one word: bland. You can look forward to long hallways, empty rooms, and even more stark, empty hallways. There are worthwhile aspects. Character animations and articulations are well done. You also have a myriad of options to take out your foe, not to mention a decent arsenal of weapons. Perhaps Oni might be seen in a better light if it hadn't been so hyped up. It's been almost 4 years since its announcement, and ultimately, Oni falls on the weight of its own hype machine. Extended Play gives the PlayStation 2 version of Oni a 3 out of 5.
So there. You're gonna get beat by a girl.
Now don't forget that Oni isn't just available for the PlayStation 2. You can also get it for your PC. Now we wanted to show you that LAN parties are not just all about a particular game. Like, this is Ed. What are you playing, Ed?
I'm playing a game called Bridge Builder where you build bridges and hope they stand up.
See, this is cool. This is hit like wildfire here, and it's shareware. You can find it at bridgebuilder.am.com. Now, our old friend Mario has got a brand new bag, so let's check out Paper Mario.
Nintendo has finally released an RPG worth playing for the N64, and manning the helm is our favorite paisano plumber. The big difference this time around is that Mario and company are two-dimensional characters living in a 3D world. The scenario is classic Mario Brothers fare. Princess Peach is in trouble because Bowser is threatening her and the entire Mushroom Kingdom. In order to stop Bowser's diabolical plans, Mario has to venture all over the kingdom and free the 7 star spirits who will help him. During his travels, Mario picks up a number of sidekicks to aid him in his adventure. For example, Goombario offers insight into Mario's enemies. Mario has a number of different jumps and hammer swings to deal with his foes, but having the right partner with you during a fight can make the difference between a cakewalk and barely escaping with one's life. The music is cheery, upbeat, and surprisingly good considering its old-school influences. All the appropriate bonks, zoinks, bells, dings, clangs, and bounces are here. Graphically, you may want to turn your nose up at Paper Mario. However, the blending of the 2D and 3D creates a cartoony visual experience that produces more than a few laughs. The first time Paper Mario travels down a pipe like a piece of paper in a toilet will make even the most jaded gamer smile. The combination of absorbing gameplay with retro graphics makes for hours of entertainment, which is why Extended Play gives Paper Mario a 4 out of 5.
Now, the original Super Mario RPG was made by a company that used to have a very friendly relationship with Nintendo. It was a company called Square. Now, sitting next to me is a gamer called Kevin. Kevin, how old are you?
6.
6 years old. And how long have you been gaming?
Well, since I was 2.
2. Do you have a Razor scooter?
Yes.
All right. Do you use it a lot?
Not very much.
Right. Well, a lot of people are using Razor scooters out there, and that would make sense since there's now a game about it. While you may be a little bit tired of the phenomena, you probably won't be tired of the game.
Scooters are the biggest craze circulating around the world these days. And it's not just the kids zipping around the neighborhood. Oh no, quite a few adults have taken a liking to them. But does that make it an extreme sport? You better believe it. In video game land, anything's possible. Scooter riders can bust a heel flip to Superman combo and onto a land handrail without even breaking a sweat. Case in point, PlayStation's newest extreme game, Razor Freestyle Scooter. Your mission is simple. A crazed robot has taken your friends. Can you complete his challenges to save them? Okay, the plotline is a little weak, and the cartoonish-like graphics bring us back to a simpler time, but who cares? It's still a lot of fun ripping it up old-school style. Once you pick the color of your scooter and rider participant, it's time to hit the courses. There's a vast assortment of colorful amusement-like backdrops, including poolside, clock tower, and the Sky Fortress. The controls are solid and simple to manipulate. Busting tricks is tremendously easy, and you can create combos free of anxiety. It is possible to do a 540 backflip, land onto a handrail and grind, hop and do a bar spin, continue to grind, then hop off the rail with a leg sweep. Now that's a fat combo. The sound isn't half bad either. All the characters have distinctive grunts and coos as they go crashing through glass or head first into brick walls. The music is a catchy punk grunge mix that will be ingrained in your skull after hours of playing. All in all, this game isn't going to win any awards, but you have to give it props for some good old-fashioned game thrashing. Extended Play gives it a whopping 4 out of 5 stars. Coming up on Extended Play, we go into combat with Fallout Tactics and hit the streets of Japan with Tokyo Extreme Racer Zero.
Welcome
back to Extended Play here at Big Bang 2 in Santa Clara, California. I'm currently sitting next to Zach, who's playing some Counter-Strike, and how are you doing at it?
All right.
Now, what do you like about playing Counter-Strike at a LAN party as opposed to playing at home on the internet?
I like the larger team numbers, and the lower pings gives everybody an equal chance.
Now, have you ever played Fallout?
Yeah, actually I played both 1 and 2.
Yes, Fallout is a role-play game that has a sci-fi twist to it. Now, there's a new game, Fallout Tactics, that isn't a sequel, but is a twist on a very, very popular title. Fallout Tactics takes place in between the events of Fallout 1 and 2. In the single player, you control members of the Brotherhood of Steel, a rather dubious group that offers some difficult missions in the original Fallout. Fallout Tactics incorporates elements of the role-playing games with statistics that can be improved through acquiring experience points as you play through the missions. The gameplay, though, is all about tactical combat. The action is designed to be played in the continuous turn-based form, which feels like real-time but is regulated by action points. For those looking for more old-school XCOM-style action, there is a turn-based option. The missions themselves will offer rescues, escorts, and wholesale elimination. What is evident is that the maps themselves are very large, and the 32-bit detail goes far to foster the despair that has typified the Fallout franchise. Fallout Tactics will be a welcome title for the strategy-minded and those that just want to return to the wastelands.
If you're waiting for Fallout 3 to come out, according to Interplay, it's probably not going to happen anytime soon. Tokyo Extreme Racer has had 2 very successful versions for the Dreamcast. Soon, though, there's going to be a version for the PlayStation 2. So, bust out those drag racing flags and get ready for Tokyo Extreme Racer 0.
Tokyo Extreme Racer and its sequel were very popular titles for the Dreamcast. Now Crave is about to release a new version for the PlayStation 2, Tokyo Extreme Racer 0. What makes the game stand out among racers is its unique competition style. Rather than racing on your standard track, the game takes place on the busy streets of Tokyo at night. It's not only the venue that's unique. A race doesn't start with your standard checkered flag. Instead, you challenge other cars to a drag race while you're careening down the Tokyo streets. If you fall behind, you lose energy, and the first to lose it all, loses it all. Tokyo Extreme Racer 0 offers a huge garage load of cars to choose from. While you work on your rep as a tough racer, you earn money to upgrade your vehicle. Look for Extreme Racer 0's glossy high-res graphics and street-style drag racing to screech onto store shelves in March.
Tokyo Extreme Racer 0 is the game's title in Japan. Here it will be known as Tokyo Extreme Racer 2. Shiny Sacrifice is a wonderful game to look at and to play, though it can prove to be quite difficult at times. So here are a few cheats to keep you from reaching the end of your sacrificial rope.
Shiny Sacrifice takes some big mojo to play, so we've got some cheats that work like magic. To cast the spell of cheating, type Control, Shift, and tilde at the same time. When the eerie green text glows, type the ampersand or @ sign, a space, and the following incantations. For an invincible wizard, your bullets cannot harm me, or my wings are like a shield of steel. Physician, heal thyself by typing
by the power of Grayskull. Strive against the hand of wickedness.
To max out your mana, proclaim I have the power.
Too late again, Master. All dead.
And give yourself all the time in the world for spells with the magic words, time is on my side. Coming up on Extended Play, you can play ping pong on your TV. And we have help for the massively multiplayer title, Phantasy Star Online.
Welcome back to Extended Play at Big Bang 2. Behind me are people furiously engaged in a Counter-Strike tournament. But once upon a time, we enjoyed simpler games. Games like ping pong. And now Radica Games has come out with a device that allows you to play ping pong on your television without using a disc. How is such a thing possible? Here's Kate to show you what it's all about.
Not everybody has a ping pong table in their rec room.
I don't even have a rec room.
But we're pretty sure if you're watching this right now that you have a TV, and that's all you need for Play TV Ping Pong from Radica Games. Yep, that's right. No ping pong table, no ping pong ball, just this little green machine and 2 paddles. Now, as you can see, there's an infrared port on the machine and also on the paddles, so it can see where you're hitting the ball that's on the screen. Now, it's really easy to set up. It's only a matter of a cord that plugs right into the television set and configuring a couple of buttons. Now, you can either play against a friend or against the computer. You winning?
I'm losing.
Yeah. Well, at $45, it's not necessarily something you're going to spend 8 to 10 hours a day playing, but it's pretty neat and might make a good gift. Oh, a word to the wise, though. When you're playing with a friend and your eyes are locked to the screen, be careful not to whap them in the face. For more info on Play TV Ping Pong, come on out to extendedplay.com. Now, I'm hanging out right now with Prophecy from the Vyrix clan, who yesterday won the Quake 3 tournament. How you doing?
Good.
All right, so now what would you say is your #1 tip for winning a tournament?
I think it's good teamwork, which comes from being in a good friendship with your clanmates, and that can be easily accomplished by playing together at such lands as this one.
All right. Now, you know, actually, this is a perfect segue because certain members of our team, who shall remain nameless, have started to develop a certain fondness for Phantasy Star Online that has begun to border on the obsessive. Now, of course, we would never want to steer you away from that temptation, but we thought we'd offer you a strategy guide to help you cope.
Well, it's official. Phantasy Star Online is not just a hit, it's a phenomenon. Thousands of social lives have been lost to this game, and the body count is mounting. Care to join? Already enlisted? Whether you're the uninitiated or a veteran, we thought you could enjoy a few helpful tips to maximize your online experience. Let's begin.
To play Phantasy Star Online, the first thing you have to do is get online. Plug in your handy modem that came with your Dreamcast, and then launch the internet browser. Now, either use the one that came with your Dreamcast, or you can just pick up a disc in a copy of Dreamcast magazine. Now, this is something important to note. You do not have to have a SegaNet account to play Phantasy Star Online. You can just use your normal ISP that you use at home. The way you do that is to go to the Internet configuration screen and set up your Internet account that way.
After you get online, things become very intuitive. Pick a ship, choose a block, and voila! You're in a lobby with gamers from all over the globe. Now don't be a wallflower, start talking. If you're really getting along with someone, you might want to exchange a guild card. That way you can track him or her down whenever they're online. When you're ready for some action, create or join a group by going to the job listings. And now the real fun begins. Here's the one piece of advice we can give for when you're in battle. Maintain crowd control. While it's easy to get caught up in cleaning house, watch yourself. A crowded situation is a recipe for a mean pummeling that can leave you dead and seeing red. And finally, your mag, that funny-looking dude that's always floating behind you. This is Phantasy Star's answer to the virtual pet. Feed it items on a regular basis and it'll pay you back with goodies such as invincibility and photon blasts. Note, these critters are so high maintenance that they'll get hungry even when you're not playing in a game. Solution? Put them in storage before you log out. Not too many Phantasy Star gamers know this, but this is the only way to keep your mag stats high while you're away from your Dreamcast. So remember, be social, don't bunch up, and take care of your mag. Remember these tips and you'll be a high-level Phantasy Star trailblazer in no time.
If you'd like to spend a little more quality time with our Phantasy Star Online strategy guide, come on out to extendedplay.com.
And while you're there, make sure to check out the full reviews for everything on today's show.
You can always join us in our chat Monday nights at 6 p.m. Eastern.
We'd like to give a great big thanks to everybody affiliated with Bang for letting us come out here today. And I guess until next time, game over.
Go to the launch of Star Wars Starfighter. Find out if Oni lives up to the hype, and have an adventure with a paper-thin Mario. Stick around, it's game time!
Hello and welcome to Extended Play from Big Bang 2 in Santa Clara, California. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Kate Patello, and we're here with Tim Smith, a.k.a. Union Carbide, the founder and organizer of this event. Tim, what does BANG stand for?
BANG stands for the Bay Area Network Gaming Group.
And what is Big Bang 2 all about?
Basically, it's about coming down here, hanging out with your friends, and fragging each other, but in a loving way.
Oh, I feel warm all over. Now, outside, we're going to a LAN party. Another exciting thing about games is the launch of a brand new title.
Now, we spent a lot of time with developers, but what about the publishers? So we hung out with the people responsible for getting Star Wars Starfighter from the factory into your trembling hands.
Star Wars Starfighter is the latest game to launch from LucasArts and the first Star Wars title for the PlayStation 2. Similar to Rogue Squadron, it's a ship battle sim with realistic graphics that really start to show the processing potential of the PS2. The game's been in development for about 2 years and just hit stores February 21st.
So let's knock out the shield towers and get out of here.
LucasArts created and is publishing the game. Publishing a title means creating a buzz around it well before the boxes arrive on the shelves. LucasArts has spent a lot of time and energy preparing for this major launch.
Yeah, preparation for a launch really occurs well over a year before product ships. That's when we're really taking a look at it, seeing what category it belongs in, trying to forecast it appropriately, taking our best guess at how many we think we can sell worldwide.
Taking evasive maneuvers.
What you don't want to do, and there have been cases when this has occurred, is you overspend on a particular product, and at the end of the day, when you take the development costs, the sales costs, and the marketing costs, which are the three biggest components, you find that at the end of the day, you haven't made much money.
One of the things LucasArts chose to spend on was a party for the press to get their first chance to play the game.
A week ago, we did a tremendous launch event at a small club in San Francisco. But we essentially wanted to give the press an opportunity to play the game, the final version, for the first time. Of course, we had refreshments.
There weren't those kinds of refreshments at the game's premiere a week later at Metreon in San Francisco.
In the case of the Sony Metreon event,
it was over the top amazing.
People waited outside in line for hours to be among the first to actually play Starfighter. The game was running on 12 PS2s in the PlayStation Store.
Today is really the first time we're going to get to see a lot of people play this game, and that's really exciting for the team. This is what it's all about. You know, we make these games, and we're in our little enclosed world, and it's very secretive, and to finally see it out in consumers' hands, in the fans' hands, is just fantastic.
There was always a steady stream of people who were waiting to play Starfighter, and people really seemed to dig it.
It's got very good graphics. It's like really sensitive when you move the joystick.
I think my first impression was that it was a movie, that you were playing in a movie, that you were part of the movie.
I like it.
It's almost like being there.
We wanted to have an opportunity for the consumers and fans to help us celebrate the release of the game.
These promotional events led up to the actual launch day of February 21st.
Launch day is the day when it all comes together.
Today, actually, we've already started to phone call some of the stores to check in.
This is LucasArts calling and just checking in to see if you've received your Starfighter shipment yet.
Sure did.
You did? Great. How many units did you get?
12, and 7 of them were reservations, and I sold all of the rest already.
Oh,
you're sold out?
Yeah, the big score.
It is all about buzz, building up the buzz, and then all these first people, I think first weekend out, we're estimating that maybe 40 to 50,000 units will sell through, and then the verdict will be out. The customers ultimately vote, and they decide whether or not it's a good game.
I'm in this industry because I really love playing games and because I love making them, and that's why I'm here. It's not so much for the gratification of having this game out all over the place, but it doesn't hurt.
As you can tell, Starfighter is an incredible looking game, and it's fun to play. We'll have the full review in the coming weeks. You're hearing with Jason, who's one of the players here at Big Bang 2. Jason, what is your favorite game to play here right now?
Right now it's Counter-Strike. That's the most popular.
What do you like about Counter-Strike?
Counter-Strike's fun because it's more real than like Quake, because more realism, and it's free. So if you have Half-Life, you can download it for free.
Exactly, and if you haven't got a chance to check it out, it is worth seeing. Now, here's some game news.
The Game Boy Advance has an official U.S. launch date of June 11th. 10 to 15 games are expected, but the official list of launch titles has not been announced. Some of those games will be from Nintendo, but most will be from second and third-party developers. 12 game companies filed lawsuits on February 12th against 4 operators of websites allegedly offering illegal copies of games for download. The complaints were filed by IDSA member companies, including Activision, Capcom, and Eidos, among others. The lawsuits seek injunctions to shut down the sites and monetary damages for the theft of the copyrighted software. Coming up on Extended Play, Oni has finally arrived. Was it worth the wait? And hang up your skateboards, we've got Razor scooters?
Welcome back to Extended Play at Big Bang 2. Oni has been one of the most hyped games of the past 2 years. It promises to deliver anime-style combat and action. Unfortunately, that proves to be a promise that's hard to deliver.
After all the wait and all the hype, Bungie's Oni is finally out for the PlayStation 2. It's an intriguing attempt at an anime-style third-person shooter beat-em-up that serves up some tasty gems, albeit few and far between.
The Syndicate is using the warehouse to shuttle contraband.
You play Kanoko, a tough gal that works for a futuristic police task force, whose job is to stop all sorts of organized crime. If there's one element of Oni that will frustrate some gamers, it's the control system. That's because you'll be managing your movements with the left analog stick while looking around with the right. Not an easy task, especially on a game that demands precision and quickness. Content-wise, this title falls short as well. Like most stateside attempts at copying the Japanese anime style, Oni's art direction has a very cookie-cutter feel. When it comes to level design, things can be summed up in one word: bland. You can look forward to long hallways, empty rooms, and even more stark, empty hallways. There are worthwhile aspects. Character animations and articulations are well done. You also have a myriad of options to take out your foe, not to mention a decent arsenal of weapons. Perhaps Oni might be seen in a better light if it hadn't been so hyped up. It's been almost 4 years since its announcement, and ultimately, Oni falls on the weight of its own hype machine. Extended Play gives the PlayStation 2 version of Oni a 3 out of 5.
So there, you're gonna get beat by a girl.
Now don't forget that Oni isn't just available for the PlayStation 2. You can also get it for your PC. Now we wanted to show you that LAN parties are not just all about a particular game. Like, this is Ed. What are you playing, Ed?
I'm playing a game called Bridge Builder, where you build bridges and hope they stand up.
See, this is cool. This is hit like wildfire here, and it's shareware. You can find it at bridgebuilder.am.com. Now, our old friend Mario has got a brand new bag, so let's check out Paper Mario.
Nintendo has finally released an RPG worth playing for the N64, and manning the helm is our favorite paisano plumber. The big difference this time around is that Mario and company are two-dimensional characters living in a 3D world. The scenario is classic Mario Brothers fare. Princess Peach is in trouble because Bowser is threatening her and the entire Mushroom Kingdom. In order to stop Bowser's diabolical plans, Mario has to venture all over the kingdom and free the 7 star spirits who will help him. During his travels, Mario picks up a number of sidekicks to aid him in his adventure. For example, Goombario offers insight into Mario's enemies. Mario has a number of different jumps and hammer swings to deal with his foes, but having the right partner with you during a fight can make the difference between a cakewalk and barely escaping with one's life. The music is cheery, upbeat, and surprisingly good considering its old-school influences. All the appropriate bonks, zoinks, bells, dings, clangs, and bounces are here. Graphically, you may want to turn your nose up at Paper Mario. However, the blending of the 2D and 3D creates a cartoony visual experience that produces more than a few laughs. The first time Paper Mario travels down a pipe like a piece of paper in a toilet will make even the most jaded gamer smile. The combination of absorbing gameplay with retro graphics makes for hours of entertainment, which is why Extended Play gives Paper Mario a 4 out of 5.
Now, the original Super Mario RPG was made by a company that used to have a very friendly relationship with Nintendo. It was a company called Square. Now, sitting next to me is a gamer called Kevin. Kevin, how old are you?
6.
6 years old. And how long have you been gaming?
Well, since I was 2.
2. Do you have a Razor scooter?
Yes.
All right. Do you use it a lot?
Not very much.
Right, well, a lot of people are using Razor scooters out there, and that would make sense since there's now a game about it. While you may be a little bit tired of the phenomena, you probably won't be tired of the game.
Scooters are the biggest craze circulating around the world these days. And it's not just the kids zipping around the neighborhood. Oh no, quite a few adults have taken a liking to them. But does that make it an extreme sport? You better believe it. In video game land, anything's possible. Scooter riders can bust a heel flip to Superman combo and onto a land handrail without even breaking a sweat. Case in point, PlayStation's newest extreme game, Razor Freestyle Scooter. Your mission is simple. A crazed robot has taken your friends. Can you complete his challenges to save them? Okay, the plotline is a little weak, and the cartoonish-like graphics bring us back to a simpler time, but who cares? It's still a lot of fun ripping it up old school style. Once you pick the color of your scooter and rider participant, it's time to hit the courses. There's a vast assortment of colorful amusement-like backdrops, including poolside, clock tower, and the Sky Fortress. The controls are solid and simple to manipulate. Busting tricks is tremendously easy, and you can create combos free of anxiety. It is possible to do a 540 backflip, land onto a handrail and grind, hop and do a bar spin, continue to grind, then hop off the rail with a leg sweep. Now that's a fat combo. The sound isn't half bad either. All the characters have distinctive grunts and coos as they go crashing through glass or head first into brick walls. The music is a catchy punk grunge mix that will be ingrained in your skull after hours of playing. All in all, this game isn't going to win any awards, but you have to give it props for some good old-fashioned game thrashing. Extended Play gives it a whopping 4 out of 5 stars. Coming up on Extended Play, we go into combat with Fallout Tactics and hit the streets of Japan with Tokyo Extreme Racer Zero.
Welcome back to Extended Play here at Big Bang 2 in Santa Clara, California. I'm currently sitting next to Zach, who's playing some Counter-Strike, and how are you doing at it?
All right.
Now, what do you like about playing Counter-Strike at a LAN party as opposed to playing at home on the internet?
I like the larger team numbers, and the lower pings gives everybody an equal chance.
Now, have you ever played Fallout?
Yeah, actually I played both 1 and 2.
Yes, Fallout is a role-play game that has a sci-fi twist to it. Now, there's a new game, Fallout Tactics, that isn't a sequel, but is a twist on a very, very popular title. Fallout Tactics takes place in between the events of Fallout 1 and 2. In the single player, you control members of the Brotherhood of Steel, a rather dubious group that offers some difficult missions in the original Fallout. Fallout Tactics incorporates elements of the role-playing games with statistics that can be improved through acquiring experience points as you play through the missions. The gameplay, though, is all about tactical combat. The action is designed to be played in the continuous turn-based form, which feels like real-time but is regulated by action points. For those looking for more old-school XCOM-style action, there is a turn-based option. The missions themselves will offer rescues, escorts, and wholesale elimination. What is evident is that the maps themselves are very large, and the 32-bit detail goes far to foster the despair that has typified the Fallout franchise. Fallout Tactics will be a welcome title for the strategy-minded and those that just want to return to the wastelands.
If you're waiting for Fallout 3 to come out, according to Interplay, it's probably not going to happen anytime soon. Tokyo Extreme Racer has had 2 very successful versions for the Dreamcast. Soon, though, there's going to be a version for the PlayStation 2. So, bust out those drag racing flags and get ready for Tokyo Extreme Racer Zero.
Tokyo Extreme Racer and its sequel were very popular titles for the Dreamcast. Now Crave is about to release a new version for the PlayStation 2, Tokyo Extreme Racer Zero. What makes the game stand out among racers is its unique competition style. Rather than racing on your standard track, the game takes place on the busy streets of Tokyo at night. It's not only the venue that's unique. A race doesn't start with your standard checkered flag. Instead, you challenge other cars to a drag race while you're careening down the Tokyo streets. If you fall behind, you lose energy, and the first to lose it all, loses it all. Tokyo Extreme Racer Zero offers a huge garage load of cars to choose from. While you work on your rep as a tough racer, you earn money to upgrade your vehicle. Look for Extreme Racer Zero's glossy high-res graphics and street-style drag racing to screech onto store shelves in March.
Tokyo Extreme Racer Zero is the game's title in Japan. Here it will be known as Tokyo Extreme Racer 2. Shiny Sacrifice is a wonderful game to look at and to play, though it can prove to be quite difficult at times. So here are a few cheats to keep you from reaching the end of your sacrificial rope.
Shiny Sacrifice takes some big mojo to play, so we've got some cheats that work like magic. To cast the spell of cheating, type Control, Shift, and tilde at the same time. When the eerie green text glows, type the ampersand or @ sign, a space, and the following incantations. For an invincible wizard, your bullets cannot harm me, or my wings are like a shield of steel. Physician, heal thyself by typing
by the power of Grayskull.
Strive against the hand of wickedness.
To max out your mana, proclaim, I have the power.
Too late again, Master. All dead.
And give yourself all the time in the world for spells with the magic words, time is on my side. Coming up on Extended Play, you can play ping pong on your TV. And we have help for the massively multiplayer title, Phantasy Star Online.
Welcome back to Extended Play at Big Bang 2. Behind me are people furiously engaged in a Counter-Strike tournament. But once upon a time, we enjoyed simpler games. Games like ping pong. And now Radica Games has come out with a device that allows you to play ping pong on your television without using a disc. How is such a thing possible? Here's Kate to show you what it's all about.
Not everybody has a ping pong table in their rec room.
I don't even have a rec room.
But we're pretty sure if you're watching this right now that you have a TV, and that's all you need for Play TV Ping Pong from Radica Games. Yep, that's right. No ping pong table, no ping pong ball, just this little green machine and 2 paddles. Now, as you can see, there's an infrared port on the machine and also on the paddles, so it can see where you're hitting the ball that's on the screen. Now, it's really easy to set up. It's only a matter of a cord that plugs right into the television set and configuring a couple of buttons. Now, you can either play against a friend or against the computer. You winning?
I'm losing.
Yeah. Well, at $45, it's not necessarily something you're going to spend 8 to 10 hours a day playing, but it's pretty neat and might make a good gift. Oh, a word to the wise, though. When you're playing with a friend and your eyes are locked to the screen, be careful not to whap them in the face. For more info on Play TV Ping Pong, come on out to extendedplay.com. Now, I'm hanging out right now with Prophecy from the Vyrix clan, who yesterday won the Quake 3 tournament. How you doing?
Good.
All right, so now what would you say is your #1 tip for winning a tournament?
I think it's good teamwork, which comes from being in a good friendship with your clanmates, and that can be easily accomplished by playing together at such lands as this one.
All right. Now, you know, actually, this is a perfect segue because certain members of our team, who shall remain nameless, have started to develop a certain fondness for Phantasy Star Online that has begun to border on the obsessive. Now, of course, we would never want to steer you away from that temptation, but we thought we'd offer you a strategy guide to help you cope.
Well, it's official. Phantasy Star Online is not just a hit, it's a phenomenon. Thousands of social lives have been lost to this game, and the body count is mounting. Care to join? Already enlisted? Whether you're the uninitiated or a veteran, we thought you could enjoy a few helpful tips to maximize your online experience. Let's begin.
To play Phantasy Star Online, the first thing you have to do is get online. Plug in your handy modem that came with your Dreamcast, and then launch the internet browser. Now, either use the one that came with your Dreamcast, or you can just pick up a disc in a copy of Dreamcast magazine. Now, this is something important to note. You do not have to have a SegaNet account to play Phantasy Star Online. You can just use your normal ISP that you use at home. The way you do that is to go to the internet configuration screen and set up your internet account that way.
After you get online, things become very intuitive. Pick a ship, choose a block, and voila! You're in a lobby with gamers from all over the globe. Now don't be a wallflower, start talking. If you're really getting along with someone, you might want to exchange a guild card. That way you can track him or her down whenever they're online. When you're ready for some action, create or join a group by going to the job listings. And now the real fun begins. Here's the one piece of advice we can give for when you're in battle. Maintain crowd control. While it's easy to get caught up in cleaning house, watch yourself. A crowded situation is a recipe for a mean pummeling that can leave you dead and seeing red. And finally, your mag, that funny-looking dude that's always floating behind you. This is Phantasy Star's answer to the virtual pet. Feed it items on a regular basis and it'll pay you back with goodies such as invincibility and photon blasts. Note, these critters are so high maintenance that they'll get hungry even when you're not playing in a game. Solution? Put them in storage before you log out. Not too many Phantasy Star gamers know this, but this is the only way to keep your mag stats high while you're away from your Dreamcast. So remember, be social, don't bunch up, and take care of your mag. Remember these tips and you'll be a high-level Phantasy Star trailblazer in no time.
If you'd like to spend a little more quality time with our Phantasy Star Online Strategy Guide, come on out to extendedplay.com.
And while you're there, make sure to check out the full reviews for everything on today's show.
You can always join us in our chat Monday nights at 6 p.m. Eastern.
We'd like to give a great big thanks to everybody affiliated with Bang for letting us come out here today. And I guess until next time, game over. NASA is using games to help kids concentrate. And we step into the ring with our review of Knockout Kings. And we pay homage to the golden age of Sega. Stick around, it's game time. Hello and welcome to Extended Play from Metreon in San Francisco. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Kate Patello. Now, we all might joke from time to time that gamers have classically short attention spans. But what if games could actually help you focus?
Recent studies at NASA have actually found a link between developing concentration skills and gaming.
This research could mean a lot to people with attention deficit disorder. Dude.
Can video games help you concentrate and relax? NASA scientists seem to think so. NASA Langley Research in Hampton, Virginia completed a new study last year. The experiment used video games to help kids with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or ADHD.
Attention deficit disorder is associated with problems with paying attention. Often there is also a hyperactivity problem. There is difficulty completing tasks.
The study used a form of biofeedback technology that has been around for years. Most recently, it's been used to train pilots.
The video game biofeedback idea came out of our research in flight deck human factors. We were interested in the problem of pilots becoming disengaged, uninvolved with what's going on. It occurred to us the simulator could be replaced by a video game, because simulators are essentially very sophisticated video games.
Patients in the study were hooked up to biofeedback devices that monitored their brain waves as they played video games.
The way the video game biofeedback system works is that a child who's playing a video game is also connected to brainwave monitors. And those brainwave monitors send control signals to the video game controller that they have in their hands. The signal that comes from the brainwave processing equipment influences the controller by making it more or less responsive, giving the player control over steering or taking it away. The games that we found this works best with are games that have a smooth forward flow, like racing games, car racing, skateboard racing, those kinds of things.
You have to have total control over the character, or the other people that you're racing are going to beat you.
Mitch Hayner has ADHD and took part in the NASA study.
And I got a note from the teacher that said that Mitch did all of his work standing on one leg with one leg in his chair. And then one day she took away his scissors, his ruler, and his pencil sharpener, so I figured we needed some help. We did medication, and that definitely helped, but I didn't want him to be dependent on that, and I wanted him to be able to recognize when he was out of control, and so we looked at biofeedback.
At the beginning, it took me a while just to get used to it, and once I got used to it and got started trying to relax a lot more than I was, it got easier, a lot easier really, because I could control my character.
Other psychologists are starting to acknowledge the potential benefits of using video game-based therapy.
While they have difficulty paying attention in class, when you put them in front of a video game, they're there and they're focusing. So if you can find out what is at the essence of some of the gaming features that attracts and maintains their attention, and then try to develop tools that can provide useful learning in that same manner, then you might be onto something.
The patients in the NASA study showed good results from this procedure.
It made me focus and concentrate on what I'm doing. And when I'm doing my homework, I have to concentrate and know what I'm doing so I don't write a wrong answer or forget to do a question. So now, before I would always forget a question or do something like that, and now I don't. I get all my homework done quicker too.
Being aware of it and being able to control himself will help him be able to function better.
What we did with this technology is not mind control in the sense that people usually understand mind control. What we've done is to train children to control their own minds, to be able to control the connection between their minds and bodies simply by playing video games.
It'll be interesting to see what happens if this technology makes it to the consumer market. You'd have peripherals at home that integrate biofeedback into gameplay. Now that is immersion.
Now say you had a game where you had to drive really fast. Now you have to do that, plus cultivate a Zen state and stay calm all at the same time.
That's a big challenge.
Yes, especially for me.
Yeah. Now here's the game news.
Sega of America is suing Kmart for failing to pay for Dreamcast consoles supplied to the chain since September of 1999. Sega claims that Kmart still owes $2.2 million of their bill. Reports claiming that Kmart halted sales of the Dreamcast in August are incorrect. Sega discontinued shipments of the console to the retail chain last July due to past due payments. The Associated Press reports that Oregon State Senator Ken Masurel is sponsoring legislation that would prohibit arcade owners from allowing minors to play gory games. Penalties for violators are a year in jail and/or a $5,000 fine. Should this bill pass, it may set a precedent for other states to follow. LucasArts has announced the development of Star Wars real-time strategy games in a partnership with Ensemble Studios, the creators of the Age of Empires series. The initial release from this venture, Star Wars Battleground, will be built using Ensemble's proprietary engine, and the game is expected to be released in the fall. A Lionhead spokesperson has confirmed that Peter Molyneux's Black and White is finally finished. Although the title is complete, it is not expected to launch for another month. Coming up on Extended Play, we go to a galaxy far, far away in our review of Star Wars Starfighter.
Welcome back to Extended Play from Metreon in San Francisco. So have you ever gone to the car dealership for a test drive and been tempted to just take the car out on the freeway and gun it as fast as it'll go?
No, but you can actually have that experience with Bizarre Creations' interesting twist on the racing game, Metropolis Street Racer.
3, 2, 1, go!
Tearing around a race course and sliding through an S-curve in a finely tuned racing machine is quite fun, but it's also available in tons of racing titles. Metropolis Street Racer offers a different driving experience. Here you have to take high-speed turns in cars that can be bought at your local dealer, all the while trying to avoid those pesky keep left signs. The three cities of San Francisco, Tokyo, and London play host to over 250 courses, and the environments are filled with signs, statues of famous dead people, and other landmarks. Weather and time of day effects are well done. The varying rain conditions are appropriately damp, and early morning races have a steely blue chill. Over 40 cars from Mitsubishi to Mercedes are available, and each car is unique in control, so players can find a car suitable to their driving style. And it's all about style. While it's pretty easy to achieve the time goals in each race, doing so without panache will keep you from progressing through the 25 chapters in the game. Sound-wise, the most impressive aspect of the game is the radio.
This is newcomer Shanice Williams' first entry.
Each city has 3 different stations, complete with DJs, commercials, and static as you pass through tunnels. From country to techno, MSR ensures that if you don't like the music, you can change the station. MSR takes the racing game to a new level and new location. The solid graphics and gameplay make for hours of entertainment, which is why Extended Play gives Metropolis Street Racer a 4 out of 5.
Now let's take it off the streets and into the sky. We recently spent some time with the publishers at LucasArts who were responsible for getting Star Wars Starfighter off the ground. Believe us, though, they had nothing to worry about.
Star Wars Starfighter for the PlayStation 2 leaves all other console space combat games in the dust with its impressive graphics, play control, and varied challenges.
They're on me! I can't shake them!
Star Wars Starfighter is a mission-based game that takes place during the events in Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. As Naboo pilot in training Reese Dallows, space pirate Nim, and gun-for-hire Vana Sage,
either you take me with you or you shoot me.
Players pilot a variety of distinctive ships. There are 14 missions to defend Naboo against the Trade Federation. Regardless of which ship you pilot, the game makes excellent use of the PlayStation 2 controller. Throughout each mission, voiceovers as well as radar will let you know what you should be doing at almost any given point in combat. The dialogue also gives the game a sense of urgency.
Bravo 10, engaging fighters!
After a mission or objective is completed, there are cutscenes which give the game a cinematic feel and move the story along.
Okay, calm down!
The gameplay looks as good as the cutscenes. Missions over bright lava, subdued deserts, and rolling green hills are impressive with a sleek, pseudo-realistic look. Starfighter looks excellent and should impress even the most jaded gamer. Star Wars Starfighter is one of the first truly great games on the PlayStation 2. Fans of space combat will definitely enjoy it, and the learning curve makes it accessible to the casual gamer. In short, this is an almost essential PS2 game. Extended Play gives Star Wars Starfighter an absolutely stellar 5 out of 5.
Coming up on Extended Play, Gothic horror abounds in our review of Clive Barker's Undying. And we step into the ring in Knockout Kings 2001. Welcome back to Extended Play at Metreon in San Francisco.
Clive Barker is, without a doubt, one of the modern masters of horror.
So, knowing that he participated on this next game makes it sound very promising. It's Clive Barker's Undying.
Who dares enter my realm uninvited?
Set in Ireland in the 1920s, Undying casts you as Patrick Galloway, an expert in the occult who must investigate the unpleasant goings-on at an old buddy's estate. While the involvement of Clive Barker would promise a rich story, the narrative doesn't evolve to the level of No One Lives Forever or Deus Ex, and much of it is told through journal entries, which require more reading than one may like. But these faults are made up for in the perpetual sense of dread conveyed throughout the game. The atmospherics make turning corners and looking into mirrors a harrowing experience. Despite the horror trappings, Undying is still essentially a shooter. Levels are varied but stay quite linear with locked doors keeping you on the right path. Stuck. Yet the large scope of most levels keeps you from always feeling led around. The gameplay does provide a twist to the genre, with Patrick able to fire weapons with his left hand and perform spells with his right, offering new strategies for disposing of enemies. The game truly excels in its visuals and uses the Unreal Engine to stunning effect. The variety of enemy animations helps make the game a visual feast. Game sound is sublime and hinting at the horrors to come, although the voice acting has its problems.
I know it is around here someplace.
Despite not having a multiplayer option, Undying is still easy to recommend to those that yearn for a long, intense, fright-filled action fest. Extended Play gives Undying a 4 out of 5.
By the way, for the full spookification factor, make sure you play Undying alone in the dark. Boxing was a really popular gaming genre, especially back in the day of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out for the NES. Now, though, boxing is making a resurgence, so let's see what happens with Knockout Kings 2001 for the PS2.
Get it on! Swing with the three-time champ that blow the mics out. That's bit ridiculous. They talk about it.
Yes, boxing fans, the rumors are true. After many a dry year, there is finally a game worthy to the sport that has shocked and inspired millions. PlayStation 2's Knockout Kings 2001 has brought boxing back to the mainstream with its varied game modes, fantastic graphics, and realistic, sometimes brutal fighting. First, pick the professional boxer you wish to pound your opponent with. Choices range from the legendary Muhammad Ali and Jack Dempsey to new singing sensation, the Golden Boy, Oscar De La Hoya.
Down for the count.
If none of these champs ring your bell, head over to career mode and create your very own boxer. Assign him or her boxing shorts, skill level, nickname, and a real-life trainer. After a little punching of the bag, you'll be ready to hit the ring in no time. The graphics are great. The muscles, the skin tone, the facial structures. These boxers look real. The sound is also excellent. The announcers are intelligent and offer insight into what is actually happening in the ring.
Look at him just baiting him with a free shot. Not exactly sure how that missed.
As for the punches, there's a satisfying thump that lets you know when your gloved hand strikes home. The only sound missing is the voice of the actual boxer. As he ropes the dope, Ali should be yelling, "I'm the greatest of all time." Instead, he stares silently into space. Oh well, something to work on for the next game. All in all, Knockout Kings 2001 is the most entertaining boxing game to come along in quite some time, as well as being the best looking one ever. Extended Play gives it a smashing 4 out of 5.
Here. Wow, he goes down again. This one is all over.
Coming up on Extended Play, we harken back to simpler times in our homage to Sega. And Terry Jackson from the San Francisco 49ers gives us his tips for playing Madden 2001.
Welcome back to Extended Play.
Some people say you really can't simulate the experience of snowboarding or skateboarding in a game.
Well, now we have a peripheral that ought to get you one step closer. SSX is one of our favorite games for the PlayStation 2, so we thought we'd show you a peripheral that might spice it up for you a bit. This is the Guillemot Thrustmaster Freestyler. Now, you've probably seen something similar to it in the arcade, only much bigger with handrails on the side. The version for your home is made of very sturdy plastic and has 2 programmable buttons, one in the front and one in the back. Now, of course, SSX is also all about the tricks, and you can do those with the one-handed controller that it comes with. Now, if you're more comfortable with 2 hands, don't worry, there is a special controller port on the side that'll let you use the standard 2-handed version. So, Miguel, is this adding to your SSX experience so far?
Well, I certainly miss those handrails.
Were you a snowboarder before this?
No.
Feel like one now?
Indoors, no snow, socks on, sure.
All right, so for realism and some exercise in your action gaming, the Thrustmaster Freestyler ought to set you back about $69.99.
To find out more about the Thrustmaster Freestyler, go to extendedplay.com. With the gradual phasing out of the Sega Dreamcast, we've been getting a lot of emails from viewers extolling the virtues of that company for making top-notch, innovative games. So, it's with you in mind that we have this run down memory lane.
Tune in. Turn on. Wrong. Out.
Welcome to your doom.
Stay cool. Don't let them freak you out.
And that's all I have to say on the subject.
Believe it or not, we just showed you 220 games in just over 2 minutes. Think you can name them all? Send us an email. Well, football season's over, unless you're a gamer. So here's Terry Jackson of the San Francisco 49ers with some very helpful tips on playing Madden 2001.
It doesn't get better than NFL football. But what do you do after the big bowl is over? You bust out Madden 2001 for the PS2. That's what. But if you're having trouble making it to the end zone, don't sweat it. We got some coaching from a pro.
Well, here we are at the San Francisco 49ers training facility, and with me right now is Terry Jackson, who plays for the San Francisco 49ers and also happens to be the champion of the 2000 Madden Bowl that occurred back in January of this year. So what are the 3 most important things for any Madden player to be thinking about to ensure that they're going to have a good chance of winning from playing Madden football?
Basically, find a good defense. That's your number 1 thing. Style. If you can shut somebody down, and it's going to set you up to, be victorious in these games.
They're blitzing. Davis gets the call.
Well, I think you got to have the mindset that you're going to be victorious. And, when a lot of guys play, you talk to your players. You talk to yourself, you're psyching everything up. Okay, you also want to look for mismatches. Look for your best mismatches, spread guys out, do a lot of different things.
Over to the left. And he's got his man.
If a team has a linebacker guarding a receiver, then you take advantage of that and you go for that position. You have like fast running backs or something like that. You got to use that person, the best player on your team, to make the best plays. I use the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I actually used a buddy of mine to kill everybody, Fred Taylor. He's one of the fastest running backs in the game, so I used him to just totally dominate, and I gave it to him pretty much every play, and I couldn't get stopped. If you have a play that nobody can stop, keep going with it. When I play with the 49ers, I definitely give it to myself every time.
What happens though if you get a little bit too predictable? If you always are tossing to
then you're gonna get beat. If you know what somebody's gonna do, it makes it very easy as a defensive player to stop that person. And you can do hot routes, and this is very key to the game. This was very key to my success. When they have the plays, they have regular routes. You press the top button here, the triangle, and look at the receiver I want to, and I can change his route while I'm at the line. Finally, go for it. You got to take chances on offense and defense. Don't be afraid to try new things.
Let's see that one again.
Have fun with the game. Just go for it, and you'll be successful.
If you'd like to see that strategy guide again, you can find it at extendedplay.com.
We also have all the reviews we showed you today, too.
And don't forget to join us for chats Mondays at 6 p.m. Eastern.
We'd like to thank Metreon for hosting us today, and that about does it for this edition of the show. Until next time, game over.
Norns are being tortured. We ask, why? And we help you design your own levels for Deus Ex. Plus, Conker is having a bad fur day on your N64. Stick around. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to Extended Play from Electronic Arts in Redwood City, California. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Kate Patello. And right now we are standing in the basketball gym that EA has.
At work.
Yeah. Now, aside from all their sports games, EA also publishes The Sims, and that was one of the most popular games of last year and this year. And sometimes it kind of makes you wonder. For instance, here's a question. Have you ever killed one of your Sims and then felt really bad about it?
It was an accident.
Negligence.
Anyhow, I didn't feel too bad, but many people do develop a sense of affection for their Sims or for characters in similar games like Creatures, and they become very upset when they pass away or appalled when they're mistreated.
Right, now this begs the question, are these creatures alive or are they just part of the game?
The more time you spend with games that simulate real people or critters, the more you can begin to wonder if they're really alive. One game franchise that has raised much debate from its users is the Creatures series from Creature Labs.
A lot of users have actually stated categorically that they believe that the creatures are alive. About 50% of them actually do believe that they're alive, and another 30% aren't really sure. All living things meet certain criteria that qualify them as being alive, and Norns fulfill most of the criteria, and in some cases all of the criteria. Does it metabolize or consume food? Does it respire? Does it reproduce? And does it respond to external stimuli? And our creatures do all of those things.
Oh. Other creatures fitting these criteria are the Sims from Maxis.
We don't quite know what to do with these artificial life forms. As they become more realistic and compelling, some people are inclined to treat them as if they were fully human. I think at the same time, the fascination right now is to test the limits of programming. You know, can we push it in a certain direction and that we don't think the game designer thought of, and then see what happens?
This raises the question of whether a game is always reacting exactly in the way the creators intended.
Basically, I want the games I program to surprise me. And The Sims does that on a daily basis. I see these hilarious things happen that were not explicitly programmed, but they were just a function of these simple rules interacting. You know, that's the really interesting part about it, is the emergent behavior.
No, the Sim is not alive. I don't view it that way, and it's partially because I'm so involved with the numbers and how this game is created and what the system is underneath. So when I look at the Sims as people, I mean, I know what the AI is. I know exactly how they're going to react to different things. So I'm a little bit biased towards looking at them as, you know, programs. They're little programs that run around.
We have a quite infamous user who's been in the community for quite a long time. And originally he began torturing the Norns in a sort of a social experiment. I think that there was a subtext in which he wanted to see how other users reacted to that. Their reaction to that was to send him death threats. So they seemed to think that it was all right to threaten a human being, a live human being, with torture and mutilation and death, whereas a digital creature maybe was, you know, was worth saving.
Well, I think anything we do in that game space right now that may seem abusive from one perspective is simply testing that limit and trying to figure out how realistic an artificial life form can become.
Get him, Laza! I remember playing The Sims. I decided to drive one of them out into the street and not give her access to food or fun or you know, the bathroom or anything else. And it was emotionally difficult to do it. The character stands in the street crying and is obviously upset, is lacking in social interaction, needs to go to the bathroom, needs to eat, needs to sleep, falls down and passes out in the street and then wakes up and cries some more. And it was just this incredibly distressing thing.
As you're suddenly struck with this creature that behaves as if it was fully human, our natural inclination is to project onto it other aspects of which we think are essential to being human, and we come up with an ethical set of principles. And that may be ultimately why games are a very useful tool for encouraging ethical discourse among young people, for encouraging them to think about the consequences of violence.
They are autonomous. They have minds of their own. They have qualities that make them quite convincing. And, you know, I don't mistreat my Norns. I keep a hold of them and I take responsibility for them, and I get quite attached to them.
You know, a large community is formed around Norn and Sim culture, and if you want to know more about it, just hop online.
Or come to the Extended Play website to find links to get into the discussion yourself.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
On three.
Coming up on Extended Play, not all squirrels are born equal.
Welcome back to Extended Play here amidst the sea of cubicles at Electronic Arts.
Record of Lodoss War, while not being very well known in the U.S., is actually considered a classic anime series in Japan.
Well, now a new game has been released based on the characters and story, and while it is an RPG, you'll find it has a lot more in common with Diablo than Final Fantasy.
Return to life! I am your friend!
Record of Lodos War: Advent of Cardus is an action RPG crafted from the anime series of the same name. You play a great warrior of the past who was resurrected by Wart the Magician to save the land from a dark fate, with courageous warriors like fan favorites Parn and Deedlit by your side. Lodos may be an RPG, but it focuses on action. Each battle happens in real time, often as a full-on melee. Unfortunately, due to a fairly non-existent AI, fighting boils down to a button-mashing fest. Lodos's graphics and sound are nothing special. Aside from the outstanding CG sequences...
Oh, how amusing.
The environments and characters are a bit bland. There's also an annoying amount of slowdown in a packed battle. Weapon and battle effects are fine, and the rest consists of grunting, groaning, and some very noisy boots. Speaking of grunts and groans, the voice acting is a definite groaner.
Hey, you seem to be fighting against the evil goddess.
Record of Lodos War: Advent of Cardus is a pretty shallow gaming experience that will probably only appeal to fans of the series or members of Button Mashers Anonymous. Extended Play gives Record of Lodos a 2 out of 5.
Despite our problems with Record of Lodos War, Conspiracy Entertainment does deserve some props for bringing that and other Japanese games like Bengayo over to the U.S. Now, our next game may very well be the swan song for the N64, but rarely does one sound as foul-mouthed as this one.
Why is it everybody so offensive around here?
Well, there's a reason for it. With Conker's Bad Fur Day, Rare has a game that is definitely not for everyone, but offers a hysterical and challenging take on the platform. The story in the game is flimsy. Conker has a hangover, and he wants to go home.
Oh, no.
The game moves in a linear fashion through various scenarios. This might sound limiting, but it allows for send-ups of movies from The Terminator to The Matrix. Unlike most platformers, Conker's doesn't emphasize collecting. Money is your only reward.
So, you want some great stuff?
The game uses context-sensitive pads that provide Conker with a skill unique to solving the problem at hand.
Okay, soldier, move it out.
The game is focused on its raunchy humor. The drive of the game is to solve the current puzzle to watch the next cutscene, and some of these will provide full belly laughs.
No. What is the world coming to? When a squirrel can't even go to a dinosaur-themed world without getting mugged by a bunch of prehistoric brats.
That doesn't mean that there isn't a real game here. In fact, the platforming and action in Conker's can become quite difficult towards the end. The one serious complaint about the game is the camera. It can make the game far more difficult than it intends to be. The graphics are without comparison on the N64 and go far to realize an adult cartoon universe.
This is pretty neat.
The game is strikingly short, but every moment is wonderfully designed and maintains a non-stop anarchic spirit. If you're of age and want a great time with the game, you couldn't do much better. Extended Play gives Conker's Bad Fur Day a 4 out of 5.
This gig gets worse and worse by the minute.
Now, Conker's does feature a great multiplayer option, but one of the best things to do is get a bunch of your friends together after you finish the game, go back and replay some of your favorite scenes. Personal favorite, the Matrix sequence. Now, Giant Citizen Kabuto is an excellent and gorgeous game, but playing it can really be a beast. Ooh, no offense.
Playing Giants can be a giant task. To help you break it down into bite-sized pieces, press T or Y to activate cheat mode, followed by these codes.
Pills! I need my pills, Mr. Bass! I am very hot.
For full health, please heal me. For infinite mana, I need spells. If you're building a base, speed up construction by typing base go very fast. Giants is hard. Let's go shopping. Open an instant shop by typing gimme gifts.
Coming up on Extended Play, we delve into the perilous life of the bouncer.
The entertainment area where we're enjoying a civilized game of pool.
Hey, you know what? If we were actually playing pool in the bouncer right now, somebody could come smashing through the window and kidnap me.
Yeah, then I have to get up and try to save you.
Well, you're losing anyway.
The Bouncer, Square's latest for the PS2, looks beautiful and plays well, but the lack of actual gameplay makes it end too quickly, which is where the problem lies.
Game over.
The game puts players in the role of Coup, Scion, and Volt, 3 staff bouncers who keep the peace at a bar named Fate.
Sorry, just doing my job.
In addition to their typical bouncer duties, our heroes must also rescue a kidnapped girl. The action takes place in between cutscenes that move the story along. At key points, conflicts arise, and you'll have no choice but to use brute force.
You will never get the girl back!
Depending on which bouncer you play, the story unfolds through their perspective with character-specific dialogue.
Night vision goggles.
The actual fighting is good. There are a decent number of special attacks and combination moves to be had, and taking on multiple AI opponents makes for solid action. The Bouncer delivers some of the best graphics the PS2 has seen with a signature Square look.
This time, I'll make sure I finish you off, along with your friends.
But it all comes back to the game's biggest flaw. There isn't much more to it than a handful of fights against opponents that are easy to defeat. Overall, extended play gives the Bouncer a scant 2 out of 5.
Speaking of Square games, Final Fantasy X and XI are still due out later this year. Not like you'd forget. Now, third-person action games for the PC, like Rune, have improved a lot technically over the last few years, but they're not all necessarily that much fun. Now, though, Blade of Darkness is tossing something new into the mix, along with that healthy dose of our favorite ingredient, mayhem.
The mythical homeland of your ancestors. What mysteries, what fate awaits you in the shadows of its sacred wilds?
In a world of overcomplicated RPGs and strategy titles, it's good to know there are PC games out there that cater to more simple tastes. Blade of Darkness is such a title and comes courtesy of Spain's Rebel Act Studios. You are placed in the shoes of one of 4 playable characters, an Amazon, a dwarf, a knight, and a barbarian. Each warrior's mission will be different, but all involve the tried and true premise of ridding the land of evil and such. The main draw of Blade of Darkness is its battle system. There's much hacking and slashing going on, and it is all well done. But don't expect to get away with simple button mashing. You'll have to pick the right attack at the right time, or else you'll find yourself at the other end of an unfriendly blade. Delivering wicked combos helps in surviving skirmishes if you can pull them off. One of the game's pluses is your ability to interact with your surroundings. You can grab a chicken leg and eat it, or even let out your frustrations on a stool. This immersiveness is complemented by the beautifully rendered environments, especially when you're casting shadows in the dungeons. With an unexpectedly fun and engrossing experience, Blade of Darkness is definitely a game worth checking out. Extended play gives Blade of Darkness a 4 out of 5.
Blade of Darkness, like Giant Citizen Kabuto, is another example of how PC titles are requiring beefier and beefier systems. Now, our next game is a title from Sega that's generated quite a bit of buzz because it's a first-person shooter, something they're not well known for. It's called Outrigger.
3, 2, 1.
A Sega first-person shooter? Originally made for the arcades, Outrigger will soon make its way to the Dreamcast. It'll be loaded with enough frenetic Quake-style action that'll make PC gamers drool in jealousy. Developed by Sega's now legendary AM2 department, Outrigger promises to deliver the same massively chaotic gameplay that made games such as Doom and Half-Life so popular. Of course, no first-person shooter would be complete without a hefty arsenal of weapons, and Outrigger delivers in this department. And with the simple control scheme centered around the Dreamcast controller, you should have no problem in holding your own against the slew of baddies out there.
3, 2, 1.
The game will offer both single and multiplayer features, as well as online play. So, just like Quake and Unreal, you'll be able to duke it out in an online free-for-all or capture the flag campaign. Look for Outrigger on store shelves come June 2001. Coming up on Extended Play, we find out what wireless technology can mean for gaming.
Welcome back to Extended Play at Electronic Arts in Redwood City, California. Now, as you can see, after a long day here at EA, we've retired to their sports bar. They have a sports bar at work.
Now, we have a foosball table.
Yes, we do.
But we have no sports bar. But if you look everywhere, there's cool sports memorabilia all over the place.
Yes, one can say it's cluttered with it. Slightly like my desk, except I have pizza boxes,
Takeout boxes,
bones,
chips.
Yeah, so the last thing I want to have are more wires to add to all the clutter.
Well, here, Adam, I have the perfect solution for you.
Good.
Look right here. We like to show you peripherals that might help you out ergonomically, and it's an added perk if they're wireless, like this, the Intel Wireless Series. It's all based around this base, which is a radio frequency receiver. Then there are different components, like a mouse, the keyboard, or the real reason we're here right now, the gamepad. Now, if you check out the buttons on the gamepad, they're the same as pretty much any other, although there is one difference, this little mouse button. If you hold down the mouse button, you can then use the D-pad for mousing, for menu options, and so forth. But the thing that I really like best about this is the way it feels. It's very small, lightweight, and you can hold it from any angle. Pretty cool, huh? See ya.
Deus Ex was definitely one of the best games of 2000, offering deep, complex gameplay. And while Deus Ex 2 is in development, it's going to be a while before it hits the shelves. But luckily, the Game of the Year edition of Deus Ex will include the SDK, so you can create your own maps and levels. But how do you do this? Well, luckily, we pulled aside Harvey Smith, the lead designer, to get some tips.
Hey, Adam, go on!
Welcome to UNATCO HQ. Our little family keeps getting bigger.
Okay, so you finished Deus Ex and you're ready to tackle the ambitious task of designing your own episode. But capturing the qualities that made Deus Ex Game of the Year material won't be easy. So we asked Harvey Smith, lead designer of Deus Ex, to give you Game Guru wannabes a few pointers.
And hopefully you can edit out all of that thievish playing that I was doing.
So, let's get started. Step 1. Grab a copy of the Deus Ex SDK. You're going to need it.
What we call the Deus Ex SDK is a tool set that includes our conversation editor, all of our trigger and scripting tools, and a modified version of Unreal Ed. It's everything that we use to make the game, short of a C++ compiler.
Step 2. Think about the story you want to tell.
We've had to endure much, you and I, but soon there will be order again.
Some of the people in the community who are using the SDK for mod making, there are people out there like Red Sun and some other groups that are really promising. They come up with an interesting high concept, and then they plan out at a lower level what they want to do, and then it gets down to the nuts and bolts. So these guys decided that they would take Paul Denton, the brother of the player character, and they'll back up in time a year, and they'll set a mission basically in Hong Kong and sort of explore what was Paul Denton doing during that period. And they just, that was their high concept, and they've run with it so far. So.
Step 3. Don't bite off more than you can chew.
Give me a chopper and a pilot and I'll handle it.
Think in focused terms. Don't shoot the moon. Don't try to build all of North America or anything remotely that large. Think in terms of like, I'm going to build this gas station. Every single thing that you would expect to happen at a gas station, from the pumps blowing up to there being a cash register behind, inside, to there being a cooler with, like cans of soda in it. I'm going to detail it to that level, and that's really the thing that separates out Deus Ex.
Step 4. Give the player some choices.
There is not a way to approach this mission. It's not all about figuring out what the designer had planned. It's more about getting the designer off the stage and putting the player on the stage. So if the player looks at an area and sort of collects information about it and makes a plan, what we wanted was for the player to be able to execute that plan and to have it succeed or fail and tell him why,
Step 5. Spit and polish.
Anyone who thinks they will make the game perfect the first time is just being arrogant or naive.
Don't despise training, my boy. Even you would be worthless without the shaping touch of drills and studies.
In test, we realized that there were several spots in the game that are just insanely difficult unless it occurred to you to try to sneak instead of, fight or whatever. But and we would tune those by like adding another alternate path. Hey, maybe the player will think about going around behind the building and breaking the window and and climbing in that way.
While designing a brand new scenario may seem daunting at first, with lots of patience and practice, you'll be sending J.C. Denton on a whole new adventure before you know it.
I'm ready, sir.
Yes. Yes, you are.
By the way, we should point out that the SDK for Deus Ex is really cool and well detailed, but it's kind of hard to use. So go out to our website for the full tips and interview with Harvey Smith.
And while you're there, check out the complete reviews for everything covered on today's show.
Or if you just want to talk about it, you can do that in our chats Monday nights at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Now we'd like to give a great big thanks to everyone here at Electronic Arts for hosting us today.
All right, you want to go shoot some hoops?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Okay then, till next time.
Game over.
Hey Mike, can you get me a Coke, only with ice this time?
Put it in a glass.
Right. Service.
Palmer, and you're watching Extended Play.
Coming up on Extended Play, we come to you from the biggest gaming show on Earth, the Electronic Entertainment Expo in Los Angeles. We give you the news from the show floor, show you the latest in the Final Fantasy series, and show you how to be a benevolent god in black and white. Stick around, it's game time.
Hello and welcome to Extended Play from the floor of E3 in Los Angeles. I'm Kate Patello.
And I'm Adam Sessler, and this is turning out to be quite a show. We're looking at the first playable Xbox games at a show. We'll also have PlayStation 2 titles that show that the console really has gained its confidence. And I think the big talk of the show, though, is GameCube, with some absolutely beautiful games that just went on display.
Now, of course, Nintendo, Microsoft, Sega, Sony, these are all huge and established brand names, but everybody had to start somewhere. So we went to the last GDC and visited the Independent Games Festival and checked out some of the unsigned talent there. They were there to play, show off their wares, and hopefully find a publisher. Video games are big business. With $10.5 billion in revenue last year, the game biz is looking to blow out the film industry in total sales. Not everyone making games is riding this tidal wave of cash, however. In order for a game to have much hope of financial success, it needs to have a publisher promote it and put it on retail shelves. If you're a developer without a publisher, well then, you're an independent.
It's a multiplayer, real-time strategy game. It's not like a lot of different games that collectively put together.
It's a multiplayer online tactical strategy combat action game.
It takes a lot of perseverance in order to formulate a game idea into a working title.
The funding's tough to get. We actually decided to go without any funding at all.
I used most of my evenings for a year and a half developing this.
Chase Ace 2 is a multiplayer 2D shooter that was developed by an independent Danish company with the unusual name Space Time Phone.
Well, it started as a test, and then it just kind of grew by itself. There's not many money in it in the beginning, and it's difficult to keep the spirits up when you don't see any result of all your hard efforts. We hope to find a publisher, basically, and to make it as big as possible.
I think the importance of the independent game developer in our community, I think they are the heart and soul of this industry. We published Wolfenstein, the Wolfenstein series, we published Doom, we published the early versions of Quake. What we ultimately look for in game developers is the passion to make this game, the vision and the passion to make this game.
I had this vision about a game in my head, but wasn't sure, what it was, but I felt like something I wanted to do. And so I called Dave and I said, hey man, let's make a game. And he said, okay. The next day we went to the coffee shop and just pounded out the idea.
The real-time strategy title Iron Squad from indie developer Gigantic Games had very humble beginnings.
Well, we started in my kitchen, right? And that lasted about 2 years.
Yeah, this guy's lived on my couch for so long. I was really glad we got an office. We don't have other people in the industry to say, you're doing the thing this right. We're just kind of winging it, but obviously we're doing something right since we're here.
One of the key roles of the independent game developers is to make sure the market feels the vitality of what can be done, right? They'll be more aggressive, they'll take more risks, right? They're not quote-unquote corporate yet. And they'll do something that someone says that's impossible because they say, no, it isn't. I know I can make that happen.
That's the spirit that allowed Ethermoon Entertainment to develop Stripe Shadow.
We founded the company about 2 years ago. I basically quit my job to go down this path.
Martin had an idea for a new multiplayer game and searched through the StarCraft community to find creative people who shared his vision.
We got 6 people on the team. I'm in Philadelphia. We got one guy out here who lives in California, 2 in Pittsburgh, 1 a student up in Boston, and then the 6th is in England. We've actually run this entirely as a virtual corporation. Here at the IGF in San Jose is the first time a lot of the team members are meeting. We do almost all our work online, email, chat. You gotta have the stamina to, the focus to make it all the way through, because it's a long journey. If it was easy, everyone would do it.
Adventurous indie developers are making headway with new ideas for PC games. We're seeing next-gen consoles become technically closer to PCs, so new opportunities are opening up.
I can supposedly, with the right setup and configuration, emulate an Xbox on my PC. That means that, I can sit there and, as an independent, my budget for this game was $55, I'm a PhD student, I work full-time, this is Friday nights for me. But I can still, dream about developing for the Xbox.
With independent developers able to infiltrate the console market, the landscape of gaming could be revolutionized forever.
We know what indie movies did for Hollywood, so it should be very interesting to see what indie games are going to do for the mainstream game publishers. Now, since we're at E3, there's been a lot of news. The biggest story, of course, is that the GameCube games finally were shown, and they look good. If you want to see the entire Nintendo press conference, you can see that and game footage at extendedplay.com. But that's not all that's happening here at E3. Here's more news. Unlike the calendar year, which runs January to December, the gaming year runs May to May, kicked off by E3, the biggest gaming conference in America. And like any enormous trade show, E3 makes good with plenty of news and surprises. This year is no different. Nintendo was the star with the highly anticipated GameCube. The launch date is set for November 5th, with the retail price still pending. The GameCube titles making a splash are Luigi's Mansion, Pikmin, and Star Fox Adventures Dinosaur Planet. Microsoft is also making an impressive showing. They've announced the release date of the Xbox as November 8th. The retail price will be $299. Playable demos of long-awaited games such as Halo and Munch's Odyssey are giving gamers a chance to get their hands on the Xbox controllers. And like every E3, the show floor dazzles with titles people can't stop talking about until their release date. For more highlights from the show floor, go to extendedplay.com. Coming up on Extended Play, El Sessler rules over his very own island in our review of Tropico.
Dale Hart Jr., and you're watching Extended Play on Tech TV.
Welcome back to Extended Play on the floor of E3.
Well, here we are at the Xbox booth. It's interesting, Microsoft didn't really have any new big surprises about the Xbox to tell here at E3, though the games still do look quite good.
Although one title that's been getting some good attention is Obi-Wan.
Yes, now that's a more serious-minded Star Wars game, although there's been a recent release that is more big-headed about the story.
Right, it's Super Bombad Racing. Okay, so it's not Mario Kart 64. Doesn't mean it isn't fun.
Super deformity abounds in the Star Wars universe with Super Bombad Racing. This latest offering from LucasArts puts the cast of The Phantom Menace in a hectic Grand Prix free-for-all. It is also the first kart racer to be released on the PS2. Bye-bye! While Bombad Racing doesn't play as solidly as Mario Kart, the gameplay mechanics are dramatic enough to make the game interesting. Your racers aren't planted on the ground, so you'll have to adjust to a rather floaty physics engine. Each character has their own unique attributes, so be sure to try out all of them. Fortunately, the racers are not so radically different that the gameplay gets knocked off balance. And no kart racer would be complete without power-ups. In the case of Bombad, you have gadgets. These include frontal and rear attacks, force fields, and boosts. Every circuit features different settings from the Phantom Menace, plus each track has its own share of shortcuts, if you can find them. If you've grown up on Mario Kart, you might be too jaded to get hooked on Super Bombad Racing, but there is no doubt that this game is a lot better than the cookie-cutter kart racers of late. That's why we give Star Wars Super Bombad Racing a 3 out of 5.
Now, some of you may wonder what a bombad is. It's making a sharp turn in the game by pressing both the gas and the brake at the same time. It's that or Jar Jar's word for cool. Now, speaking of cool, there's nothing I dream of more than being a dictator on a small tropical island. Now, it could be just me, but if you have had such fantasies of power, you can experience them in Tropico. Anyone who plays computer games knows that in the end, it's all about power.
Congratulations on your recent rise to power, Presidente. And might I add, you're looking especially powerful today.
But with Pop Tops Tropico, you get the added bonus of a lush Caribbean setting. At its heart, Tropico is a builder, where you, as El Presidente, must lead your people, or if you please, just yourself, into prosperity by creating a functioning island economy. Growing corn and pineapples will only get you so far. Your people need churches, markets, jobs, education, and you, of course, need a little extra cash on the side.
Presidente, I am glad to see that you are putting something away for yourself in Switzerland.
With careful planning, you'll have a budding banana republic on your hands. Comparisons to SimCity are obvious, but Tropico adds a refreshing dose of personality to the mix. For starters, you get to tailor your dictator by making him charismatic or a financial genius. But you have to temper this by giving him some flaws, like kleptomania or flatulence. Okay, so it's not exactly dripping with realism. Or is it? These character traits help shape how the people of Tropico react to your governing. And here lies the beauty of Tropico, the people. Zoom all the way in on the map, and you can see your nicely animated populace going about their lives. And better yet, you can click on any one of them and learn everything about them. Their name, where they work, where they live, even what they're thinking. And if you're not being as attentive to their needs, some young upstart might decide to run against you in the next election. Fortunately, El Presidente has his loyal armed guards to deal with such unpleasantness.
Rest in peace, muchacho.
Pop Top could have gone further down this road and simulated some of the darker elements, like town brothels and the drug trade, but the tongue-in-cheek attitude suits Tropico's sunny atmosphere well. And it's this personality and character mixed with simple but deep gameplay that makes Tropico a solid 4 out of 5.
Presidente, the people's hatred for you knows no bounds.
Coming up on Extended Play, we delve into the underwater world of Aquanauts and venture to the realm of Gaia in our extended preview of Final Fantasy X.
Hey guys, what's up? I'm Lita from the World Wrestling Federation, and you're watching Extended Play.
Welcome back to Extended Play from the floor of E3 in Los Angeles.
Now, here in the Sony booth, there really aren't many surprises this year because the PS2 is already out. But what we are seeing are titles that are far more robust than at last year's show.
Well, let me think of one. Final Fantasy X?
Yes, I think that might be one.
Yeah, there you go. Now, we got a sneak peek of that at the Tokyo Game Show, but it was really cool when we had a one-on-one with Square. So, sit back now, relax, but don't blink, because you don't want to miss a moment of the beautiful Final Fantasy X.
If you're looking for a synonym for hotly anticipated, you can't do much better than Final Fantasy X. The series is back in all its glory and then some. Tetsuya Nomura strikes again with heart-stopping and crush-inducing character designs. In a new twist, we can get to know the players better by hearing them speak. Hi! Meet Tidus, plucky hero and handsome devil. Now, meet Yuna. She's a summoner of Shin warrior spirits. Just take a look at the summons. Each summoning is breathtaking. Summoned Shin stay in the fight and stick around for a while to help. With the random battles you'll be facing, you'll need all the help you can get. Final Fantasy's journey in 3D allows you to take exploratory journeys of your own. With real-time rendered backgrounds, you'll want to. Everything is a sigh-inducing feast for the eyes. You can sigh over the Japanese version of Final Fantasy X in July, or pine away until it hits American shores in early 2002.
If you want to learn more about the plot and gameplay mechanics of Final Fantasy X, you can find it at the Extended Play website, where you'll also find a history of the whole series. Now, our next game deals with crisis situations. The world is blown up. Everyone has to live underwater. And it doesn't even end there. Aquanauts is the new submarine game being developed by Fish Tank Interactive. And thanks to improved PC speed and graphics, the underwater world has never looked so crisp and, well, watery. The game takes place in the future, after a nuclear war has forced all the survivors to settle underwater. A major landslide opens a series of caverns and frees the ancient gods that have been imprisoned there. Thus, the conflict begins. Players assume the role of a mercenary subpilot who battles human and monster enemies in his quest to save human civilization. Claiming over 40 different battlecrafts, 30 non-linear missions, and crazy underwater dog fish fights, Aquanauts is shaping up to be quite the adventure. The game will also feature both cooperative and deathmatch multiplayer modes. If you're getting tired of battling on land or in the air, watch out for Aquanauts, due out in the fall.
Now, if you're thinking that looks pretty, it's probably because Aquanauts is one of the first games being designed specifically with NVIDIA's GeForce 3 video card in mind. Now, we're here at EA's booth, and they'll be bringing you Harry Potter soon enough. But in the meantime, EA Sports Big has got something for you. If your idea of a game of hoops is a couple of quick pickup games of horse in your local park, you might be ready for NBA Street.
Looking for a cool sports game to take your mind off the summer heat? Well, you can stop looking because NBA Street is coming out for the PS2. Emerging out of EA Sports' big label, NBA Street is a rough and rowdy 3-on-3 street ball game taken to the extreme. Games are played to 21 points, and there's an accelerated shot clock that'll keep things fast and furious. Goaltending will be legal, so knowing how to shot block is key. Character-wise, you'll get to use NBA stars such as Kobe and Shaq, plus a number of EA big originals.
Right, let's see what you've got then.
NBA Street looks to manhandle the basketball genre by using similar elements that made SSX such a big hit. This includes the use of outrageous tricks and maneuvers. Now, these moves aren't just for show. Doing tricks will fill up your trick meter, which in turn allows you to steal points from your opponent. So now you can look cool and win at the same time. NBA Street is scheduled to ship in summer 2001.
Coming up on Extended Play. Having problems with your newfound deity status? We have a strategy guide that'll stop your cows from kicking your pigs.
Hey, I'm Karen Duffy from Into Networks. You're watching Extended Play.
Welcome back to Extended Play from the floor of E3 in Los Angeles. I'm Kate Patello.
And I'm Adam Sessler. Now, when you have something as big as Pokemon, you're likely going to find a competitor. And in this case, it's also a mon or monster.
Now, this is Digimon, or the digital monster. And these are little creatures that digivolve into very powerful fighters. So let's check out the intro to their new game, Digimon World 2.
Shigeru Miyamoto showed off a new game for the GameCube called Peakman, a game they say could be as big as Pokemon. Let's hope Bandai stays away from this one. Now, Black and White is a game where you play a god and you control a cow, an ape, or a tiger, but sometimes it can be a wee bit difficult because no one wrote a manual on how to be a god. So here's a strategy guide for a few tips. Okay, it's a no-brainer. The Black and White, the PC game, where you play God overlooking the development of humankind, is a bona fide hit.
Thank you. Thank you for your mercy.
What's a little more debatable is how in God's name you're supposed to rule a game that has villagers being sacrificed, gorillas slapped, and cows kicking pigs. The most engaging and strategic aspect of the game for many people is creature management. With a little influence, the creature will do your bidding in helping rule the villagers and your world. The first thing to consider when beginning to raise your pet is which path you want him to take, good or evil. Just like yourself, your pet will form his own code of ethics, mostly by watching you and by what behaviors you reward or punish. Bad creature. Very bad. Do not eat the villagers. Since you have limited direct control over your creature, you should take full advantage of the leashes to help control its behavior. The leash of learning will speed up the rate at which your creature learns from watching you. Your creature will not only notice what you do, but how you do it, and even who or what you do it to. For example, if you want to train your creature to throw rocks at the enemy temple, show him and he'll catch on. Hopefully. There are over 16 different pets to choose from, ranging from apes to tigers and cows. Oh my! Picking one that's right for your style is important. The ape in single-player games is a good choice because it learns at the fastest rate of all the starting creatures. However, in multiplayer games, the tortoise seems to be the clear favorite, with its aptitude at managing villagers, plus its lightning-quick combat moves. You can choose to play the game focusing more on the needs of the villagers than your creature, and still be successful. This is because you can accomplish all you want with your direct intervention and with the skillful use of miracles. The only way to get prayer power needed to cast miracles is through villagers. Of course, what's the fun of being a supreme being without a ton of devoted followers? A good strategy for converting the simple-minded humans is striking the town with lightning.
Make them suffer.
Then create the miracle of rain to put out the flames. The townsfolk will think you are the best thing since sliced bread. These strategies are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the staggering levels of complexity and depth in Black and White. Just like your creature, you'll learn a heck of a lot just by trying new things out for yourself. And just like your creature, you'll probably learn the hard way.
If you missed anything in that strategy guide, don't worry. You can find it at extendedplay.com along with our Ultimate Fighting Championship strategy guide.
Yes, which seems very fitting for some reason, I don't know. Remember, you can also see the entire Nintendo press conference plus footage of the GameCube, the first game footage available at extendedplay.com.
Now don't forget, next week is our all E3 show. Everything we can get our hands on, we're bringing it to you.
But that does it for this show, so until next time,
game over.
Hey, this is Tony Hawk, Pro Skater. You're watching Extended Play.
Coming up on a special edition of Extended Play, we go to the biggest gaming show on Earth, the Electronic Entertainment Expo in Los Angeles. We'll show you Nintendo's new console system, the GameCube, the latest developments in Microsoft's highly anticipated Xbox, and run down the best titles of the expo. Stick around, it's game time!
Hello and welcome to Extended Play for the Electronic Entertainment Expo in Los Angeles, California. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Kate Patello, and this year is a really exciting E3. What with the Xbox and the GameCube coming out this year, and on top of
of that, both companies have announced that the consoles are going to be released within 3 days of each other.
It's going to be a tough choice come November, especially when you also consider the fact that we've seen some very strong PlayStation 2 titles, as well as some must-plays for the PC.
Now, E3 is a crazy scene. We've got celebrities running around, skateboarders, costumes, but ultimately, it's all about the games.
It's been insanity for 7 years, and it's just crested one more time.
E3 2001. There were crowds, celebrities,
Video games are the big thing today, and that's why we're here.
and oh yeah, games.
I'm a hardcore gamer, so I got a lot of questions. I'm here at the place where you get the answers.
More than 400 exhibitors showcased thousands of new titles and technologies, including many products seen for the first time ever at E3. If that doesn't excite you, well, there was lots of free stuff too.
Would you like one of these? Giving away free t-shirts.
There were pro skaters,
It's crazy. It's sensory overload.
pro surfers,
Pretty amazing, all the stuff here.
and pro survivors in attendance.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, quite an event.
And here's a shock, Pikachu was in the house. There was the usual slew of highly amped sequels, as well as some anticipated originals. PC games were out in force, with new takes on franchises like The Sims and reliance on old standby genres like real-time strategy. The big excitement was generated by upcoming online games like PlanetSide. When push comes to shove, however, this show was dominated by the consoles. The battle of the next-gen manufacturers kicked off the day before E3 with press conferences from each of the big three console makers. Xbox and PlayStation showed off some new games, while Nintendo finally gave us a look at their GameCube and its upcoming titles.
Let me introduce you to our new baby.
We finally learned the release dates of both the consoles.
In the United States, on November 5th.
On November the 8th, in the North American market.
These companies seem bent on going head-to-head this holiday season.
And all the attention that's going to be spent on gaming this holiday season, it's just going to tickle the industry. It's going to be great.
I think you're going to have massive consumer confusion this year. It's not at all clear where you should spend your $300.
There didn't seem to be too much confusion at the packed Nintendo booth. Gamers had to wade through an ocean of onlookers in order to get a chance to play the GameCube and Game Boy Advance. Xbox drew a big crowd as well, as gamers got their first chance to actually play Oddworld, Halo, and other upcoming games. PlayStation's booth took up the most acreage this year, while showing more of the PS2's networking and online ability. GameCube was the big story of this year's E3, although Xbox and Sony showcased some impressive new games for their systems. It's clear the console war is far from over.
Now that ought to give you a good idea as to what this year's exciting E3 was all about, but you need to know more. You need to see video, you need to see interviews, which means you need to go to extendedplay.com.
Coming up on Extended Play, it's a big year for Nintendo. We'll see what's coming to the GameCube. Plus, batten down your hard drives, there's a load of new games coming to your PC.
Hey, this is your Olympic hero, Kurt Angle, and you're watching Extended Play. It's true. It's true.
Welcome back to Extended Play from E3 in Los Angeles.
On Wednesday, May the 16th, 2001, gamers caught their first glimpse of the games for Nintendo's GameCube.
And boy, was there a lot to see. Usually people have pretty high expectations from the Big N, and this time they delivered. Welcome to Nintendo Country. It was here that the throngs of attendees got their first long look at what the Big N had up its sleeve. And this year, Nintendo had a really big sleeve. First up at bat was the Game Boy Advance. With its June 11th release date right around the corner, people lined up to see what kinds of games they would be playing. Judging from what we saw, expect to take a trip through Nostalgia Land. You got your Mario games, your F-Zero title, and a return to Castlevania as well. And then we'll be able to look forward to strategy, role-playing, puzzle games, and Banjo-Kazooie. Yes, there is a God. But the real story and the real crowds could be found at the other side of the booth, where attendees got their very first hands-on experience with the mysterious GameCube, a system that by most accounts is not as technically powerful as the Xbox. But throughout the show, Nintendo maintained that it's not about power, it's about gameplay.
When it comes to gameplay, the GameCube is the best machine in terms of the balancing and in terms of the power necessary to create the best games ever. Having said that, however, we're not just going to concentrate on so-called gorgeous graphics and gorgeous sounding games, because if we only focus on great pictures and great sounds, that will spoil the joy that is a very important aspect of gameplay.
And from the looks of the glassy-eyed gamers lining up to play, Nintendo did much to bring a sense of pure fun back into video games. In fact, the entire booth took on a joyous party-like atmosphere, as the people were relieved that Nintendo hadn't lost their touch.
I'm very glad people are excited. We are working very hard to introduce more and more unique and surprising games.
And it was the games, not the system, that generated the most excitement. Everything on the floor for GameCube was playable and quite polished. Among the titles shown were Luigi's Mansion, a surprisingly fun title that has Mario's taller, greener brother playing Ghostbuster with a flashlight and a vacuum cleaner. The highly original Pikmin mixes strategy and puzzle elements in an easy-to-play package. Star Fox returns in an action-adventure format, and to be honest, it seemed a little odd to see Fox without his ship. A new version of Wave Race is also in the works, and the water effects are absolutely stunning. And then there was Cameo, Elements of Power, a game that bears more than a passing resemblance to Shiny's PC hit Sacrifice. Look for this one to turn some heads as it gets closer to release. Other games like NBA Courtside, Super Smash Bros. Melee, and the now famous Rogue Leader were present as well. And down the road, the GameCube will add the action RPG Raven Blade and the can't wait for it to get here Metroid Prime to the roster. To say that Nintendo wowed E3 attendees would be an understatement. What happens come November is anyone's guess, but at this point, it's clear that Nintendo's got game.
Now, obviously, Nintendo's had some big, happy surprises for us at this year's E3, and we're sure there's more to come. Now, last year, Return to Castle Wolfenstein was drawing huge crowds when it made its debut, and this year, people are still piling up to look at it. But as far as the PC arena goes, there hasn't really been a big, huge surprise or shocker. However, with improvements in technology like the GeForce 3, you still don't want to underestimate the PC.
Yes, the old PC has brought us some of the most innovative games to date. But lately it's been overshadowed by the hype surrounding this year's new slew of consoles and games. And thus the question arises, is the PC going the way of the dinosaur?
No, I don't think the PC will ever die.
Millions and millions of people have PCs and they love games on the PC.
That's right, amigos. If you haven't gotten the message yet, the PC is still going strong. And that was more apparent than ever on the E3 floor as game companies showed off their new premier games. Everything from real-time multiplayer strategy games to first-person shooters, superheroes, teenage sorcerers, aliens, predators, wrestlers, soldiers, the Middle Ages, revamped board games, and trains. Some companies like Disney rolled out their high-profile celebs to draw in the crowd.
It's only $29.99 and it's out right now, so buy the game. You can have a great time.
And Infogrames' preview beta of Survivor cashed in on the latest television trend with its two newest stars.
Expect the worst and be prepared for the worst, because it will live up to it.
World War II-themed first-person shooters have become popular this year, with such highly sought-after titles as Activision's Return to Castle Wolfenstein.
Not your daddy's World War II. Want to show us the flamethrower real quick? There it is.
And our hat also goes off to Cornered Rat's World War II online Blitzkrieg, which hopes to recreate the entire Second World War in every theater of operation.
Massively multiplayer, up to 10,000 people in the same virtual world.
Not to be outdone in the massive multiplayer department, Variant Interactive comes out of the gates a-swinging with PlanetSide, a surefire hit with shooter fans. And Blizzard Entertainment gets huge props for its Diablo II expansion pack. Another one that looks to be a hit with kids and adults alike is Sierra's Empire Earth.
Can you fight people, go to war?
Oh, definitely, yeah. With every kind of
man rendering weapon that's ever been created.
And if that's not enough destruction for you, be sure to check out Crave's new real-time strategy game, Freedom Force, which lets you create your very own 60s-style superhero, fight supervillains, and thrash a city.
It's good, clean, wholesome violence.
So there you have it, gamers, a quick look at some of the PC games heading toward a store near you. Coming up on Extended Play, the PlayStation 2 is out and about with a ton of new titles on the way, and Microsoft's Xbox revs up for release.
Hi folks, my name is Arlie Ermy, better known as Gunnery Sergeant Hartman. You're tuned to Tech TV Extended Play. Don't reach up and touch that dial because I will rip your arm off and beat you to death with a bloody stub.
Welcome back to Extended Play from E3 in Los Angeles.
Now, last year's E3, Sony got to be the big man on campus with their then upcoming PlayStation 2.
Yeah, well, so they don't have a big console coming out this year. That doesn't mean they're not making a strong showing on the game side.
If there was one word to sum up the PS2 software presence at E3, it would be variety. PlayStation 2 solidified its image as the system for all gamers as developers came to the expo with titles from all genres. In the category of action games, Bandai came out mechs a-blazing with not one, but two Gundam fighters, Journey to Jaburo and Zeonic Front. EA's new Bond game, Agent Under Fire, showed promise, and so did State of Emergency, a unique title courtesy of Rockstar Games where you take part in a full-fledged riot against the man. In terms of adventure games, you'll definitely want to keep an eye out for Maximo. This hack and slasher pays homage to the Ghosts and Goblins franchise, giving it a next-gen 3D makeover. Blood Omen 2 and Soul Reaver 2 of the Legacy of Kain series both looked solid, and so did Devil May Cry, Capcom's next big survival horror title. But if the macabre is not your thing, you can always count on Solid Snake and Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty. For the RPG lovers, Dark Cloud showed great potential and should tide you over until Final Fantasy X comes out in the fall. When it came to driving games, it was all about the sequels. While Gran Turismo 3 could hardly be ignored, many eyes also turned to Spy Hunter, a very exciting update to the classic Midway game of the same name. Wipeout Fusion's presence was a surprise. Sony America is still contemplating a US release, but judging by this footage, we can't help but feel optimistic about seeing it here. For all you sports fans out there, well, take your pick. You can look forward to the next slew of ESPN titles or get a head start on next year's Winter Games. If your motto is extreme or nothing, the X Games of 2001 will be your one-way ticket to Nirvana. You can take to the ramps in Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX 2, or try something more off the wall with the cel-shaded Yanya Kabalistya featuring Gawu. From Extreme Pro's EA Big, NBA Street looked like a surefire hit, with NBA stars doing it street ball style. And SSX got us drooling yet again with their sequel. Sony clearly has a solid hold of their software library, and since it's games, not specs, that count in a game system's success, Sony has positioned itself for a fighting chance as the console war continues.
I'm already seeing more platformers for the PlayStation 2 than I saw for the original PlayStation. And one of my favorites is Capcom's Maximo, which is the 3D version of my favorite game of all time, Ghosts and Goblins. The new kid on the block here at E3 is Microsoft with the Xbox. We've seen some stuff in the past, but their presence here on the show floor gives us a good sense of what's coming November 8th. On November 8th, Microsoft, a company with little experience in console gaming, will start selling the Xbox for $299. 3 days earlier, Nintendo, the most established name in console gaming, will release the GameCube for $100 less. This isn't David versus Goliath, this is the clash of the Titans. Microsoft strove to prove that the Xbox is a console. Games like the lighthearted Mad Dash and the visually stunning Dead or Alive 3 are unlikely to ever show up on the PC. Even with 15 to 20 titles available at launch, Xbox still needs to produce that one game, that system seller, that will bring the droves into their local stores.
People are digging Halo in a big way. Maybe that's the #1 box mover. I don't know.
Originally, Halo was thought to be the standout launch title. On the show floor, the unfinished game looked like a technically strong shooter, but seemed to fall short of its original promise of revolutionary gameplay. It seems that the biggest promotional possibility will be an odd one. Much as Odyssey continues to look strong in graphics and gameplay, Microsoft is clearly placing a lot of trust in it to get gamers to slap down cash for the Xbox. So the real question is, come November, what are gamers gonna buy?
You can imagine a 2-console family, that you have a family-oriented gaming system, maybe a GameCube in the living room, where the content there is more family-oriented and more group-oriented, and then the older brother might have an Xbox up in his room where you can spend more time playing games like Halo, where the family might not want to have that downstairs on the TV set in front of 6-year-olds.
I'd probably buy GameCube and Xbox, and probably a Dreamcast for like $50 by then.
If Nintendo presents themselves as the makers of quality family games and Sony champions their cool, how will Microsoft define themselves?
We want it to be the machine that gamers really aspire to have, that really dream about. They have posters on their wall and think about it. It's not a Volkswagen Beetle, it's not a minivan, it's a Ferrari.
It's that image that Microsoft will have to develop between now and November 8th.
You can look at our awareness of Xbox in the target market, 65%. We haven't spent one advertising dollar yet.
And with $500 million available to preach the Xbox gospel, by fall it should be clear that Microsoft is in the game and in it to stay.
Coming up on Extended Play, Sega's gone cross-platform. We'll check out their lineup for next-gen systems. Plus, so many games, so little time. We'll show you the best of E3.
Hi, I'm Kelly Slater, and you are watching Extended Play.
Welcome back to Extended Play from E3 in Los Angeles.
Now, at the beginning of this year, when Sega announced they would no longer be supporting the Dreamcast, probably by the beginning of 2002, there were some very upset Sega fans.
You bet, but you know what? They had nothing to be bummed about because Sega is going to keep doing what Sega does best, software.
Last year, Sega, with their hopes pinned on the Dreamcast, had a huge presence at E3. This year, Sega was tucked away in a corner, hoping to downplay its Dreamcast debacle and concentrate on what's to come. Sega's new strategy is to work as a third-party developer and concentrate on games. And let's face it, games are what Sega does best. Sega will be releasing at least 30 titles on the Dreamcast this year, with sequels for Sonic Adventure, Shenmue, and Crazy Taxi. Sega has also announced partnerships with their once arch rivals Sony and Nintendo, as well as console newcomer Microsoft.
Yeah!
Nintendo's GameCube will get 10 titles, including Super Monkey Ball and Virtua Striker 3 version 2002. They'll also be porting the virtual world of Phantasy Star Online to Nintendo's new console. The Xbox has acquired Crazy Taxi next, House of the Dead 3, and Jet Set Radio Future. Virtua Fighter 4 and Space Channel 5 have gone to the PlayStation 2. Hugely popular sports titles NFL 2K2 and NBA 2K2 will be available for both the PS2 and the Xbox. And Sega's hoping to dominate third-party sales with their online expertise. Though Sega has dropped out of the hardware wars, they will still be a major force in gaming. With Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo trying to prove their console's worth, each will be trying to win over Sega's loyal fanbase.
Now, for those of you that are wondering about Shenmue 2, Yu Suzuki was at the Sega booth and said the game is near completion. Now, speaking of completion, most of the games we see at E3 aren't done, so we really don't know which are going to be the best when they're released, but we do know which ones we're most excited about. Of the hundreds of games showcased at E3 every year, there are always a few that stand out in the crowd. So instead of trying to figure out what were the best titles this year, we settle on those games that make you go, Over at the Nintendo booth, the clear choice was Pikmin, an engaging title that initially looks too cute for its own good. Underneath it all, the concept of raising an army of plant monsters and making them do your bidding, with sometimes rather nasty results, is frankly irresistible. Several Xbox titles were also eye-catching, but Munch's Odyssey is still the one that'll make you stop and stare. It was quite playable on the show floor, and let's face it, we're anxious to return to Oddworld and play around.
The PS2 had the lion's share of beautiful titles at the show, but the one that made everyone stop and stare was Silent Hill 2. The game is creepy and disturbing, and expect some good voice acting this time round.
See? I'm real.
Finally, PC gamers need not worry. There was some real innovation here, but in the end, we couldn't take our eyes off Sigma. It's a real-time strategy game without set units. Instead, you can invent your own by mixing up different animal species. So finally, we can see just how dangerous a land shark really is.
Now, one title we couldn't show you just then was Star Wars Galaxies, but it looks like it's going to be fantastic. But don't worry, we've got a full article for you at extendedplay.com.
And while you're there, read all of our in-depth previews of the games we loved here at the show.
Or if you want to get the full scoop on what Adam and I thought, join us in our chat Friday nights at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Well, that's about it for our E3 show, but the year ahead in gaming is looking exciting, and you're going to see it here on Extended Play.
We will definitely keep you posted. So that's about it for this special E3 edition of Extended Play. So for the moment,
game over.
Now remember, there's more of the hottest new video games from Extended Play on TechTV.com. Now sit tight, because the screensavers are coming your way.
This is Colby Donaldson from Survivor, and you are watching Extended Play.
Watch Extended Play, or I'll vote you off the tribe.
Coming up on Extended Play, Nintendo has released its new handheld, the Game Boy Advance. Is it worth upgrading from your Game Boy Color? We find out about the hardware and what games you can pick up for the new portable. Plus, we review a first-person shooter that's out of this world. And hit the dance pads with the strategy guide for Dance Dance Revolution. Stick around. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to Extended Play from beautiful San Francisco. I'm Kate Patella.
And I'm Adam Sessler. Now, since it's summer, the situation may arise where you suddenly want a game, but you can't find yourself anywhere near a television set. Say you're on a boat. Now, that's where portable gaming comes in, and luckily, the Game Boy Advance has just been released.
Now, since that happened, of course, it's been a welcome productivity killer for all members of Extended Play staff, although there is new Extended Play rule number 1.
No Game Boy Advance during production meeting.
Exactly. But of course, now that it's on U.S. shelves, it's ready to leap into idle hands everywhere. But before you leap, look at this.
I like games and I want to take them with me. This is the attitude that has made portable gaming hugely popular around the world. For over a decade, the Nintendo Game Boy line has dominated the handheld market, eliminating most other challengers. Even competitors with superior technology, like the Atari Lynx or the Sega Game Gear, were no match for the Nintendo juggernaut. The Game Boy debuted in 1988 as a bulky gray machine with a green-on-gray display. That model was followed by the Game Boy Pocket, which was leaner than the original model, but hadn't yet added color to the display. The Technicolor transition happened with the Game Boy Color. The time has arrived for the next leap in portable gaming. That leap is the Game Boy Advance. When the GBA first hit the shelves in Japan, stores sold out almost immediately. Japanese consumers greedily snatched up every available console. The American launch was similar, as fans lined up to be the first to get their hands on the Game Boy Advance.
Can I have the see-through Game Boy Advance?
In fact, all 500,000 GBAs in the first shipment sold through within the first week, making it America's fastest-selling game console ever. So what's everyone so excited about? Well, for one, there's the hardware. The Game Boy Advance has a 32-bit processor compared with the 8-bit processor of the Game Boy Color. This makes the Advance about 17 times faster than the Game Boy Color. In order to display this increased speed, Nintendo has made the screen 50% bigger and boosted resolution. There's a palette of over 30,000 colors that it can potentially display compared to the Game Boy Color's piddly 56. The Game Boy Advance allows up to 20 hours of playing time. That's about twice as long as the Game Boy Color's battery life. Oh yeah, and then there's the games. There were about 17 games available at launch, with many more to follow. Over 60 developers are working on games for the Game Boy Advance. Not only are classic games like Super Mario Bros. And Castlevania being ported to the handheld console, but newer characters like Matt Hoffman and Spider-Man are making their way to the GBA. Many companies are developing Game Boy Advance titles to be released in conjunction with more robust versions for the big consoles like Xbox and GameCube. And speaking of the Cube,
Game Boy Advance, in fact, is a bit of a Trojan horse. It's destined to become one of the controllers on the Nintendo GameCube, which launches later this year.
Nintendo clearly hopes that after acquiring the GBA Trojan horse, consumers will be more inclined to buy a GameCube over the other next-gen consoles this fall. For now, the GBA allows you to link and play with up to 4 other players once you buy the communication cable. Everyone can join in on the same Mario Kart race while only using one cartridge. Nintendo is clearly banking on the GBA to create buzz for the company in the coming months leading to the GameCube launch.
With the launch of Game Boy Advance and with the launch of Nintendo GameCube this year, we are going to link them, we are going to expand the whole entertainment.
Meanwhile, the world will continue to be flooded with Game Boys. Nintendo has ruled the handheld market up to this point, and it looks like their reign is only going to be extended into the future.
For reviews of the must-have Game Boy Advance launch titles or opinions on the GBA itself, come on out to extendedplay.com.
The Game Boy Advance launch has been big news, but wait, there's more.
Last week marked the premiere of the Tomb Raider movie starring Angelina Jolie. While most movies based on games have bombed, Double Dragon. The spectacle and star power behind the Tomb Raider movie means big bucks at the box office. So far, though, reviewers have been panning the movie. The Dreamcast will soon be able to connect with the PS2 through the internet. Once rivals in a game hardware battle, Sony and Sega will now be collaborating in online game applications and services. Sega plans to release a new version of its online game software series in August for the Dreamcast, followed shortly by the release of the same titles for the PS2. Coming up on Extended Play, we travel through the mist to an exiled land and do battle with evil genies in the RPG fantasy Dark Cloud.
Welcome back to Extended Play on a ship. Why are we on a ship?
We're on a ship to celebrate the PlayStation 2 release of Escape from Monkey Island, LucasArts' famous and very funny adventure game series.
Now, speaking of famous adventure game series, although not speaking of funny, there's Myst, followed by Riven, and now Myst 3 Exile. Is the third time a charm? Watch this.
Myst 3 Exile has been updated by Presto Studios, but stays true to the venerable Myst series. The mythos remains the same. Atreus, Rider of Worlds, seeks atonement for the damage done by his errant sons, Cirrus and Achenar. Redemption lies in the writing of a new world book, Releashon. Atreus' toll for playing God is Releashon itself, stolen by a vengeful villain from a ruined world. Releashon! You begin your quest to recover the lost book in Jananan, Atreus' training world that links to 3 of the other ages: Voltaic, Amateria, and Adana. The update to Myst becomes evident as you explore. With a full 360 degrees of movement, the view is breathtaking. Exploration is the key element in the Myst series. You have to take tiny steps through the worlds, which can make a corridor last forever. Journals are important because they contain hints for the puzzles. Be prepared to read. And read. Myst 3 Exile is packed with puzzles. Some are ingenious. Some are fiendish. That's where the patience comes in. If you need a break from Twitch gaming and are looking for something more on the contemplative side, feast your eyes on Exile for a while. But if you're feeling impatient or hoping for an adrenaline fix, this game is not for you. Extended Play gives Myst 3 Exile a 3 out of 5.
Myst 3 can be a bit buggy on certain chipsets, so the best thing we recommend, go to the Myst 3 website, download a patch, though we can't promise that's going to help either. When the PlayStation 2 was first introduced, one of the games that stood out was Dark Cloud, because it was a role-playing game that had more similarities to Zelda than to Final Fantasy. Now those are two big names to be compared to. Does it live up to it? Let's have a look.
I know Zelda. I've played Zelda. And you, sir, are no Zelda. So it goes for Dark Cloud. What was once heralded as a flagship title for the PS2 has turned out to be an unremarkable RPG. Our main character, the poncho-wearing Toon, has been charged with restoring the world that has been all but destroyed by the evil Dark Genie. We know he's evil because he eats people and shoots lasers out of his belly button. Along the way, Toon gathers allies to help him. He fights lots of monsters and opens up lots of round things. He also befriends a flying dog beast borrowed from the Never-Ending Story, goes fishing, and meets a fortune teller with some rather disturbing methods. If I come off sounding glib, it's because for all its quirkiness, Dark Cloud lacks what every good RPG should have in spades: a purpose. Rarely does anything compelling happen, which leaves the player with little more to do than romp through endlessly tedious dungeons, collecting trinkets, and occasionally fighting a boss monster. The highly touted Georama feature, which allows you to rebuild the towns in the game to your liking, is clever and adds a nice change of pace from all the dungeon crawling. Graphically, the towns are stunning with day and night cycles, extremely detailed interiors, and objects that go out of focus in the distance. And yes, there are no technical flaws that will mar your experience, but a next-generation system deserves a next-generation RPG. And it looks like we're going to have to wait for something else, because Dark Cloud barely tips the scales at 3 out of 5. Coming up on Extended Play, is there really life on Mars? We find out in Red Faction. And Star Fox is back, but where's his ship?
Welcome back to Extended Play from the Escape from Monkey Island for the PS2 launch party.
Now, ever since the PS2 launched, there have been some really great games, but people are still looking for that killer app.
Now, we may have finally found one in the first story-driven first-person shooter for the PlayStation 2. It's Volition's Red Faction.
Mars. I always thought of it as a romantic place.
Yeah, haven't we all? Actually, the Mars of Red Faction is rather similar to the Mars of sci-fi movies like Total Recall. Here you play a miner named Parker who rebels against his evil employer, the Ultor Corporation.
Yeah, well, threaten this! Right there.
The game is comprised of 20 massive levels, all detailed with slick, entertaining, and grand detail. The most impressive aspect, though, is the geomod technology that allows players to blast through walls and enter new areas if they have enough explosive power, or are at the controls of a nifty vehicle.
Cover me!
While cool, this isn't effective everywhere. It only becomes necessary in a small portion of the game.
Red Faction!
The majority of the action is pure FPS gunplay, and this is where the game excels. Adding to this is some exceptional AI, as guards run and duck and use many viable tactics to try and stop you. The game also manages to overcome the typical control problems in console FPS titles. Using one analog stick to strafe and the other to aim and turn, this setup lets you get into the game. The game can become overly challenging at times.
I'm sorry, I can't help you.
Fortunately, the game allows you to save any time during play. It's easy to call Red Faction the best shooter for the PS2, but it's also one of the best shooters on any system. Entertaining, challenging, and long, you won't be finishing it in a few hours. Extended Play gives Red Faction a 4 out of 5.
Apprehend or neutralize immediately.
Leave me alone! Destroy both pump stations.
The folks at Volition are also responsible for bringing you the highly respected PC game series Descent and Free Space. Now, our next game was originally intended for the Nintendo 64, but its massive scope eventually pushed it onto the GameCube. However, in that transition, they acquired a top Nintendo character. So let's take a look at a preview for Star Fox Adventure Dinosaur Planet.
What do you get when you take an old hero like Fox McCloud of the Star Fox series and drop him into a land of cognizant prehistoric reptiles? You get Star Fox Adventures Dinosaur Planet for the GameCube. Setting the tone for the adventure is a story that continues the Star Fox narrative. 8 years after his last battle, Fox finds himself on Dinosaur Planet to investigate the evil General's invasion. At first gander, it looks like a Nintendo adventure in the spirit of Ocarina of Time, with lots of exploration and combat. Rare has also promised space fighting, too. At the start of his journey, Fox acquires a staff with fantastical powers. He also teams up with many of Dinosaur Planet's native inhabitants, such as a Triceratops named Tricky. For fans of the ongoing Nintendo series or fans of talking dinosaurs, Star Fox Adventures Dinosaur Planet is scheduled to ship alongside the GameCube this November.
Star Fox Adventures Dinosaur Planet was originally just called Dinosaur Planet for the N64. We caught a glimpse of that at E3 a year ago, and let me tell you, just a change in the character models is a far greater improvement. Now, our next game is the next logical step in a massively multiplayer online role-playing game. Currently, with EverQuest and Asheron's Call, it's been trapped in the world of high fantasy. Now it's moving to a dark sci-fi future. It's Anarchy Online. It's about to hit the shelves, and here's what you can expect.
A faraway mining company run by a mega corporation. Sounds all too familiar. This is Anarchy Online. Norwegian developer Funcom has been around for a while, but nothing they've made is as ambitious as this massively multiplayer game. Anarchy Online lets you play one of 4 races, all of which are subspecies of humans. One of the remarkable touches in the game is the extent you can customize their appearance. The game will eventually incorporate an overarching storyline, and much of the play will be based around missions. Missions are obtained from mission kiosks, which open up a randomly generated unique quest area. In doing so, the creators hope to prevent the camping epidemic that has plagued EverQuest. The game also employs a skill system that allows you to spend experience on whatever you so choose, allowing for the development of characters that should be unique from one another. You can experience the world of Ruby Ka in all its angry glory when Anarchy Online hits the shelves later this month. Coming up on Extended Play, we run down a few peripherals for your Game Boy Advance and catch Disco Fever in our strategy guide for Dance Dance Revolution.
Welcome back to Extended Play on deck at Escape from Monkey Island's PS2 launch party.
Now, while the Game Boy Advance has only been out for a short while, people have realized that the system, while good, is far from perfect.
And even though it's a good thing, there's always something you can add to it.
Now that the Game Boy Advance is on the market, peripheral makers are lining up to help you solve any small complaint that you might have about your GBA. First of all, you play your GBA when you're sitting in the car. A lot of people do. For that, you're going to need a car adapter. You plug that into the back of this special input adapter. Then that snaps on the back where your battery compartment normally goes. This is the Bumper GX. Not only does it add a nice, stylish black rubber cover to your GBA, it also adds some kind of grip action on the side, which I found to be pretty comfortable, but some of my friends thought was a little bit irritating. Now, a major upside is you can drop this thing on its face, and it'll pretty much bounce. It's good for protection, does help with the grips a little bit, but the downside is for my friends with bigger hands, they found it to be a little bit difficult to access the D-pad, the button, and especially start and select. For better ambient light, you have the GlowGuard Flip Light. This one, again, plugs right into the back and has the all-important input here for the linking cables, so you can still link up to other players when you want to play. You can't really go wrong with any of these products. They all do help you out a little bit with your Game Boy, and they all cost less than $20.
Now, we're standing here with Dominic Armato, the voice of Guybrush Threepwood. So I'll tell you what, Dominic, why don't we just role play for a second, and I'll be Elaine Marley, and you be Guybrush. Okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, here we go. Guybrush, tell them what's coming up on the show.
I think it's the intro of the week, honey.
Guybrush!
Yes, dear? daydreaming and make yourself useful.
You may have seen Dance Dance Revolution in the arcades, but never had the guts to actually try it out in public, and who could blame you? Now, if you've got the dance pad, though, you can practice in the privacy of your own living room. So, Twinkle Toes, we put this strategy guide together to help you out.
Dance Dance Revolution!
If you don't know about Dance Dance Revolution, you obviously haven't been in the arcade this year. This popular game and lifestyle is currently sweeping the globe, whipping kids and adults back into shape.
It's cool and it's good exercise and it's better than fighting games.
To play DDR, all you have to do is match your feet with the corresponding arrows. Sounds easy, right? Wrong.
1, 2, 3, 4.
In fact, you're probably going to look like a big dork your first couple of tries. But that's okay. Fortunately, Extended Play caught up with California's best DDR dancers and tournament winners. We went to San Francisco's Metreon to get a couple of basic tips on how to look less like a fool your first couple of times out.
My name is Jason, Jason Ko, also J-Dog. When you are learning how to dance, don't rely on one foot. A lot of players use their right foot for the up, down, and right arrows. They should stay away from that and try to learn to use your left foot as well. Up, down, right. You can do this a lot quicker than you can do with one foot.
My tip? Oh, well, count to 4. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, if you count to 4, it's much easier to keep the beat.
1, 2, 3, 4.
My name is Samantha, otherwise known as Butterfly Girl 1. When you're playing, try to listen to the music, because the steps always go with the rhythm of the song. Every song has like a beat or a bass. Usually the arrows go to that.
Always start off on the basic of basic songs you can. Have you never been mellow?
What a cool guy you are!
Damn. That's about the most basic you can get. Look like you're dancing, look like you're in a club. Move your arms a lot too, that kind of helps. Actually, that helps a lot. One thing I don't like, or a lot of people don't like, is bar hugging. None of this.
It's like training wheels for a bike. But just like training wheels for a bike, you should wean yourself off that as soon as possible.
Well, there it is, my solid gold MC Hammers. I know that's a lot of info to take in at once, so we'll just give you the quick recap.
Up, down.
Use both feet. Don't return to the middle. Count to 4. Listen to the rhythm. Start off with an easy song. Move your arms, and for God's sake, don't hold on to the training bar.
If you'd like to see that strategy guide again or catch some of the reviews featured in today's show, you can always find them at extendedplay.com.
If you have strategies of your own to share, you can drop us an email, post them to our message boards, or tell us about them live on our chats Friday nights at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Well, we'd like to give a great big thanks to LucasArts for hosting us here at this party today.
And sharing their grog with us.
Oh, yes.
That about does it for this edition of the show.
It does.
Until
So
next time, game over.
Cheat codes, strategies, and the hottest games around. We've got it all at the Extended Play website. Now get ready for wacky online antics, up next on Internet Tonight.
Yo, I'm Coolio with the Flow, and you're watching Extended Play. Lil Pop!
Coming up on Extended Play, we explore the history of the first-person shooter from Wolfenstein to Red Faction. There's some craziness with the latest taxi adventure for the Dreamcast. And we have a hankering for something sweet with the adventures of Cookie and Cream. Stick around. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to Extended Play from Metreon in San Francisco. I'm Kate Patello.
And I'm Adam Sessler. And for the PC, one of the most popular and definitive styles of games is the first-person shooter.
And you know, I remember when this little program called Quake Test was brand new, and now Quake has its own convention.
Now, Quake Test was not the first, and it definitely was not the last. So let's take a look at the colorful history of this genre.
Way back in 1992, this was state of the art. It was called Wolfenstein 3D. And it was good. Now, fast forward to the present and have a gander at the sequel. How did we get from this to this? From the minds of id Software came the beginnings of a genre, a high-energy action game played from a unique point of view, known today as first-person shooters. Building on the success of Wolfenstein 3D, id sought to up the ante with a new game. Moody, visceral, and fast-paced, Doom would be the game that launched 1,000 clones. Other developers began to take notice of Doom and introduce their own variations. 3D Realms brought us the wisecracking Duke Nukem.
Let's rock.
While LucasArts successfully mined the Star Wars franchise and came up with Dark Forces. Meanwhile, Doom begot Quake, dark and moody. Quake begot Quake 2, still dark and moody. And Quake 2, oh, wait a minute, I'm getting ahead of myself. It's important to note that id wasn't the only game in town. 3D Realms introduced several new titles, including Shadow Warrior, starring the mildly offensive Lo Wang.
Who wants some Wang?
LucasArts took the high road with a Western-themed shooter, the excellent but underrated Outlaws. And the N64 proved that console gamers could get in on the fun with the groundbreaking GoldenEye. By the time 1998 rolled around, shooters were starting to come under fire for being too violent, which is ironic because that year saw the release of 3 titles that showed there was more to shooters than shooting.
Hey, Mr. Freeman. I had a bunch of messages for you, but we had a system crash about 20 minutes ago, and I'm still trying to find my files.
Half-Life was an action movie come to life. Instead of relying on non-interactive cutscenes to advance the plot, the game cleverly wove the story right into the action. Unreal proved that id had some real competition. The game boasted huge levels and very impressive texture and lighting effects. And Thief, the Dark Project, introduced the concept of avoiding violent confrontation at all costs. The result was one of the most intense gaming experiences ever. Other games like Requiem and the potty-mouthed Kingpin began taking a cue from Half-Life and introduced more interactive elements.
Hey, don't be talking to my...
And id finally recognized that storytelling was not their strong suit. They declared that Quake 3 would focus almost exclusively on multiplayer. It came as a rude surprise to id that the next Unreal game did the same thing. Unreal Tournament gave players more maps, weapons, and play modes than Quake 3, and, in the eyes of many, beat id Software at their own game. But while the big boys slugged it out, the genre continued to evolve with better graphics and more sophisticated storytelling.
Thanks, Monroe. I'll get Odell back to the ship.
Which brings us full circle. The game that started it all is returning to hopefully usher in an exciting new era in first-person shooters.
Just seeing that makes my trigger finger itch. Now, if you're a fan of the first-person shooter, send us an email and let us know which is your favorite. Or, if you're really into it, you might think about going to QuakeCon in the late summer. And now, the news.
Sony Europe has announced that it will publish 7 Sega games for the PS2, including Virtua Fighter 4, Echo the Dolphin, and 2 Space Channel 5 games. Although Sega has not announced plans to shut down its operations in Europe, this new move has sparked rumors that Sega may strike similar deals with Microsoft and Nintendo and discontinue its publishing operations overseas. Sierra has confirmed that the Dreamcast version of Half-Life has officially been canceled. Half-Life is the latest in a string of third-party Dreamcast software cancellations since the platform was discontinued in March. A settlement between Microsoft and a small technology holding company called Xbox Technologies was made for an undisclosed amount, enabling Microsoft to keep the Xbox name. Xbox Technologies filed with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office to use the Xbox name 6 months before Microsoft made their first filing.
Coming up on Extended Play, we catch a lift from a crazed cabbie and learn how to cooperate with our fellow gamers in the adventures of Cookie and Cream.
Welcome back to Extended Play.
Sega's always excelled at arcade games. A very good example would be Crazy Taxi, which only got better once they ported it over to the Dreamcast.
The sequel, Crazy Taxi 2, looks kind of like a Dreamcast port looking for an arcade. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Watch this and find out.
Heads up or get out of the way, New Yorkers. The Crazy Cab Company has opened shop in the Big Apple with Crazy Taxi 2. Those who have played the first Crazy Taxi will feel right at home with its sequel. Grab a fare, take them where they need to go like your life depended on it, and drop them off. Simple, ain't it? Just watch out for that time limit. The cabs are wild, yet manageable once you get used to them.
Yo, this is it. You're great. You like it, huh?
What makes Crazy Taxi 2 stand out from its predecessor is the inclusion of the Crazy Hop, a new move that can make the cab jump. Now you can use overpasses as shortcuts and leap over the traffic when things get too busy. Another new challenge is handling multiple fares, where the biggest obstacle is having to put up with more than one backseat driver.
Express, right? Who wanna go next? Breeze along, man.
Developer Hitmaker has once again proved their ability to push the Dreamcast hardware both visually and sonically. Detail abounds, from the accurately depicted FAO Schwartz to the dozens of fares waving you down. With only 4 songs supplied by The Offspring, the music can get repetitive at times. This is made up by the game's solid sound effects and voice work.
What's your problem?
Crazy Taxi 2 lives up to Sega's arcade tradition, providing yet another worthwhile pick-up-and-play experience. That's why Extended Play gives Crazy Taxi 2 a 4 out of 5.
You know, those cab drivers are a little too close to real life for me. Now, our next game is a rare thing indeed because it requires teamwork to play. It's been a really big hit at the Extended Play office, so here's a look at the adventures of Cookie and Cream.
As multiplayer gaming is more popular than ever, it's good to know that not every game you play with a buddy has to be a first-person shooter, a board game, or a kart racer. The Adventures of Cookie and Cream is unlike most multiplayer games in that it explores a theme much ignored in gaming: cooperation. You, and hopefully a friend, take on the roles of 2 bunnies, Cookie and Cream. Cookie plays the banjo, Cream plays the maracas. Their job is to find the lost moon before the Moon Festival begins. The Adventures of Cookie and Cream might look like your standard, cookie-cutter multiplayer game, but deep down, this game plays less like a party game and more like a cooperative platformer. If one bunny's in a pickle, it's usually the other bunny's job to find the solution. Therefore, cooperation isn't encouraged, it's required. You actually can play the game by yourself using one controller, though this is close to impossible unless you're ambidextrous, able to use both your left and right brain, and have godlike skills. The Adventures of Cookie and Cream proves that originality still exists in gaming, while at the same time, it makes you wonder why no one's ever done this before. Extended Play gives The Adventures of Cookie and Cream a 4 out of 5.
When you consider the cutesy graphics, preposterous name, and oddball gameplay of Cookie and Cream, it's rather surprising that it even got released in the US. So a big props to Agitech for taking that chance. Now, a lot of people who play Crazy Taxi 2 have said that the game is, well, kinda crazy. So, here's a cheat to make the game even crazier.
Ready? Go! Crazy Taxi 2, the sequel to Sega's 1999 arcade driving game Crazy Taxi, has hit the scene, offering that winning formula of what was popular in the original.
I know!
Picking up fares and smashing things. And just like the original, if you don't know where you're going, things can get a little frustrating. That's why Crazy Taxi 2 offers a couple of detailed maps of the fine city. To pick them up, just successfully complete the first and second row of mini-games on the Crazy Pyramid mode. But that's not all. If you keep on going to finish the second level of the pyramid, you'll be the proud owner of this brand new baby stroller. Aw, how cute. Your friends will definitely be jealous when they see you thrashing around town on these fine wheels.
Coming up on Extended Play, we eat concrete in our review of Matt Hoffman Pro BMX, and mount our troops in the real-time strategy title, Kohan Immortal Sovereigns.
Welcome back to Extended Play.
Now, the unbridled success of the X Games, combined with the remarkable success of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, has brought action sports games to the mainstream.
Well, now that we've gotten tricky with skateboards and snowboards, it's BMX biking's turn. So let's have a look at Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX.
Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX has finally bunny hopped its way to the PlayStation. It doesn't break new ground, but BMX fans may find it worth getting aggro about. Hoffman's Pro BMX runs on an enhanced version of the original Tony Hawk's Pro Skater engine. It's basically Tony Hawk, only with Matt Hoffman. The gameplay is almost identical, so gamers familiar with THPS should be able to hop right on the bike, tricking off every surface in sight. Extra points are awarded for trick combos, and levels are opened by completing objectives. There are 8 different levels. You start the game at Hoffman's Bike Factory in Oklahoma City. The other levels won't rock your world or anything, but our favorite is Rail and Pool Heaven, aka the Sewage Treatment Plant. You can bike as old school champ Matt Hoffman, as well as 7 other BMX pros: Mike Escamilla, Corey Nastasio, Joe Kowalski, Rick Thorne, Dennis McCoy, Kevin Robinson, and Simon Tabred. The tricks look slightly different with each rider, and since bikes are bigger than skateboards, they're bigger too. And then there's always the biffing. Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX is a solid BMX game. Everything you'd expect is here, but not really anything new. If you're not yet sick of trick-based extreme sports titles, it's definitely worth picking up. Extended Play gives Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX a 3 out of 5.
You know, I can't help but feeling sympathy pains for my rider every time I make him do a face plant on the concrete. That last bail is one I'm now calling the Cement Swim. Our next title is a real-time strategy game, and we've seen those before, we'll see them again, but this one has some really unique features. Here's Kohan, Immortal Sovereigns.
There came a time, many ages past, when the Almighty Creator conceived the idea of a new world, a perfect world.
The same might be said about Timegate Studios, the developers of Kohan Immortal Sovereigns, an innovative real-time strategy game that somehow removed all of the tedious micromanagement and mouse clicks from the genre and left rock-solid and compelling gameplay. Most notable is how city management is much more hands-off. Instead of clicking on hundreds of peasants to gather resources, the cities themselves generate them based on what kinds of buildings you have. When it comes to combat, Kohan again chooses to make things easier, yet more strategic. Instead of controlling individual units, players control companies. Companies can be made up of several different units, allowing the player to create specialized forces. Need a scouting party? Some horsemen supported by a ranger or 2 works wonders. Heavy infantry supported by healers are guaranteed to last in a battle. When combat actually occurs, things like terrain, morale, and marching formations all matter. And once engaged with an enemy, troops manage themselves, which leaves you free from the babysitting that happens in other real-time strategy games. The only downside here is that the number of units you get to play with is pretty small, and the addition of siege weapons would have been nice. Also, the single-player campaign, though long, is really pretty easy. That said, the challenging skirmish mode, random map generator, campaign editor, and netplay more than make up for those shortcomings. Kohan is a welcome addition to any gamer's collection, which is why Extended Play gives it a 4 out of 5.
Now, Kohan Immortal Sovereigns hasn't exactly been flying off the shelves. That's why we included it in our top 3 PC sleeper hits. Come to our website to check out the other 2. Now, as we mentioned before, one interesting thing about the PlayStation 2 is that there seem to be more platformers in development for it than there ever were for the original PlayStation. One of these is an almost tranquil title from Sony themselves. It's called Jak and Daxter.
In true platformer fashion, Jak and Daxter, the precursor legacy for the PS2, begins with our heroes exploring some ancient ruins on the island of Misty. Unfortunately, Daxter is turned into a large rodent, and so they head off on an adventure to return Dax to his human form. You begin the game with a short list of moves and earn more as the game wears on. There's plenty of collecting to be done, so you'll need to keep your eyes peeled for power cells, blue orbs, and red orbs. The huge tropical worlds in Jak and Daxter are lovely to look at, with dozens of cartoon characters and enemies scattered throughout. In addition to the traditional platformer jumping elements, the game also features racing and mini-games to keep things interesting. Jak and Daxter, the precursor legacy, is currently scheduled for release at the end of this year.
Coming up on Extended Play, we turn a fun-loving youngster into an old curmudgeon and learn how to keep the revolution alive in Red Faction.
Welcome back to Extended Play.
Now, it's a sad but true fact that some of the most interesting and quirky games out there will never arrive in the country that you live in.
Oh yeah, we had to go all the way to Japan, okay, actually the import store, to get you these rather unusual simulations.
Ever wanted to drive a bus down the busy streets of Tokyo? Or wanted to screw with the head of a young Japanese male in his studio apartment? Hey, who hasn't? Now you can do both with Tokyo Bus Guide and Rumania 203. Tokyo Bus Guide is a driving sim that's as realistic as you can get without actually getting behind the wheel of a bus. You'll have to obey all the rules of the road as well as standard Tokyo bus driving procedure. This includes accelerating or decelerating correctly, announcing the next stop, and stopping at all lights. Violate any of these and a dozen other rules and it'll cost you major points and possibly early retirement. Completing routes will demand keen eyes for traffic signals and zen-like patience. Patience? Yes, this is the Bizarro Crazy Taxi. If you're more of a homebody, you should hang out with Neji Taihei in Rumania 203. This apartment sim puts you in the role of an observer/poltergeist in Neji's modest studio apartment. Your job is to complete various tasks that inspire Neji's actions. This is done by tossing invisible ping pong balls towards specific objects. Want Neji to chat online? Hit the mouse. Go to the bathroom? Get him to drink something. Now, if we can only do something about that chain smoking habit. Well, at least he brushes. There's added fun when Neji's off to class. While he's away, you can play hide and seek with Chibi Neji. Or, better yet, play with Neji's stuff, such as his computer or journal. To freak him out, lock the door so he'll have to break into his own apartment. Or, better yet, move his stuff, like his kotatsu table. But don't get too distracted. If you fail, Neji will end up a lonely apartment schmo till he's old and gray. So, if the Tokyo Transit Authority is calling out to you, or if you wanted to know how Patrick Swayze felt in Ghost, you'll want to hunt down these games at either your local game importer or eBay.
If you've been breaking your trigger finger trying to play Red Faction, then try this strategy guide to help keep victory in your sights.
So, you thought you'd leave Earth and get a job on Mars with some mining company. Talk about a bad career move.
Life in the mines is hell.
Not only do the corporation's security guards give you mean stares and daily beatings, but you're forced to wear funny red suits 24/7. So what do you do when your employer treats you badly? That's right, you go postal and revolt. And since we here at Extended Play always root for the little man, we thought we'd give you a couple of tips on helping to get back at the boss and win the revolution of Red Faction. Number 1, know your weapons. You can't fight a revolution without plenty of guns, flamethrowers, rocket launchers, and other cool explosive devices to blow up the enemy and all its surroundings. So get to know the strength and weaknesses of each weapon. They will be your best friend. First off, we have the Ultor Automatic Combat Shotgun. This bad boy is perfect for piercing the armor of the guards and stopping them dead in their tracks. Problem is that they take a long time to reload and they're not so effective for long-range firing. Nope, for the long range, you're going to want to switch over to one of these. This here's a USG-50 Ultor Sniper Rifle. A simple yet effective weapon. Just hold down the secondary button to activate the zoom sight. Poor fools will never know what hit them. Ah, yes, the URL Tactical Rocket Launcher. Great to blow up walls and equipment with, though hard to hit a target. Remember, bigger isn't always better. Sometimes the best solution to a situation is just to whack the enemy upside the head with a trusty baton. Number 2 hint, use stealth. Although it's more fun to charge in rooms, guns a-blazing, sometimes it's more effective to be low-key. This means sneak in and use your pistol silencer. If you see security cameras on the ceiling, avoid them or take them out. You can also hide the bodies of your victims behind boxes and down elevator shafts so you don't attract attention. Hint 3, if all else fails, just blow up walls. Lots of these rooms end up being dead ends. Fortunately, as we mentioned before, you have an arsenal of equipment to remedy the situation and create your own doors. And finally, hint number 4. Save your game constantly, even if you're at full health. One little slip off the elevator shaft could end your game in a hurry.
Unless you were taking notes really fast, you probably need another look at that strategy guide, which is at extendedplay.com.
And while you're there, why not give us a tip or your own opinion on Red Faction by blowing a wall right through our message boards or firing an email to extendedplay@techtv.com.
We'd like to thank Metreon for hosting us here today. That does it for this edition of the show. So until next time, game over.
Extended Play on Tech TV, man. Oh my! Oh,
Coming up on Extended Play, Gen Con attracts over 20,000 participants. We go to the biggest game fair of the year to find the appeal of role-playing. And Final Fantasy X is out in Japan. We give you our first impressions. Plus, we have a review from the cockpit of Mech Commander 2. Stick around. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to Extended Play from Gen Con in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I'm Kate Patella.
And I'm Adam Sessler. Now, Gen Con is the largest tabletop gaming convention you can find. It covers trading cards, tabletop war games, and of course, the RPG.
Which has been around for a really long time, since even before computers. But what is it that leads people to play RPGs on their computers? Because, man, if I don't get to DM, I'm not going to play.
Every year, deep in the wilds of Milwaukee, a gathering is held for a teeming horde of giant gamers. Okay, so they're not really giant, but one peek around the show floor and it is obvious that these folk come to Gen Con, the premier gaming convention, to have fun and to lose themselves in a fantasy world.
My name is Commander Kapaz Anti-Rydek.
I'm dressed as a Knight of Greyhawk for Gen Con this year.
But what exactly is the appeal of role-playing?
It's a chance to fully immerse yourself in somebody else for some period of time.
It's like you're going to see a play. You're saying that the people are dressed up and they're performing as a character on stage.
Oh man!
Role-playing is like being in a book that's being written as you play it. And you get to escape from like reality a little bit, you know, have some fun.
He had his tongue removed. The story's not being told to you, you're part of it. So you could be stuck being a clerk at a convenience store or a chartered accountant during the day, and you could be slaying dragons at night.
Sounds like fun, but video gamers have been playing RPGs for years as well, right?
No computer can stand up to the human mind and the human imagination. So computer role-playing games aren't really role-playing games per se, they're just very complex puzzles. Whereas a true role-playing game, you're actually dealing with some other individual who's creating the entire reality, everything from the weather to the people around you.
You can't role-play on a computer. No. You do what the computer tells you to. And you know what? I want to get together with my friends. I want to sit around the table, you know, get some sodas, some pizzas, and spend some social interaction with other human beings.
Okay, maybe role-playing isn't so hot on computers, but massively multiplayer online RPGs like EverQuest have finally given gamers a true taste of what RPGs are like, right?
From what we've seen, there's sort of like a specialized cells of role-playing that take place where you get a little village and there's people that have these elaborate characters and they're very involved. And then you go out of that and there's just like, you know, hacking and killing.
EverQuest is just about me, gimme.
Jeez, these guys are picky. But they have a point. No computer game has come close to replicating the experience of pen and paper until now. Enter Neverwinter Nights, an ambitious project from BioWare, the creators of the award-winning Baldur's Gate series. Due to ship by the end of the year, expect Neverwinter Nights to change your perception of what computer role-playing can be.
Neverwinter Nights is a 3rd edition Dungeons & Dragons computer role-playing game. It is designed, as opposed to any other role-playing game that we know of, to actually allow for a dungeon master to participate in the game. If you want to create your own world, you want to make your own town with your own characters, with your own flavor, and that's something we want to give them right out of the box.
Everything we're using in-house is being shipped with the game, so you can go in and create your own modules.
The biggest tool that they have is the Neverwinter scripting language. You can control how people pass through terrain. You can make doors only open at night to 12th level elven paladins.
With a bit of modesty, Neverwinter Nights is going to be the ultimate computer Dungeons & Dragons experience. If you can imagine it, you can do it in Neverwinter.
Welcome to Neverwinter Nights.
Coming up on Extended Play, we take a walk down memory lane at the Classic Gaming Expo in Las Vegas, and we slow down to hit the gritty streets of Manhattan in our review of Max Payne, and we see what happens when old games get a makeover. Stick around, it's game time.
Hello and welcome to Extended Play from the Classic Gaming Expo in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Kate Patello.
And I'm Adam Sessler. Now, this is one of your best opportunities to catch up on some very old and rare video games. And just looking around, it reminds you that it wasn't all that long ago that controlling a cursor and a stick in a game of Pong was the height of gaming cool.
Yeah, now obviously we've come a long way since then, but you know, no matter how much you soup up the graphics and the sound, it's all about one thing: fun. In Las Vegas, classic gaming traditionally looks like this. But here at the Classic Gaming Expo, it looks more like this. Every year, hundreds of enthusiasts get together to immerse themselves in rather non-immersive games. While grooving to the beat of a saran wrap-clad band called 8-Bit Weapon, fans perused some of their favorite old games.
My favorite classic game is Mach 3.
Joust. Reactor. Space Ace.
Miss Pac-Man.
Some came to compete.
I have the world record for Gorf at 653,000 points, but I have flipped 1 million on it, and I'm going to try to replicate that today.
It's a very competitive environment, which is one of the benchmarks of old classic gaming. It's high score based, so it's highly competitive, and people are constantly trying to improve their skills. The holy grail of grails in video game playing, and just classic gaming, is getting the first 1 million points on Ms. Pac-Man. And when someone starts getting close to one of these incredible benchmarks, the rest of the entire hobby does pay attention and are indeed impressed.
While the arcades were full, a museum area displayed consoles from another lifetime. There were Ataris, Intellivisions, ColecoVisions, and even an Odyssey, the first ever video game console. We heard lots of reasons why these fans prefer the old school.
The games today are just really fast-paced, and you have to sometimes take you a month just to read the manual, and it's sometimes just too complicated.
I like the older games better because most of them are less violent than the newer games. To me, a lot more fun.
Once you get those big dots, you get to try to get the bad guys.
It seems like the big movie productions now, they're not actual games anymore. There's just no gameplay anymore.
Vendors lined the hall, hawking everything from old games to, well, old stuff. And people were buying.
We grew up with these video games. We used to put quarters in them. We didn't have PlayStation. We didn't have Sega and all the rest of those. So now we put them in our houses beside the pool table, and we've got friends over and having a get-together, and we all play pool and video games at the same time.
They want to get a part of their teenage years back, so they buy a game from us.
Whether buying, trading, or playing, classic gamers spent this weekend living in the past and loving it.
It's all part of a big phenomenon that is really indicative of this new growing hobby that's going to be as big as baseball card collecting or stamp collecting or who knows what.
And while you can earn points in Dragon's Lair, it's really one of the first games that you play less to brag about how well you did to your friends and to actually see what was going to happen next. And eventually we're going to re-experience it in 3D. Now, some game news.
Times have changed for God Games, the venerable publisher of Railroad Tycoon 2 and the recent hit Max Payne. The company will relocate to the parent publisher Take-Two Interactive's New York office. CEO Mike Wilson and the majority of his staff will remain in Dallas and work on a new project, Substance TV, a DVD-based video magazine. Coming up on Extended Play, the long-awaited Max Payne has finally hit the pavement. Is this noir title all it's cracked up to be? And we exterminate some creepy crawlies in the appropriately named Extermination.
That didn't sound too good.
Welcome back to Extended Play at the Classic Gaming Expo in Las Vegas.
You know, this isn't all just games. The musician behind us, Seth, based his entire setup on a Commodore 64 and a music cartridge.
And I can barely calculate numbers on that thing. The Max Payne has been in development for years, and during that time, all we really knew about the game was that it was going to change action gaming forever. Well, that naturally makes us quite skeptical. We were wrong.
Max Payne involves a lot of shooting, and even more shooting in slow motion.
No, don't shoot.
In Max Payne, you play Max Payne, one hard-boiled detective bent on doling out some extra-legal revenge. The game is a third-person shooter in the most pure sense. Key hunting is minimal.
There was a key on the table.
To make room for the blazing guns. The crux of the game is the bullet time feature that slows down action but allows for real-time aiming. This Matrix-style element may look like a gimmick, but becomes necessary to master to succeed in the game. Also, it looks really cool. The graphics are a standout as well, making New York City look gritty, cold, and menacing. In addition, one doesn't need the highest-end system to make it run smoothly. The biggest problem in the game is the story.
Exhibit number 1, a newspaper.
The over-the-top hard-boiled writing may be parodic.
Less chance of innocent bystanders getting caught in the crossfire.
But then again, it may not.
A locked door barred my way. I needed a key.
The game is also very short, but extra difficulty settings entice you back into a world that is the first truly interactive action movie. Bear in mind, though, the extreme violence doesn't make this for everyone. Extended Play gives Max Payne a 5 out of 5.
Green?
No, not the green. Man, one of the best things about this expo is you can buy all kinds of old games you'd never find anywhere else. That's why so many people come here. Check this out. Burger Time. I used to play this in the arcade. Cool. Now, our next game is describing itself as the first in a new genre called Panic Action. I don't know, is it something new or is it just the same old survival horror? Well, watch our review and decide for yourself. Here's Extermination.
You sure this is the right way? Trust me!
The end of summer sees the release of Extermination, Sony's first attempt at publishing a survival horror title. You play Dennis Riley, a U.S. Marine who has been sent to the South Pole to investigate a top-secret military base that has ceased communication for several days.
I had no choice.
What awaits him is a welcoming party of the meanest type, an army of mutant freaks ripped directly out of the pages of Resident Evil and Silent Hill. On the surface, Extermination might look like an innovative survival horror title that uses real-time backgrounds, but a closer inspection reveals that this game presents nothing new and even falls for the same problems that similar titles have had in the past. This includes highly sensitive control issues and the survival horror favorite, dodgy camera problems. Graphically, you get a mixed bag. While Dennis and his foes are well modeled, it's hard to get grossed out by the poorly designed polygonal corpses that litter the game. Moreover, the environments, though detailed, contribute to the game's many glitches. The same goes for the sound. The music is unimpressive and the voice acting is hardly remarkable.
That didn't sound too good.
Because of its inconsistent presentation, low replay value, and mediocre story, Extended Play gives Extermination a 2 out of 5.
So if you're disappointed by Extermination, bear this in mind. It won't be too long before you'll be playing Devil May Cry. Now, if you still have your NES and you're still trying to fight your way through some Konami games, you might appreciate this code. It's not just a code, it's the code.
Still trying to figure out a way to finish Contra on the NES, but keep dying over and over and over again? Maybe you've forgotten the now legendary Konami code. So for the last time, here it is. On the title screen, press up, up, down, down, left, right, BA, and start. You'll start the game with 30 lives instead of the measly 3. Coming up on Extended Play, Pac-Man's got a brand new bag. We take a look at the latest updates of classic games. And we spill some green alien blood in our preview of Aliens vs. Predator 2.
Welcome back to Extended Play at the Classic Gaming Expo in Las Vegas. Check this out. Astro Smash on the Intellivision.
Yeah, there's very little that gets more classic than the Intellivision. But what still makes this fun, along with other standards like Pac-Man and Frogger, is they still have the essential element. Fun, addictive gameplay.
Now, a lot of these classic games are being updated, and they're selling really well. But the question is, are these modern makeovers an improvement, or just gilding the lily?
Classic games. Who can forget the endless hours in that dank arcade or greasy pizza parlor with these technological marvels? Many developers have tried to bring these games into modern times with limited success. Okay, so who hasn't played Asteroids? Endless hours of entertainment with simple graphics and basic blast the rocks, avoid the rocks gameplay. The game was faithfully and effectively updated in Asteroids for the PlayStation. Sometimes it's best not to tweak brilliant gameplay too much, just to make it look prettier. Centipede hasn't seen its license used quite so well. An update of this classic appeared on the Dreamcast, but didn't stay totally faithful to the original. This 3D gameplay world lacked the addictive quality of the old-fashioned top-down approach. Pac-Man was the ultimate maze-going, ghost-dodging, pellet-chomping dude of the 80s. There have been a few attempts to bring this rotund yellow guy into the next generation, but none have met with much acclaim. Maybe people just don't like seeing Pac-Man jump. Many games are inspired by classics or just use the recognizable name. Battlezone was one of the best strategy games of 1998 and bore almost no resemblance to the Atari original besides being set in a tank. Sometimes good things come from using a game license. Other times, classic gameplay itself can inspire great modern games. Yep, it's time to talk Pong. This graphical marvel is the granddaddy of mass-market games, and its influence can be seen today. Virtua Tennis on the Dreamcast has been aptly called Pong for the new millennium. Yep, we're still just bouncing that little ball back and forth, and it's still addictive. More and more classic games will be updated on next-gen consoles in the coming months. Spy Hunter will be morphed into a 3D driving shooter on the PlayStation 2. Frogger's coming back as a platformer, also on the PS2. I bet he doesn't miss those trucks much. Whether these next-gen games are able to recapture the success of the originals remains to be seen. One thing is certain, however, high-octane graphics will only get you so far. The real classic is great gameplay.
You know, for some people, it's classic games like Tempest here or nothing. Now, for some weird reason, when I was growing up, only the bad kids were into Tempest. Now me, I was into Ms. Pac-Man. So what was your favorite arcade game? Email us and let us know. Now, for those of you flight fans looking to be Top Gun when the Xbox rolls around, here's an early look at Air Force Delta. Air Force Delta Storm is the Xbox sequel to the Dreamcast's Air Force Delta. In Delta Storm, you'll make your way through more than 50 missions flying for an anonymous organization. The plot, however, isn't the focus in Delta Storm. Once you're in the cockpit, it's all about the intense dogfighting. Graphically, Delta Storm looks great. You'll see lots of nice sun effects and some good explosions. You'll fly in lots of different locales. One area features a massive industrial facility tucked into the mountains, while another has you fighting in the sunset high off the coast of the tropics. Konami promises more than 80 fighters like the F-18 Hornet or F-22. The game looks like it will provide Xbox owners with arcade-style dogfighting similar to its Dreamcast predecessor. Look for the game to arrive with the Xbox launch in November.
It's nice that games that were once intended for the Dreamcast are now finding their way to the Xbox. Now, as you can see, this is Ghosts and Goblins, and as you may have heard, I like it a lot. Another game I liked quite a bit was the very frightening Aliens vs. Predator, but it did have several flaws. Now there's a new team at Fox Interactive working on the sequel, Aliens vs. Predator 2.
Pull out the team. I will buy you as much time as I can.
How will you find the hunters, Chip?
They will find me.
If you enjoyed the trigger twitching of Aliens vs. Predator, you can expect a similar rush from the sequel, Aliens vs. Predator 2. It will be a first-person shooter that lets you play as either one of the icky aliens or as a human marine. Like its predecessor, Aliens vs. Predator 2 will feature 3 different campaigns, depending on who, or more appropriately what, you play as. The alien attacks with its claws and tail, or it can bite enemies in the head. It has a couple of modes of vision, which makes it suited for lurking in the dark. It's extremely fast and can climb pretty much anywhere. The Predator is slower but heavily armed. Its close-range blade attack is gnarly, its shoulder cannon ensures annihilation, and its spear gun can make Swiss cheese out of enemies. The Predator also gets to slink around in the trees like its movie counterpart. The human marine has the all-important motion sensor as seen in the Alien movies. His combat knife is silly, but his standard issue rifle can rip aliens apart. And if the marine gets a hold of the smart gun, he gains some serious artillery. The sequel lets you save progress at any time, which is a major improvement over the original. Watch for Aliens vs. Predator 2 lurking on store shelves later this year. Coming up on Extended Play, we try not to steer you wrong with the latest game gear. And we show you how to beat bats, alligators, and big rocks in our classic gaming strategy guide.
Welcome back to Extended Play at the Classic Gaming Expo. Remember when steering wheel controllers used to look like this? Well, if you do, you're showing your age. Now, of course, they've come a really long way since their inception, and we took several of the latest out for a test drive. Racing games are a lot more fun when you've got a steering wheel controller. Now, if you don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy yourself a Lamborghini Diablo, how about just getting yourself the wheel from X Technologies? This is a decent wheel. It's pretty sturdy. It's got suction cups on the bottom, buttons in all the appropriate places, pretty responsive, good grip, a good wheel overall. Now, also from X Technologies is the Ducati Course Racing handlebars. Now, these look really cool and even accelerate in the handle, but we did find that they're a little bit loose on the turning radius. Now, this is the Blue Thunder from Interact. This is a really good wheel overall. Feels good, has a nice grip, the buttons have good action, the pedals are very good, and as an added perk, it comes with a clamp that'll either go on the edge of your coffee table or let you sit back on the couch and put it in your lap, because you know that's where you're doing the bulk of your racing gaming from anyway. So, you ready? Got a steering wheel? Got your game? Floor it! While steering wheel controllers are cool, remember that most games are designed to be used with the standard controller. So bear in mind that if you're going to avoid problems with gameplay, you'll want to adjust the sensitivity on the wheel to match your own driving style. Now, in honor of our visit to the Classic Gaming Expo, here's a look at an intro that's truly a classic, Ninja Gaiden.
Makes you wonder what an updated version of the Ninja Gaiden intro would look like. And with updated games on the mind, you probably notice your tricks for beating the original game don't work too well with their updated counterparts. So here's a strategy guide if you're experiencing some classic frustration. Welcome to the bygone days of yesteryear, the games that started it all. Today we bring you strategies from the mother of all game consoles, the Atari 2600. First off, Adventure. You control a nameless square, now nicknamed Hero. Your mission, to save the Gold Kingdom by returning the enchanted chalice that was stolen by the nameless evil magician living in the nameless Black Kingdom. Easier said than done. You have to deal with these three infamous duck-like dragons, Yorgel, Grundle, and the fearsome red dragon, Grindel. For these devils, you'll need to find the arrow-looking sword and slay the evil dragons before they gobble you up. The Black Bat will be another cause of much misery and frustration. This flying rodent loves to steal objects. The best way to deal with this annoyance is to tempt the bat with an object you no longer need, or better yet, lock him up in the White Castle as to keep him out of trouble. It's also very helpful to memorize the mazes. It's very easy to find yourself at a dead end when a dragon is in hot pursuit. Learn them so you can navigate them more quickly when you are in a hurry. The invisible maze is down, right, down, left, left, up, and over. Got it? Good. Next up, Pitfall, a fan favorite swinging onto the scene in 1982. The plot: help Pitfall Harry get all the treasure in the jungle within 20 minutes without succumbing to the 7 deadly obstacles. Fire, rattlesnake, scorpions, opening marsh pit, random holes, rolling logs, alligator. Most of the obstacles are easy to avoid. Just hit that red button on the old Atari joystick and jump or swing over. Where it gets tricky is right here. See the 3 alligator heads sticking out ready to eat you alive? To get across, you have to jump on the alligator eyes. If you move too far over to the left, you will be chomped. Ah, yes, asteroids. Your high-tech spaceship, that's the Triangle, is in a great deal of trouble having ended up right smack in the middle of an asteroid field. Now, the strategy of the game is, who are we kidding? There is no strategy. Just stay in the middle and press the little red button to annihilate the rocks before they hit you. All right, now you're ready to have some good old-fashioned fun. And for those of you who can't remember what closet your old Atari is located in, you can always download these games at AtariAge.com. If you want to see that strategy guide again, you can find it at extendedplay.com. Let's check this out. Kung Fu Master, new for the Atari 2600. Remote and heavily guarded, the temple is a fortress never before defeated.
We'd like to thank the Classic Gaming Expo for hosting us here today and helping make a Kung Fu monster out of Adam here. So that's it for this edition of the show. Until next time,
you must defeat all of
game
these
over.
deadly guardians and more to advance to the next floor. Failure is out of the question.
Coming up on Extended Play, we hang out backstage with the Bare Naked Ladies and talk about making music for games. We head to the arcade for a little 18-wheeler action, and then it's off to NYC to get MTV Music Generator 2 tips from the Funk Master himself. Stick around, it's game time! Hello and welcome to Extended Play from Metreon in San Francisco. I'm Kate Patello.
And I'm Adam Sessler. Now, celebrities and games are not foreign to one another, but it's always nice when the two of them get together.
Now, recently, we were lucky enough to get together backstage with Bare Naked Ladies, the dressed male band, who, in addition to being very popular, are also really into games, literally.
It's nothing new to have hit songs accompanying your gameplay. We've all heard Offspring's crazy taxi riffs or Moby's contribution to FIFA 2001. It is rather unusual to see a new single actually debut in a game. This brings us to none other than the Bare Naked Ladies. BNL has been pulling in huge crowds and selling tons of CDs for years. It turns out they also play lots of games.
I've had every game system since Pong. I've had them all.
Don't believe him? Check out their sound check before the concert.
It's all in the mind. If you want to test me, I'm sure you'll find. It's all in the mind. If you want to test me, I'm sure you'll find.
Yeah, these guys play games, and now they get to be in a game. EA is getting set to release NHL 2002, and a new Bare Naked Ladies song is featured in the opening sequence.
No, it's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting to have your music in such a wide release. I mean, it'll probably be heard by more people on this video game than it would on our records.
The new song will be featured in the game a couple of months before it's released on the BNL Greatest Hits album.
I just picked up GT3 and I've been playing that on the bus, and you've got like original music written for the game by people like Snoop, and the medium is changing.
Doggy, D-O-double-G in the Gran Turismo 3.
I'd love for at a party a bunch of kids or adults even to throw on one of our songs and everyone recognizes it, not necessarily from the radio but from a video game. So it's like a hit because of a game.
EA didn't stop at just putting a new BNL song in the game. They put the actual band in the game. You'll be able to compete as members of Bare Naked Ladies.
Paige Cregan.
The band got their first look at their hockey-playing avatars during soundcheck.
That was actually you. Look, there's me. I'm Stan. Oh, my God.
It's amazing that I'm as bad on video game as I am on real ice, too.
Robertson gets laid out.
I wanted to be in Pong. Like, I've wanted to be in every video game since the first video game, so this is like, you know, I'll trade all the Grammys that we lost.
To see me in an NHL jersey on NHL ice, like actually a Maple Leafs jersey, is my 9-year-old mind is freaking out right now.
The band got some tips on being a virtual hockey player from the star of NHL 2001, Owen Nolan.
If you're playing, the game and playing your own player on there, that would seem pretty cool. I mean,
you get frustrated with him too, though.
Nolan scores!
We have a real affinity for games because just like a lot of the games out there, our movement is almost convincing.
Robertson shoots it!
That was like no holds barred exciting to see a computer. I get excited when it looks sort of like Matt Sundin. So when it actually looks like me, that's that's what I call keeping it real and taking it to another level.
The Bare Naked Ladies were really funny guys, and if you want to see so for yourself, watch the whole interview with them on our website.
And if NHL 2002 got you excited, the game's coming out the middle of September.
You know what, Adam?
What?
I would like some more information now.
Well, funny you should say that, because more information's on its way.
News?
News. Nintendo recently invited press and gamers to Tokyo for the 2001 Space World Expo to show off the new crop of Nintendo offerings.
Shigeru Miyamoto was on hand to display the connectivity between the Game Boy Advance and the GameCube. Playing a new version of Kirby's Tilt and Tumble, he used the Game Boy Advance to control action through the GameCube. At other times, the action was exclusively on the GBA. While impressive demos of Pikmin and Wave Race Blue Storm were on hand, the biggest news is that the North American launch of the GameCube has been delayed from November 5th to the 18th.
Coming up on Extended Play, barrel down the highway with 18-wheeler Pro Trucker. And we look at Floygan Brothers, an innovative Sega title, or Floygan Fly.
Go on, you big galoot. You're toying with my feelings.
Welcome back to Extended Play.
Recently, there's been a series of games in Japan that simulate some really mundane stuff, like driving a public bus or walking some dogs.
Now, this next game is similar, yet different. It takes the recognizable but uncommon task of commandeering a big rig and mixes it with all the realism and safety of Crazy Taxi. 18-wheeler American Pro Trucker is one of the more interesting games to have come out of AM2 in the last year. Some people don't realize it was in the arcade before it was on the Dreamcast. And while there are some similarities, there are some differences. The main being this wheel right here. The object of the game is still the same. Drive a big rig cross-country within the allowed time and avoid Lizard Tail, your rival trucker. 18-wheeler's arcade steering wheel doesn't exactly handle like its real-life counterpart. Turning the wheel gives you a very loose sensation, and it does not recenter itself, unlike other arcade driving games. This makes for sensitive controls and may take getting used to. You also have a gear shift that switches from low to high gear, as well as gas and brake pedals. And this game offers a challenging first-person view, so you can truly get a feel for life on the open road. Even if you played the rather disappointing 18-wheeler for the Dreamcast, check it out in the arcade. It's a whole different experience once you get that big old wheel in your hands. Now, our next game is a new title for the Dreamcast, and one that should have arrived at the Dreamcast launch. It's developed by Visual Concepts, the team that brought us the incomparable NFL and NBA 2K1. The magic did not rub off here. Floygan Brothers is clearly an attempt to recreate a Tex Avery cartoon in game form. Unfortunately, someone forgot that Tex Avery cartoons were fun.
I know something you don't know.
In the game, you control scrawny, small Hoigel in his attempts to assist the bigger, dumber Moigel in getting necessary parts to complete a special project. And there's also a large blue person who's angry.
You're cute.
It doesn't make sense.
Oochie goochie goo.
To do this, you manipulate Moigel's mood with insults.
Why are you trying to hurt my feelings?
Affection.
Hey, sailor, give me a hug.
And stupid little games. The game is balanced out with mind-numbing mini-games that would try anyone's patience. All of this amounts to about 2 or 3 hours from beginning to end.
Faster! Hit the yellow switch!
To the game's credit, the graphics are nice, but compensate little for the other flaws, especially when the camera works its magic. The greatest tragedy is the waste of voice talent, especially Frank Welker, or Fred from Scooby-Doo.
Hey, no peeking! You know how I get.
The full title is called Episode 1, so more may have been planned. This concept was flawed from the beginning.
Go on, you big galoot. You're toying with my feelings. What's the surprise?
Extended Play gives Floygan Brothers a 1 out of 5.
Stop saying such hurtful things!
Even though it's budget priced at $20 to make up for its really short length, that is still too much to pay, so you may as well just rent it if you're going to bother at all. Now, when you're playing basketball with your friends, do you cheat? Of course not. But you can when you're playing NBA Street. Here's some cheats for all the ballers out there that like to get busy with NBA Street on the PS2. When you get to the cheat menu, be prepared to enter the following items quickly. Play with a beach ball, select basketball, turntable, shoe, and up. To play with a soccer ball, select basketball, shoe, turntable, basketball, and up.
Here we go, fella.
To get tiny players, select microphone, basketball, and up. And finally, to get really big stinking heads, select microphone, turntable, shoe, turntable, up. Up next on Extended Play, we preview Dave Mirra's new BMX Odyssey for the PS2, and we take a look at Cell Damage, a cartoon racer slated for the Xbox.
Welcome back to Extended Play at Metreon. Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX made quite a few tracks on the PC, the Dreamcast, and the crusty old PlayStation. And it scored quite well with critics and gamers alike.
Well, now there's a full-blown sequel on the way for the PS2, and as you're about to see, there will be quite a few changes. Get that dirt out of your eye. What you're seeing is a preview of Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX 2 for the PS2. Rather than modifying the original, Z-Axis has created a whole new game. In the ProQuest mode, you'll no longer need to ride around looking for items to collect. Instead, you'll play it like a role-playing game. There are various characters scattered throughout the game world that will present you with challenges. If you got the skills, you'll get respect, and that will allow you to progress to other levels. There are 8 monstrous environments. The commercial district is where the hardcore street scene is at, while the swampy trails is a fantasy experience that will knock your dirty socks off. One new feature in the game is the ability to slide when you brake, enabling you to do a quick turn. Another awesome feature is the skeletal inverse kinematics trick system. Basically, when you combine 2 or more tricks, your character will seamlessly animate from one trick to the other. This technology is especially cool because every crash is unique. Look out for Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX 2 in early September.
Dave Mirra will also feature songs from bands like Rage Against the Machine, Black Sabbath, and The Cult. If you're too young to remember Black Sabbath, look it up. After the depressing and murky tones of Twisted Metal Black, fans of car combat games might want something a little different. Well, there's a small title for the Xbox coming out that might be just what the doctor ordered.
Now that is what cartoon violence is all about. Cell Damage is a car combat game that will be a launch title for the Xbox. The game will play like Twisted Metal Black with a funny bone. You'll get to drive a total of 10 crazy cartoon characters. It will feature 10 levels that take place in the desert, jungle, space, and Transylvania. The environments will be interactive. You can pull a Tarzan in the jungle and let out your rage on unsuspecting victims below. You get to use and abuse 36 fun weapons on your buddies. Go on a rampage with boxing gloves. Or drop lead with machine guns like it was Apocalypse Now. The graphics appropriately utilize cell shading, while a goofy physics engine is used to animate the cars and environments. As far as audio goes, the characters will have dialogue, but at this time, the music hasn't been recorded yet. What you're hearing is something we added for your enjoyment. Expect Cell Damage to blow up the store shelves this Christmas. Cell Damage is shaping up to be a really fun car combat game, even without the psychotic clowns. Now, if you're looking to make some cartoonishly crazy moves of your own, here's a cheat from Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX.
If you find it hard riding up a ramp in Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX, you need to drop that controller and do some homework. But if you're a naughty gamer, sit tight, because we have some cheats. To have big tires, pause the game, hold L1 and press down, circle, circle, down. To have perfect balance, pause the game, hold L1 and press square, left, up, right. To gain extra course time, pause the game, hold L1 and press square, up, circle, X. To have special always on, pause the game, hold L1 and press left, down, triangle, circle, up, left, triangle, square. And finally, if you're still feeling pathetic, play in career mode and retry a level 10 times. Now you can ride as Granny.
Coming up on Extended Play, Funkmaster Flex spins some music-making tips.
That's what I'm here for.
And an Extended Play homage to the PlayStation.
Don't open that door.
Welcome back to Extended Play from Metreon in San Francisco. The MTV Music Generator 2 for the PS2 is a pretty powerful music creation tool, but once you start getting past the most basic tasks, it can get pretty complicated.
That's why we went to see MTV's resident DJ, Funkmaster Flex, to get some fine pointers on making some fat beats. That's the drums kicking in.
I know, we can't all be famous music DJs and rock stars with our very own music videos to boot, but with a little help from this, the MTV Music Generator 2, we can come close. The game allows players to compose their own unique tracks by selecting and mixing over 10,000 editable riffs and samples. But let's face it, having the technology to make music is one thing, but making the music actually sound listenable is another. That's why we headed to the Big Apple and got some music-making tips from the master of spinning himself.
Yeah, it's going down, Funkmaster Flex. We're going to blast off some joints on the MTV Music Generator 2. We're going to get it real crunk. That's what I'm here for. For me, what I like to do in making a song, when I start first with is the drums. I like the drums because I like to know the tempo or where I'm going to be at or where I'm going with the song. So if I'm quick or I'm slow, how I figure out which drum pattern I go with, I kind of keep the bass line in my head. And then I'm thinking, all right, I don't want it to be too busy. Usually I try to have one busier than the other. So it's not a train wreck. Usually with the more house and technos, more cymbals, more crashes. If you pick a beat that has too many snares, sometimes it'll get a little cluttered. Like that, that's a little busy. And the hip-hop is like more straight bass and drum. The hip-hop and R&B section is where I like to be the most. So that's the drum beat we're gonna go with. So either the bass line or the riff is what I do next. Don't front! I then like to either have like a crash or cymbal or sound effect. Usually happening every 4 bars. Like a 4 count. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now you have the melody section. Here you have the ringer, which is right there. Easy money, I like that section. You wish, right? No such thing as easy money. I usually add my vocal. If it's my vocal, I add it last.
Flex reppin' MTV. Shout to the big dog Pitbulls, baby.
Sampler kit plugs into the USB. And then from there, you could blast off, put your vocals in, sample them. You can put a few effects on it. Yeah, it's going down one time for your mind. Alright? You can get it to sound just like yourself if you get it right. On one shot, on one take, like the Funk Flex.
Get in there and get your hustle on, baby.
The possibilities of the music generator are almost endless, so if you've put together a really cool tune, send it to us in MP3 form and we'll give it a listen.
And with the next generation consoles firmly entrenched in people's living rooms everywhere, we thought we'd take a look back on Sony's first attempt at world domination, the PlayStation.
Stop it. Don't open that door. What? Con el fama del Bumblebee Man. But enough talk. How about you?
that music sounded familiar, it's because it came from Final Fantasy VIII.
It was really nice to see such a broad spectrum of PlayStation games, everything from Vagrant Story to Nightmare Creatures.
Well, there's a whole lot of games in that video, and if you think you can name them all, send us the list.
So that's about it for this week. I want to give a great big thanks to Metreon, and until next time, game over.
Coming up on Extended Play, we go to the California Extreme Arcade Show to check out the state of arcade gaming. We turn down the lights and turn up the fright for Silent Hill 2. Does it live up to the reputation of the original? And we hit the gridiron for some Madden 2002 tips. Stick around, it's game time.
Hello and welcome to Extended Play from Metreon in San Francisco. I'm Kate Patello.
And I'm Adam Sessler. Now, video games have been dominating the home for many, many years, but it's important to remember that once upon a time, it all started in the arcade.
Sadly, though, the arcade seems to have lost a lot of its innovation and excitement. However, there's a group of people out there determined to keep us in touch with our gaming heritage. Arcade.
Back in the 80s, arcades used to be a lot like this. Crowds of players gathered around rows and rows of machines, all different. Well, most arcades now look more like ghost towns than the lifeblood of a burgeoning entertainment industry. What happened? Extended Play paid a visit to the annual California Extreme Classic Arcade Show to get some answers.
One of my old times favourites is a game called Mr. Doe's Castle. And it's one of the games that can rack up nearly 1 million points on.
Missile Command, one of my all-time favorites.
Fast, furious, vertical shoot-em-ups. Something that gets the blood pumping and gets a sweat on the brow.
Asteroids, Defender was lots of fun. I remember dumping quarter after quarter after quarter on that game.
SimStar is a really hard game, but it's really fun to get into.
Run, coward.
I'll put in a plug for my all-time favorite game, which is called Mappy. It's a little police mouse running around, jumping on trampolines and picking up items before the cats can steal them.
These guys are seriously old school. So why don't they hang around the arcades anymore?
The home console market and PCs have just killed the whole thing off.
Some of the new games that have come out, they tend to be pretty complicated, and you find that you've blown $15 before you just figure out what the basics of the game are.
The late 80s, early 90s, there was sort of a consolidation of the types of games that people produce. You know, the driving game or the fighting game or the dancing games now.
The operators have been getting a really tough deal in having games that they paid a lot of money for come out on home consoles, 3 months later, and they're not recovering the money that they put into it.
But why bother messing around with these antiques to begin with?
Part of it is wanting to preserve history, and it's very, very sad to see that the history of what a lot of what we grew up with be destroyed or be thrown in a landfill.
I think that the nostalgia factor, bringing back those fond memories of racing home after school on our Schwinn bicycles, dropping them in the street in front of the 7-Eleven and popping into play. It's warm, fond memories. People like it.
Okay, so there's renewed interest. But how do you get these old games back into the arcades where people can enjoy them? Friends, meet the Ultracade, a new arcade machine capable of playing any one of almost 100 classic games.
What we've done is collected licenses from all the classic arcade game publishers, and we're bringing some of the games back from as late as the late 70s through the 80s into the early 90s. There's lots of young kids that just flat out weren't born when these games were out, so these are new games to them. And then there, like I said, the parents, the adults, who remember fondly playing these back when they were kids. So it appeals to a real wide range of ages.
So there you have it. The answer to getting families back into the arcades and playing together just might be embracing new titles while saving a place or two for those enduring classics. Donkey Kong, anyone?
If you're interested in getting an arcade cabinet of your own, come by the Extended Play website and we'll provide you with some links. And now back to the current state of gaming with some news. Running contrary to expectations, Sony will not cut the cost of the PS2 in the US this year. After reducing the console's price in Europe and Australia, Sony announced no such similar reduction in North America. This comes after predictions of fewer Xbox launch titles and confirmation of strong PS2 titles to be released in time for the Christmas season. Retailers want more GameCubes. Following expectations that Microsoft won't meet their projected Xbox launch numbers, many stores like Walmart are asking Nintendo to provide more GameCubes. This time, Nintendo just can't make them any faster. Coming up on Extended Play, we take to the ice and try to keep our teeth with NHL 2002. And we hit the slopes with Arctic Thunder. Is it SSX on snowmobiles or just another freezing flop?
Welcome back to Extended Play.
When it comes to sports games, ice hockey has always proven to be one of the most fast-paced, easy-to-play, and satisfying games since the first title hit the NES.
Since then, EA's contributions have topped the list, and this year is no exception.
Few games can be called classics, but NHL 2002 solidifies what is quickly becoming EA Sports' strongest year and is arguably the best console hockey game ever released. The game has considerable depth, tracking player statistics in 18 categories and team statistics in 21. It also allows you to manage various aspects of your team, like trading and drafting players. Like most other EA Sports titles, you can also create your own players and teams and highly customize their statistics and appearance. We'll give this guy a little goatee and big lips. Sometimes it's best just to leave appearances alone. The gameplay itself has been noticeably improved, fine-tuning last year's choppy frame rates and oftentimes easy AI. Passing's been tweaked, allowing greater flexibility in moving the puck up and down the ice. In terms of graphics, this year's edition is top-notch. NHL 2002 uses the same basic engine from last year's version, but the animations have been improved, featuring little in the way of choppiness and jagged edges.
Saved by Hedberg!
The game's sound is a wonderful complement to the on-screen action, and EA Sports once again delivered an authentic-sounding game. The play-by-play and commentary by Jim Hewson and Don Taylor can sometimes even be funny.
He went up high like a blue-collar roofer.
It's hard to imagine a better version of video game hockey than NHL 2002. Once again, EA Sports has built upon their past success, resulting in their strongest release yet.
Stillman scores!
We give it a 5 out of 5.
And remember, the Bare Naked Ladies are available to play in NHL 2002. That's a band. Now, moving from an attempt to recreate an actual winter sport to a game that takes snowmobile racing and places it somewhere in the netherworld between SSX and Wipeout XL. It's Midway's Arctic Thunder. Throughout the history of video games, there have been many titles set in the snow, but very few try anything new. Enter Arctic Thunder.
The race is on.
A combination of Twisted Metal Black and SSX. Vehicle of choice, snowmobile. Born as an arcade game, Arctic Thunder's transition to the PlayStation 2 is smooth and even better than the original. The home version features over a dozen courses, 19 characters, and 4 new modes to choose from, including multiplayer. The courses are a nice mix of realism and whimsy, including everything from a lost Himalayan city to a haunted forest or even Chernobyl. During the race, you can earn points for performing tricks. The game also features power-ups used to combat the other riders, so you can fire snowballs, throw up a shield, or become invisible. Arctic Thunder looks good, even though it isn't quite up to the standards set by most PS2 games of a similar nature. If you're a fan of arcade-style games, Arctic Thunder is definitely worth checking out. We give it a 4 out of 5.
If you don't feel like running out and getting Arctic Thunder for your console, make sure you try it out in the arcade if you can find it, because it is a lot of fun. Speaking of racing experiences that most of us won't have, Insane is a 4x4 off-road racer. Now, if 4x4 makes you feel like you got hit with a 2x4, cheat.
Driving has always been a way to escape our troubles. We have codes for Insane on the PC that makes driving fantastic. At the main menu, first type code. Now you can type the following cheats. I need more maps for all tracks. Bigfoot, fat wheels. Man on the moon to float like a butterfly. And finally, the granddaddy of all codes, big heads for enormous nostrils.
Coming up on Extended Play, it's creepy, spooky, and downright evil. But is Silent Hill 2 a good game? And we talk to Capcom about the latest jewel in their crown, the hotly anticipated Devil May Cry.
Welcome back to Extended Play.
You know, the onset of fall doesn't just bring dead leaves with it, also brings some of the most desired games of the year.
Now, this next title sits high atop that list. It's pretty, it's scary, and it's here. Silent Hill 2.
Watch your back. It's time to turn the lights off and experience the terror of Silent Hill 2. Meet James. He's visiting town in search of his wife. Trouble is, she's been dead 3 years.
But I got a letter from her. She says she was waiting.
And that's just the start of a tale that chronicles James' struggle with his inner demons and the strange people he encounters along the way. Control is a bit sluggish, but combat is simple after a bit of practice. James can defeat enemies with firearms, or he can beat them into submission with a variety of blunt instruments. No horror title would be complete without puzzles. A riddle difficulty option lets you choose your brain teaser level, and a memo feature catalogs all the clues you come across. The attention to graphical detail is outrageous. Silent Hill's trademark fog keeps things tense, and the grainy overlay that is seen throughout the game is a potently artistic touch. Just as effective as the game's audio, which ranges from eerie radio static to the downright bizarre.
Hi there, everybody! Thanks for tuning in.
Silent Hill 2 is one of the most immersive video game experiences ever. Seldom has sound, vision, and control worked in such perfect harmony. Even with the lights on, you might jump at a few shadows anyway.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? I've never been so scared in my whole life.
Extended Play gives Silent Hill 2 a solid 5 out of 5.
Don't worry, I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
You may wonder if you should play the first Silent Hill all the way through before picking up the sequel. Well, the stories are pretty disconnected, but there are revelations about the first title in the sequel, so it's up to you. Now, space sims like Wing Commander were really popular on the PC, and although their popularity has waned, their quality has not. So here's a look at Independence War 2: Edge of Chaos.
They came, just like they came to every frontier mankind has ever had.
Let's hope Independence War 2: The Edge of Chaos marks a resurgence in space combat sims, because this game is fun. First, let's dispense with the plot. You're a fella with a big chip on his shoulder who takes over his late grandma's secret pirate base in order to gather enough resources and support to launch your own personal vendetta on the evil corporate villain who killed your father 15 years ago. No! Got it? Good. Now, what you have left is an engaging space combat sim that loads on the complexity one would expect in the genre, yet makes the concept of semi-realistic space flight easy to understand and pull off. Credit for this should go to the controls that allow almost all of the game functions to be accessed from a standard flight stick. Another welcome addition is computer-assisted flight. After selecting a location to travel to from the map, simply engage autopilot and bam, you're there. This allows you to concentrate on the meat and potatoes of this game, which is namely plundering freight vessels for cargo.
Okay, we give up. Take the cargo.
And taking on missions that will forward the plot. While the story itself is straightforward, much of your time will be spent trying to keep your pirate operation going, adding a nice touch of non-linearity. It's the combination of graphics, elegant controls, and gameplay reminiscent of Privateer that gives Independence Wars 2 a nice, solid 4 out of 5.
In most space sims, it's easy to be overwhelmed by all the technical aspects, like Newtonian physics. But in the case of Independence War 2, it's easy to get into and fun to play. Now, our next game is another hot fall PS2 title. It's Devil May Cry. It comes from Shinji Mikami, who's the man that gave us Resident Evil. But while those games are all about fear, this one has a whole different emphasis.
Let's rock, baby.
The concept of the game is to be cool, and for the player to be as narcissistic as possible while playing it.
Not bad criteria at all, and from the looks of it, Devil May Cry is living up to Shinji Mikami's aspirations. To shed more light on the game and its coolness, we checked in with Capcom themselves.
The best way to describe the game is a gothic thriller. Everyone's well dressed, all the areas are very clean, and a lot of visual detail. I guess the best word is cool.
All right, it's cool. Playing Dante, the half-demon, half-man armed with a big sword and guns, is cool. But it's through his arsenal of moves that he expresses his inner tough guy. Yep, that's cool.
Whoa, slow down, babe. As you get further along in the game, it will become more of a combo system. He garners new moves as you go through the game. In order to beat the game, you'll have to be good at controlling the character and executing combos.
What clearly sets the game apart from a Resident Evil is you don't move like a tank, and you move fast.
And they had to have the character running at 60 frames per second.
But with all that action packed in with real-time backgrounds and free movement, there's reason to worry that the camera might miss Dante doling out his anti-monster herding.
They've done a lot of studying of film editing and how cameras come into play. So what you'll see is he pulls the camera back at appropriate times. The camera angles shift. They spent a good chunk of the team just focused on how can you make these cameras interact well. This has got to look like a Hollywood film.
Now, we've seen games that make you cool like out of a film before. What sets this apart?
The game makers are rating you as you go through, so if you execute a really good combo, they'll tell you you're cool. If it was boring and you just did a sword swipe or one gunshot, he's gonna call you dull.
So it's like a bloodthirsty version of Dance Dance Revolution.
I would actually not really call it a bloodthirsty version of Dance Dance Revolution. I would call it I'd call it Devil May Cry.
Cool. Coming up on Extended Play, Kate puts down the controller to practice her karate chop with the latest Thrustmaster gear for fighting games. And we help you sack the quarterback with our Madden 2002 strategy guide.
Welcome back to Extended Play.
Now, there's some games, especially fighting games, that make you just want to get up off the couch and into the action yourself.
You get too into it, Tiger, you might get hurt. But now there's a device out there that lets you do the unthinkable in a game. Work up a sweat.
Here we go!
Dance Dance Revolution started a revolution with controllers. Now, a lot of developers are trying to apply that technology to other types of games. So, what else can you do with a Dance Dance pad? This is the Thrustmaster Fighting Arena, or as we at Extended Play like to call it, the Fight pad. Lay them out flat, then attach the poles and adjust them to whatever would be your punching height. Plug it into your PlayStation with any fighting or boxing game, and then
kick, punch, jump, tap, and block.
The sensors work really well and are sensitive enough, and theoretically, if you did this long enough, you could work up quite a sweat. Now, the problem is, though, that all the directional buttons are at your feet, and in a fighting game, you need to do combos. So if you're trying to do an uppercut, that's like down, around, sweep, and a punch. That's an awful lot of work. Then there's the obvious drawback, which is that it all looks very cool when in use by a professional kickboxer. The rest of us are almost guaranteed to look like dorks. Okay, all in all, I'd say that the Thrustmaster Fighting Arena works, but you're better off using a standard controller for a fighting game. Save the Dance Dance pads for the dance dancing.
That's it for today.
Well, football season is here, which means football video games are here, which means in many living rooms, someone is winning and someone is agonizing in defeat. That's no fun, so here's some pointers. Madden Football 2002. Some claim its realistic gameplay is so realistic that it mirrors real-life NFL verbatim. Unfortunately, real-life NFL football is pretty complicated. That's why Extended Play headed to the Prep Gridiron and got football tips from some top-rated prep football coaches and players.
All right, my name is Russ Robb. I'm the head football coach at Piedmont High School.
Hey, let's go!
And we're going to give you some tips on how to beat Madden 2002. The key to having success in Madden 2002 is number one, knowing which team to pick. I think I'd have to choose the Oakland Raiders offensive playbook and players. Raiders! Raiders! Just for the fact that they got some solid guys and a solid playbook. Offensively, I recommend you kind of switch it up a little bit. They go from shotgun to an eye back to a single back, and the more you can switch it up to see what the defense you're going against, I think the better off you'll be.
My tip is use the pump fake on the post corner routes because the secondary always bites and you get long gains.
After you snap the ball, you wait in the pocket for a second, and then you bring down the ball, right? But you got to wait in the pocket for a second before you scramble, and then you can scramble outside the pocket with the quarterback.
Picking a defense is down and distance, what they need to get, and what's their strong suits. If they're a big running attack, you're going to go with something with more linebackers and to stop the run. If there's somebody like the Rams that can spread you out a little bit more with more passing capabilities, you want to go something more like a 3-4, something like that, where you can play the pass and still stop their draws and some dives and stuff like that. Another one's a 4-4, where now you're committing pretty much everybody, and you're going to be blitzing quite a bit and really stopping the run up the middle. So up to the outside, you get the linemen just penetrating and causing havoc.
This is Coach Humphreys. I'm the Frosh coach, and my tip is have just a very few plays, but run them and run them and run them until you can run them right against a lot of different fronts.
And my tip for you today is be the Falcons, run around with Michael Vick, and pass to Alex Crumpler, the tight end. Because the tight end is always open, and he'll win you the game. He's my dog, Alex Crumpler. And trade your aging veterans for high draft picks. And whatever you can do, get the high draft picks. I swear you'll win.
Hopefully the next advancement for sports games will be the ability to download real-time stats of your players during the season.
Now, there may be improvements for other games you want, like, I don't know, Orange Oryx, ballerina shoes, whatever. Drop us a line, let us know.
And that's about it for this week, but next week we're going to have a preview of Shenmue 2 and a review of Sony's buzz-making Ico.
Ico?
We'll know next week.
Yeah, okay.
So until next time,
Game over.
When it comes to sports games, ice hockey has always proven to be one of the fastest.
That too. Hi, welcome back. That's me too. Ow, 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 I played on beginner level and got all A's. Wow.
The only thing that scares me is my future. Coming up on Extended Play, we visit with Zulu Entertainment to check out the future of gaming. We gather our warlords for a review of Kessen 2. And we help you save the world from the evil Nostra Corporation with our strategy guide for Spy Hunter. Stick around, it's game time. Hello and welcome to Extended Play from Metreon in San Francisco. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Kate Patello. Games like EverQuest have introduced us to the concept of a persistent virtual world, which is basically like a universe in cyberspace that goes on perpetually in real time. The problem is that most of the denizens of these worlds are always just trying to achieve the same goal.
Now, what if you're able to go into that world and divert yourself and just have a little fun? And what if you could access that world from both your living room and a nightclub? Well, a company named Zulu is working on this very thing, and this concept is very much in motion. See it for yourself.
There have been many attempts at creating virtual worlds online, but unlike the current crop of massively multiplayer games, the folks at Zulu are ready to take it to the next level, as my tour guide, Jim, escorted me aboard the Adriana, a luxury space cruiser orbiting an alien world.
Well, Jim, thank you very much for transporting us here today. Let's just begin. What were the origins of Zulu Entertainment?
Well, a group of us were sitting around one day and trying to decide what the most interesting and fun part of computing could be in the future. And because we're simulation experts, we said, you know, if you could really run a true simulation of reality, which is physics and mechanics, it would really add a big dimension. The reward, if you do that right, is you get a level of reality, a level of immersion that's just way beyond what computer gaming has been able to do in the past.
So what is the ultimate vision for the Zulu universe?
We want a large, consistent universe, or at least a solar system, which feels like a real place. And in this world, there's not just one little thread of gameplay. There are multiple threads of gameplay, just like it is in the real world. For example, some person might be a car fanatic, and so we've got some ground-based vehicles in this alien place, which would appeal to them.
Now, how will people be playing it? Now, we have the idea that there's going to be, let's just start with sort of the public places, these bars, nightclubs that you're looking at.
So there are really a couple of distinct ways that they'll interact. The most obvious way, and actually the most fun way, will be come to a physical site, which we call a Zulu showcase site. Get into vehicles which have really high quality controls and full motion, surround visuals, surround music, but you can also come in from home. In fact, you can come into the same universe from home and then mix with the folks who are in this physical site, the showcase site.
Well, obviously, this sounds terribly compelling, and there is some stuff that are prototypes here, so let's go check them out.
Let's go look at it.
The first thing I wanted to try was Condor, a gliding sim that has players collecting crystals and shooting them into giant baskets. The simulation pods themselves sported realistic force feedback controls, and best of all, the pods actually moved in 6 degrees of freedom.
Okay, Adam.
All right.
We are launched.
Now, you are controlling the craft, and I am continuing to collect the crystals here.
You are the guy who's going to pick these babies up if I can fly good enough. Let's see, if I dive too fast, I'll bump into another guy, but let's take the... Oh, we did.
Now, how expansive is all of this land? If you're actually in actual, how many virtual miles is this area?
You can actually go clear around the planet here. So it's thousands of miles. The terrain is built right ahead of us using a mathematics of fractals. That looks good.
Yes.
Let her go with the left hand. Perfect shot. We scored. We scored. Not bad.
While Condor seemed a little tame for my taste, I had another thing coming when they fired up a game of Dominion, which could be described as capture the flag and high-speed doom buggies.
Now, you are in the driver's seat, and you're going to be controlling the car, and I'm sitting next to you, and I'm actually manning the cannon here. We also have this map here that, the rear view there.
That's fun, because you can see what you're up to. Uh-oh, hey, we got incoming, baby. Tell you what, let's run for the flag.
All right.
Hey, the flag is there, although mortar's coming in.
There we go. We found the flag.
Yeah, now we'll see if
we're going to make that run for home.
We get tumbleweed. Get a beat on him. Close enough. Oh!
And
must have been somebody else behind us. Not quite on the edge.
Yeah.
Falling over the side.
And so, after getting thoroughly spanked in Dominion, I left with the feeling that once this all comes together, the Zulu universe just might be a nice home away from home.
Well, Dominion is quite a bit of fun to play. Let me just say that if Quake makes you feel a little funny in the tummy, you have no idea what it feels like to be playing that game. And now, the game news.
A boon for the Xbox has brought dismay to Dreamcast owners. Confirming growing suspicions, Sega of America has announced that Shenmue 2 will only be released for the Xbox in North America. The game, once thought to be the last great title for the discontinued system, has already been released for the Dreamcast in Japan. The expected release date for the Xbox Shenmue 2 is currently fall 2000. and 2. In cross-platform Sega news, Phantasy Star Online is headed to the Xbox. In addition, the online role-playing game will also become available for the PC, while plans for the GameCube version seem to be moving along just fine. Coming up on Extended Play, we make a pact with a little devil named Stan in Okage, Shadow King, and take a trip to the world of medieval Chinese warfare in Tekken 2.
Welcome back to Extended Play.
There are lots of classic buddy pairings for games and stories. A boy and his dog, a boy and a girl, and in this case, a boy and a Shadow King. In Japan, this game was released as The Devil and I.
Or my favorite translation, Me and Satan King. Okage Shadow King is the story of a boy who makes a deal with the devil to save his sister. And in this case, the devil isn't a particularly bad guy. In fact, he's not even scary.
Okage Shadow King is a role-playing game that tries so hard to be inventive, it forgets to be a good RPG. You play Ari, a boy who's made a pact with Stan, the evil king. Why deal with the devil? Ari's sister Annie was left cursed by a random ghost attack. Stan promises to save her if Ari helps him take over the world. Okage plays like a traditional RPG, and with any traditional RPG, you have a large supply of non-player characters to talk to and borrow from. As you take Ari around, he runs at a smooth rate. However, things slow down during load times, which can be unbearable for the impatient. Other than town and countryside exploration, you'll have to deal with the game's overly simplistic dungeons, which involve the task of defeating urns. Yes, you fight large jars. Unfortunately, this element of the game gets old really fast. Okage is loaded with lots of side quests, which become a major point of frustration. Firstly, the rewards of the side quests make little impact on your game's success. Secondly, certain items needed to fulfill quests are difficult to find. Xenoworks had a good thing going with the premise of Okage, plus some one-of-a-kind character designs, but there aren't enough redeeming factors to save it. We give Okage Shadow King a 2 out of 5.
While far from perfect, Okage's humorous and unique approach to the rather stale RPG genre is a welcome change. Hopefully, other game developers will take notice. The original Kessen was a PS2 launch title, and this medieval Japanese strategy game was found to be quite difficult and sometimes boring by many gamers. Kessen 2 brings in many fantasy elements and tries to simplify the gameplay, but has something been lost in the process.
Kessen 2 marks Koei's return to the ancient mythology behind their Romance of the Three Kingdoms title. Okay, first the plot. Liu Bei allies with Cao Cao to bring down the Han dynasty. But these two soon find themselves at odds when Cao Cao turns towards evil to accomplish his ends. He then captures Liu Bei's love and imprisons her, setting this great battle into motion. Now, once you get past the lovely and slightly lengthy intro, it's finally time for the gameplay. There are 30 campaigns to fight, and you must select battle units and move them into position using an overhead map. Units move slowly, which is realistic, but a tad on the dull side. When fights break out, you can watch like a bystander, or you can move in close and possess an individual commander. That's where the action begins, letting you fight and maneuver at will. The controls are a bit sluggish, however, and the gameplay mainly consists of mashing the attack button.
And there will not be a single night's peace until we have won the war!
Although the dub translation is pretty bad, the music is quite beautiful, orchestral, with an interesting mix of Western classical motifs and eerie Chinese composition. All the units are well rendered, colorful, and the animations pop off the screen. Things look great, as good as any animated film, but that visual impact comes at a gameplay cost. We give it a 3 out of 5.
Kessen and Kessen 2 are entirely different titles, so if you have a favorite, drop us a line and let us know.
Coming up on Extended Play, we battle with witch doctors to win the favors of a volcano goddess in Ooga Booga. And we have a ball monkeying around with, yeah, you guessed it, Super Monkey Ball for the GameCube.
Welcome back to Extended Play.
The Dreamcast was the first next-gen console, and what really made it revolutionary at the time was its ability to go online with its built-in modem.
We've seen that used to good effect in puzzle games, RPGs, and action titles. And now it's being used for an action puzzle strategy hybrid with a funny name. Here's Ooga Booga.
Ooga Booga.
Ooga.
Booga.
Booga Ooga.
Like the overcaffeinated and downright loony love child of the Super Smash Bros. And the Bomberman series, Ooga Booga focuses squarely on the mayhem in your multiplayer. In the game, you play a character who competes against up to 3 other Polynesian-ish protagonists to be the one who bashes, bonks, and blows up everyone else the most. The game includes 3 basic modes. The free-for-all deathmatch, Smackahuna. Rodeo, where you gain points by charging into other players on the back of a boar. And Boar Polo, where you and another player ride boars attempting to knock a volcanic rock into a goal. The game controls easily, though boars can present anguish. Graphically, it's slight, but sufficiently cartoonish to keep things screwy. Ah, yes. Sound is a winner, with giggle-worthy one-liners and some great taunts.
You can't handle me, Batman!
The single-player game is primarily for training and unlocking items and characters. Here you learn modes and new spells, but it can get trying after a while. Multiplayer is where it works. Handling up to 4 players, the pace and random acts of nuttiness lend themselves to smack-talking with buddies in front of the TV.
Shiver me timbers.
Online slows the pace down considerably with severe internet connection problems. It also just seems oddly quiet, without someone to make fun of to their face. It may be light on strategy and depth, but Ooga Booga is decidedly fun, with frenetic zaniness on the level of Power Stone. We give it a 4 out of 5.
Battling with witch doctors using shrunken heads as weapons is yet again indicative of Sega's creative and oddball game-making skills. Following in that same tradition is Sega's Super Monkey Ball, placing monkeys in balls on floating platforms. It was one of the 3 launch titles for the Japanese GameCube and will be available in America for launch as well. Here's a sneak peek.
Let me guess, you've been dying for a game that lets you run around as a monkey trapped in a giant ball, right? Well, my friends, your day is about to arrive. Super Monkey Ball for the GameCube is rolling this way. Your monkey in a bubble adventure starts as you get a feel for the complex controls. The analog stick. Yep, there's just one control to motivate your monkey through the course, grabbing bananas as you go. The game will come with quite a few play modes. In the main mode, you navigate your simian friend through tilting mazes that look like miniature golf courses gone crazy. You can also select from a number of really cool multiplayer games. Monkey Race is a lot like Mario Kart, except you're racing monkeys in balls. Next, you and your friends can move on to Monkey Fight, a mode that gives your monkeys big boxing gloves to knock each other out of the food chain. There's also Monkey Target, that has your monkey fling open his ball in order to take flight. You'll hang glide towards floating targets, and it's not as easy as it looks. The replay value of this game should keep you coming back again and again. Super Monkey Ball will be launching with the GameCube in November. Coming up on Extended Play, Kate helps us capture the flag with an Unreal tutorial. And we help you complete your not-so-impossible missions in Spy Hunter.
Welcome back to Extended Play from Metreon in San Francisco.
Recently, we gave you some map-making tips using the Unreal Editor, and now we'd like to move on to what we call team stuff.
Now, there's a lot to pick up here, so you better set those VCRs or pay close attention. You ready?
I am.
Let's hit it. Hello, and welcome to Kate Simplifies Complicated Multiplayer Map Stuff. Part 2, Team Stuff. Got your number 2s ready? Let's begin. Previously, we discussed how to make a simple deathmatch level by subtracting rooms with a cube brush, adding lights, and player starts. But ask any hardcore peeps and you'll find it's all about the team games. And there's a few more things we're going to need to discuss in order to pull off a good capture the flag map. So again, we're using Unreal Tournament's excellent map-making utility, Unreal Ed. I've already subtracted a few rooms and added my lights and decorations. Now it's time to add the team starts. What we want to do is open up the Actor Class browser, and under Navigation Points, we're going to highlight Player Start. Back in our 3D view, we'll right-click on our floors and add a few player starts to each end of the level. Now herein lies the rub. We have to right-click on all the player starts that we imagine for one team and then highlight player start properties. Now under the category of player start, we have to make sure the team number is listed as 0. And of course, we'll do the same for the other end of the level, but this time we'll assign a team number value of 1 for each of the player starts. This way, each team starts in their own base. Now it's time to add flags. Again, we're going to select the Actor Class browser, and under Navigation Point, we're going to highlight Flag Base. Back in our 3D view, we'll then pick up a spot in both bases where we'd like to place the flags and simply right-click on the floor and choose the option, Add Flag Base here. Then we'll have to right-click on our actual flag and, like assigning teams, select the flag base properties and change the value to reflect the appropriate team. Numbers which will be a 0 or a 1. Then when we save our map after we've done a build, we need to add the prefix CTF- to whatever your map name is so that your map comes up in Unreal Tournament as a Capture the Flag level. And now you're good to go, except if you plan on using bots or CPU-controlled players, at which point there's a couple more things you need to do. Bots need to know where to stand when they're defending the base. So again, in the Actor Class browser under Navigation Point, you'll see what's called an Ambush Point. Open that up and then highlight Defense Point. Now back in our 3D view, we can right-click on the floor and add the defense points. Neat? The last bit of bot stuff that we need to explain to them is how to get from A to B. We do this by adding what's called path nodes. Under our Build menu, we should select Build Options, and then down at the bottom, choose Create New Path Network. Unreal Ed will actually do the rest of the work for us. So there you have it, a shiny new Capture the Flag level, and I look forward to playing one from somebody just like you. Pencils down.
Many of you are probably enjoying Midway's updated version of their classic arcade game, Spy Hunter. And despite what they say, you can teach an old spy new tricks. Good afternoon, fellow gamers. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to successfully complete the PS2's Spy Hunter. This will be no easy task. With the help of your G6155 Interceptor enhanced vehicle, you must locate and defeat the evil Nostra Corporation by completing all 14 levels before their plans for world domination are set in motion. But if you adhere to these classified instructions, you will find yourself with positive results in completing the mission. First, to locate Nostra agents, be on the lookout for the following: the Bullseye, the Mad Bomber, the Attack Heli, the Water Blade, and the Road Warrior. Unfortunately, Nostra agents can be found throughout the world, sporting various vehicles and disguises. To help you identify these agents, we have equipped your vehicle with a high-tech scanning device. Where you see the red is where you want to shoot. In order to destroy Nostra vehicles, your interceptor is equipped with an arsenal of offensive weapons, including stock machine guns and sensor-guided missiles. To activate your missiles, hit the L3 button. Remember to fire early. This will give the missile time to arc and gain altitude, thus saving some civilian casualties.
Objective failed.
Your scanner will also help you identify other dangers, such as bombs. They will be indicated with a yellow circle. In order to deactivate them, we have equipped your vehicle with EMP, electromagnetic pulse blasts. Now, if you think you are being followed, hold on. If you think you are being followed, activate the rear view mirror by pressing triangle. If you want to get rid of enemies from behind, we recommend the oil slick, smoke screen, and my favorite, the flamethrower. Most missions will require you to find and activate IES tracking units called SATCOMs. These global tracking units allow us to monitor your activity and replenish your supplies via the weapons van. Many times, these SATCOMs will be in hidden pathways or in the hulls of boats. For example, in Mission 5, the Riviera, there is a hidden pathway on the left after the white path behind some bushes. There's also a SATCOM hidden in the village in this house. Good luck, gamers. This strategy guide will self-destruct in 5 seconds. If you've already mastered the art of hunting spies, remember we have strategy guides at poppin' down at extendedplay.com.
Now don't forget to tune in next week for our special horror edition from the Scream Factory at Great America. We're scared already.
Oh, yeah, I am.
Oh, yeah, me too.
I'm quite scared. Yeah. Well, that's it for our show this week. So until next time, game over. Hello and welcome to Extended Play from... I forgot where it was.
Hey there,
Hey, guys.
Give me a hug.
Suck it up, man.
Are these space candies?
Coming up on Extended Play, we go to the sleepy, creepy town of Silent Hill to find out how they put the terror in survival horror. The Mistress Elvira endows us with her survival wisdom. And get your garlic out. We scour the blood banks for the latest crop of vampire titles. Stick around. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to Extended Play from Paramount's Great America in Santa Clara, California. I'm Kate Patello.
And I'm Adam Sessler. Now, there are a million things out there that scare us.
Ghosts.
Monsters.
Big hairy spiders.
Clowns.
Ooh, totally. But you know, one of the main reasons that people go to see scary movies or they play horror games is because it's fun to be scared, within reason.
Now, one of the scariest games of the year is unquestionably Konami's Silent Hill 2. So how did this follow-up to the original Creep Fest turn out to be so scary? Well, we went to Konami and found out.
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill.
Silent Hill 2 is one of the most terrifying games ever made. How does one create such a masterpiece of horror? We ventured to Konami headquarters, 2x4s and flashlights in hand, to find out.
In terms of art, of course we took Jacob's Ladder as a reference, and David Lynch and David Cronenberg.
I think a lot of the horror that goes into the game is that it's a very real, a very common place. It's somewhere you could go to and visit yourself. It's a familiar background. It's just another town in America. The horror doesn't come from the town itself, but from what people create themselves, what their own feeling is and how they project it onto the town.
And then there's the main character, James. He's not exactly the action hero type.
We set the main character as a normal person. He's like a living, neighbor next to our home.
Excuse me,
I'm sorry.
Naturally, people has lots of emotional incident in their life, and we plan to make together their life and their normal days, and then horror. That means horror suddenly impact like usual days.
Silent Hill 2 excels at immersing the player in its creepy little world. So what elements are key in creating that effect?
One of the common themes running through Silent Hill would be the fog effect, and how it closes in upon you and creates your own world around you.
Sound has so much power. In terms of Silent Hill, we decided to use the sound, make people cry and make their emotions.
Laura?
Okay, I guess I won't open it.
The first concept of Silent Hill is to stimulate humans' more primitive instinct.
Leave us both the hell alone!
What we've gone out to really try to do to create a scary image. I mean, we don't want to just jump out of closet and say boo and scare you. It was to have that subtle feeling of something's wrong. I don't want to know what's around the corner, but I'm kind of compelled to. It's out of morbid fascination to see what's around that corner. 9 out of 10 times, there's nothing going to be there. But you've already built up that tension in yourself so much that you're afraid to look around that corner.
People feel something about, old things, even though it's, house or furniture, doll, whatever has a history. People, put something, his emotion in it. Finding that kind of thing is our job.
A job the folks at Konami are clearly very good at. So, what scares Sato-san?
Yeah, every time I'm scared of a budget and the deadline. Oh, deadline is just, in 2 weeks.
Perhaps Silent Hill 3 will feature the unspeakable horror of sleeping in a cubicle. Any final thoughts for the players out there?
Silent Hill 2 is about the experience.
The players, I think they want to feel fear, feel scary. I think they will be satisfied.
Did I scare you?
Coming up on Extended Play, we review the gothic survival horror title Alone in the Dark and get cool with Dante and Devil May Cry.
Devils never cry.
Welcome back to Extended Play.
Survival horror is the best-known form of fright-filled gaming.
And the series most associated with that genre is Resident Evil, although it actually started with a different series, one that's attempting to rise again.
Alone in the Dark, The New Nightmare was the one that started the whole game goth movement known as survival horror. But unfortunately, this reincarnation is another Resident Evil clone. You can play either Edward Carnaby, a guy that wears a trench coat so you know he means business, or Aline Cedrak, a girl geek without the glasses. Luckily, this game isn't about making friends.
Look, just try to stay calm.
It's all about sending paranormal punks to hell. Combat lacks depth, just point and shoot, and shoot. But one innovative weapon is your flashlight. If you find a locked door, you need a key. The puzzles are uninspired. The graphics are beautiful. Its sparse lighting creates a dreadful atmosphere, but luckily, you have a flashlight. This ghost-busting game sounds like a low-budget horror film because of its hokey voice acting.
It's awful. Come and get me, I'm begging you, come quick.
And repetitive music. Overall, Alone in the Dark, The New Nightmare is not too shabby, so we give it a 3 out of 5.
If you're looking for good survival horror, remember the GameCube will have both a full remake of the original Resident Evil as well as the long-awaited Resident Evil 0. Speaking of Resident Evil, that series creator, Shinji Mikami, has now moved on from battling zombies to warring with monsters with a neo-gothic metal 80s type of twist. Seems like a logical evolution.
Devil May Cry begs the question, what's the point in saving the world if you can't look cool doing it? You play Dante, a demon exterminator for hire, whose current job involves the investigation of a ruined city on a faraway island. As you move Dante around the island, you'll be given various assignments, including item fetching, escaping an area within a time limit, and of course, boss battles. Devil May Cry's cool factor comes into play when you're fighting. Every time Dante attacks, he gets a rating, ranging from dull to stylish. Everything from the pseudo-Gothic architecture to the enemy character designs are highly detailed and take full advantage of the PS2's hardware.
This is where you will die.
The situation-sensitive battle music helps to immerse the player.
Trish, Devil's devils never cry.
Where sound does suffer is in the audio mix. There are times when the dialogue gets drowned out by both the music and the sound effects.
Dante, help me!
Devil May Cry undeniably overflows with coolness from beginning to end. At its core, though, the game is simply a kick-ass action game. With top-notch controls, innovative camera techniques, and stellar graphics, it's a standout release. Extended Play gives Devil May Cry a solid 4 out of 5.
It looks like we have a winner.
Jackpot.
How about that Dante? He's cool. Now, one of the best ways in the world to learn how to type must be with Typing of the Dead. I mean, it's scary, it's fun, it's educational, and it's violent. What more could you ask for? How about a cheat code? Oh, don't forget, you need a keyboard. Now, where'd I put mine? It's somewhere in here. Like, hey, quit it. God, haunted houses.
Hi, my name is James. You're about to start some serious training.
Okay, James, let's go.
I'm sure that you already know that touch typing is a technique whereby you type without looking at the keyboard.
Adam, are you listening?
This is what happens if you can't touch. I think you get the picture.
Okay, or you can use cheat codes. First, crawl over to the password screen. Enter KIKMAHP. You'll unlock unlimited continues, unlock all drill mode levels, unlock all boss mode bosses, and unlock the Versus CPU mode.
Let's hurry, Gary.
Now you'll have an edge on beating. I am Goldman.
I am Goldman.
Coming up on Extended Play, we hear them scream in Aliens vs. Predator 2. And we sink our teeth into the latest Legion of Vampire games.
Welcome back to the Scream Factory at Paramount's Great America. The Alien film series is one of the most adapted into video games, with the best of the bunch being Aliens vs. Predator.
That game was championed for its tense atmosphere and some of those frightening gameplay in ages, though it did have its problems: a poor graphics engine, no storyline, and a hard multiplayer interface. Now, all of that's been changed for the sequel, and it picked the right season to scare us silly all over again. My bad.
6 weeks ago, the Weyland-Yutani Corporation lost contact with a research facility on LV-1201. We're here to find out why.
Yep. Futuristic space people never learn. Thankfully so, because we get to play Aliens vs. Predator 2. Following the original PC games format, you play 3 different storylines: as a colonial marine, a predator, and one of those nasty, nasty aliens. All 3 scenarios have benefited from cohesive storylines that eventually interconnect. New abilities, like the alien's talent to pounce long distances, and the Predator's use of his powerful legs to leap, bring the game more in line with their cinematic ancestry. Furthermore, the Lithtech engine improves the look of the game considerably.
What the hell is that?
With vast outdoor environments and complex indoor detail, gone is the oppressive soot that marked the original.
Constance covering for him.
The standout technical achievement is the sound. Using familiar motion detector beeps and the menacing trill of the Predator, you'll keep your ears attuned and jump at every noise. Where the game succeeds and ultimately hurts itself is that the Marine levels are far superior to the other 2. Once again, the game recaptures the constant anxiety and doles out genuine scream-out-loud shocks when the bugs set themselves upon you. The use of exhilarating scripted sequences make you feel like you're on a funhouse ride that you hope never ends. It does, though, and while the Alien and Predator levels do offer some thrills of their own, like playing the facehugger in search of a human host, they lack the desperate sense of purpose characterizing the Marine scenario. Despite the narrative backbone, they descend into rampages of bloodletting that eventually become uncomfortably sadistic. That said, the decidedly robust multiplayer redeems the game. With a variety of character classes within the species and game types that include both deathmatch and more mission-based team play, the AVP2 package is more than rounded out. It is worth noting that maps are extremely large and benefit from several players. Aliens vs. Predator 2 has moments that are so good that you'll feel it when it falls from those highs. But if you want one frightening time and some strong, unique multiplayer, there's nowhere else to look. We give it a 4 out of 5.
You know, aliens are a very modern monster, but if you want to go the classic route, there's always vampires. Fortunately, there's not just one vampire game coming out. There's a whole crypt full.
Ever since Bram Stoker wrote about our favorite count, or maybe even before that, humans have been attracted to the mythology of vampires.
Dracul the devil.
Whether it's fascination with immortality or just the fact that the buggers like to suck our blood, we're smitten, or more appropriately, bitten. Even the game world likes the vampire, and why shouldn't we? First of all, the monsters are undead, and we like the undead. Second, they're pretty invincible unless you happen to have a wooden stake handy. Thirdly, they usually have cool powers, like being able to turn into other animals, for instance.
But enough talk! How about you?
And in the long history of vampire games, we've seen some decent titles. And some not-so-decent titles.
Ah, yummy. Feed me more.
However, if you're tired of these moldy oldies, this season's crop of new releases promises plenty of fanged heroes and anti-heroes.
Who shall live and who shall die?
In Vampire Knight, you play a gun-toting vampire hunter who must save the local townsfolk from an undead menace. The game comes with light gun, and instead of slow-moving zombies, your enemies strike vampire fast. Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 2 begins where the cliffhanger of the original left off. Just like the original Soul Reaver, the sequel has lots of puzzles, though they've been overhauled. You can expect conundrums of a whole new variety this time around. Given the seedy nature of Nosgoth, Raziel will get into plenty of battles with both the living and the undead, which means you get to use his Reaver powers for wicked means. Blood Omen 2 is the 4th installment in the Legacy of Kain series.
Cast him in.
It takes place before the events in Soul Reaver and stars a younger and less powerful Kain. Ultimately, his quest to reclaim his honor in Soul Reaver means lots of fast-paced combat. Despite being a youthful vampire, Kain still possesses some awesome powers. From Dusk Till Dawn is a third-person action title based on the movie of the same name. You play Seth Gecko, the George Clooney character in the film, and essentially your mission is to escape from jail, clobber bloodsuckers, and of course, stay alive. So there you are, a slew of new titles to get your, blood pumping. Now, gather up your garlic and crucifixes, turn down the lights, and prepare to enter a world that's gone completely batty.
Those bloodsuckers just got Lisa, and you had a chance to save her. I'm pulling the plug on you before you do any more damage. Breaking contact.
Coming up on Extended Play, Luigi's going ghostbusting on a GameCube. Hello? And Elvira's got tips to help you get through even the most frightening of horror titles.
Keep that itchy trigger finger under control.
Welcome back to Extended Play.
Now, many people have noted that with the launch of the GameCube, we're not going to have a Mario title. But there will be one game that will be kept within the Fraternal Order.
Well, you know, the whole reason Mario doesn't have a launch title is that he's lost in Luigi's Mansion.
Got ghosts? Who you gonna call? Hello? That's right, Ghostbusters. Mario's been kidnapped, but you can rescue him with the help of his brother Luigi.
Mario!
Armed with a vacuum cleaner, Luigi must solve puzzles and battle those who have gone beyond. And there's plenty of fun along the way. Luigi's Mansion sports some 90 rooms full of ghostly nasties. You'll use your vacuum cleaner and your flashlight to clear the paranormals. Mario! Graphically, Luigi's Mansion is impressive. We've seen our 2D heroes from the NES and 3D before, but the GameCube really brings out all of their plump glory with detailed facial expressions and character movements. Luigi's flashlight shows off the GameCube's graphical capabilities, and the sound adds to the creepy yet cartoony atmosphere of the huge haunted house. Luigi's Mansion looks to be a must-have at the GameCube's launch on November 18th, 2001.
Nice, doggy. And now, the whole trick to a survival horror game is, you know, surviving. And we thought you might like a survival guide. Well, who better to bring it to you than the woman who has lived through many a cheesy horror B-flick herself, Elvira, Mistress of the Dark.
Do the words Resident Evil, Silent Hill, and Half-Life strike fear in your souls and make the hair on your arms stand on end? Do you continue to find yourself trapped in corridors surrounded by a horde of flesh-eating zombies with only one bullet left? Are you constantly ambushed by various ghosts, ninjas, monsters, and other various mutants, ending your game before you can even make it to the first save spot? We'll have little fear, gamers. In our quest for gaming knowledge, Extended Play headed down to Knott's Scary Farm and got some surviving tips from a bona fide expert in this ghostly genre. Someone who has survived the horror Hollywood industry for over 20 years and still looks fabulous.
Hello, darlings. It's me, Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, and here are my tips on surviving a horror video game.
Y'all ready for some Elvira?
Hint number 1. When you hear the scary music, chances are you're gonna be attacked. Keep that itchy trigger finger under control. Instead, fight only when you have to. This'll conserve your ammunition for the head bad guy. And don't be a wuss by conserving your first aid kit. You're gonna need those later on for sure.
This looks bad.
Search a room thoroughly. Destroy all baskets. And be on the lookout for secret trapdoors. You'll never know what you'll find.
It looks like we're the only ones who survived. We should work together.
Don't trust anybody. Even cute girls can be possessed by the devil. I should know. All bosses have a weak spot. Don't give up. Keep hitting in different places with different weapons. You'll be bound to find their weak spot. The big boss never dies easily. Do not approach him until you are sure that he's dead. Elvira doesn't take no crap from anyone. That's mistress to you, Wade. I'm generally kicking, hitting, throwing knives, whatever I can do to survive. I'm pretty straightforward when it comes to kicking people's butts.
We've got a few extra minutes with the Mistress Elvira on our website, so come by and check it out.
And get ready, because coming up soon, we're going to have 2 exclusive shows on both the Xbox and the GameCube before they launch.
We would like to thank Paramount's Great America and the Scream Factory for hosting us here. By the way, the Scream Factory is open through Halloween. You want more info, check out their website.
And now that does it for our show for this week. So, until next time, game over!
It's the ghosts! It's the ghosts! The spider webs and the eye and the eye and the sticking.
Come help us!
Oh, real popcorn.
Oh, floor corn. Now I must join with the divine and realign them.
Coming up on this special GameCube edition of Extended Play, we go to the Cube Club to get the lowdown on Nintendo's new console. We review the GameCube launch titles from Luigi's Mansion to Rogue Leader, and we find out what's in Nintendo's future. Stick around, it's game time!
welcome to Extended Play from the Nintendo Cube Club in San Francisco, California. I'm Kate Patello.
And I'm Adam Sessler. The Cube Club is a chance for anyone to finally get their hands on Nintendo's new console.
Now, a lot of industry executives have gotten to do that already, or you did if you went to E3, but what do all these real gamers think?
Well, let's find out. It doesn't have a hard drive. It doesn't play DVDs. So just what does the GameCube do? It plays games, and it plays them well. So sums up Nintendo's strategy in its ongoing console war. While Sony and Microsoft tout the expanded capabilities of their systems, Nintendo is attempting to shift the focus of this battle back into an arena where they clearly dominate: gameplay.
It's awesome. It's better than what I expected.
I've been in love with Nintendo consoles since I played the Nintendo when I was about 7 years old. So I've been a fan ever since.
The games make me made me want to get one, and without even playing it. It looks good compared to the other systems.
Xbox looks good and all, but it's catering to a whole different market. In GameCube, it's specifically for games, and I think it's going to be better for it.
Graphics are awesome and cheap, and it's Nintendo.
The GameCube itself, with its small, lightweight design and proprietary disc format, appears to reinforce Nintendo's focus on the games. But the tech inside the Cube provides some unique benefits to the player, one of which is the lack of appreciable load times.
The PS2, it has problems with the DVD-ROM, the games lag and load times are bad. So far, just from playing these, it doesn't look like there's any load times. Everything loads up right away.
In some ways, the GameCube invasion began this past summer, when the Game Boy Advance started worming its way into U.S. households. Innovative titles like Kirby's Tilt and Tumble 2 show how the two systems will work together.
Start at home on the Nintendo GameCube, download it to the Game Boy Advance, take it with you on the train, on the plane, wherever you're going, bring it back and continue playing. And finally, customizing. You're able to take games and customize features and download it through the Game Boy Advance. This is a 1-2 punch that nobody else can even get close to.
But the true ace up Nintendo's sleeve has always been their seemingly endless stock of original characters waiting in the wings. Over the next year, expect to see as many characters as Nintendo can muster on the GameCube. If there's a weakness here, it's the perception that the GameCube is a system for kids. Much of that comes from the fact that Nintendo likes to focus on games for the entire family.
This is just the kind of mistaken notion people have when they characterize the games we make. Our goal is to create games that are compelling for both children and adults.
However, with games like Eternal Darkness and the Resident Evil titles slated to hit the Cube, Nintendo fans shouldn't be as concerned as they once were. So, with anticipation running high, one question remains. What would you do for a GameCube? Nintendo saw fit to ask just that in an online contest last month, and they brought 5 finalists to the San Francisco Cube Club to see just what they were willing to do. Meet Lizzie, Jeff, Matthew, Jason and Jennifer, and Corey.
Spam, cat food, and chocolate syrup into the size of a GameCube, and I'm gonna eat the whole thing.
I'm going to be juggling Nintendo consoles while dressed up as Mario, as you can see, and whistling the Super Mario theme. It's pretty wacky, so.
I'm gonna paint the GameCube logo on a tapestry with my tongue using various condiments.
I'm dressed, not in full costume, but I'm dressed as Mario, so.
Yeah, Princess Peach.
That's kind of a lame stunt. You must have a trick up his sleeve.
I am going to become the first human Pikmin by shaving my head because Pikmin don't have hair. I'm going to paint my entire body blue to be the blue Pikmin. And then I'm going to eat bugs because this is a game based in a garden and there are lots of bugs roaming around, so I figured I'd eat some, yes.
As the contest wore on, it became clear that Matthew was risking a sprained tongue. Jeff really needed a little more practice. Lizzie bit off more than she could chew. Jason did have something up his sleeve.
Jennifer, will you marry me?
Oh my God. Yes, I will.
And Corey rapidly developed a taste for creepy, crawly things. While all 5 finalists walked away with the GameCube, Corey was awarded the grand prize.
I know Mr. Miyamoto would be very proud.
Who says good things don't happen to crazy people?
Coming up on Extended Play, get your flashlights and Hoovers handy. We review the spookiness of Luigi's Mansion.
Mario!
And we make a splash with our review of Wave Race Blue Storm.
Welcome back to Extended Play. Mario's occasionally overshadowed brother Luigi has finally stepped into the spotlight, or more accurately, the flashlight, as he sneaks around in the shadows hunting ghosts. Now, we've seen a lot of sneak previews of this game, but how does it pan out when you play it all the way through? Here's our review of Luigi's Mansion.
Mario! Mario?
Mario!
Wherefore art thou, Mario? He's somewhere in Luigi's Mansion. Finally, Luigi steps out of Mario's shadow with a flashlight. And this game has got the goods. You play in a mansion with old furniture and other bad things. If you want to save Mario, you gotta clean out all the ghosts. And you don't do it by jumping on their heads. It's more civilized. You use a flashlight to freeze them and a vacuum to seize them. You also have a Game Boy Horror that allows you to get some clarification on your situation. The AI is clever. Naughty ghosts will pop up behind Luigi when you least expect it. The two joysticks on the GameCube controller allow you to work the game with ease. The main stick controls Luigi, while the little stick controls his perspective. The cartoony graphics are solid. Its lighting and transparency effects are spectacular. The sound is pretty good, too. Hearing Luigi scream for his brother will put a smile on anybody's face.
Mario! Mario!
Luigi's Mansion only takes 10 to 20 hours to complete, but it's a well-conceived game that's worth every second. We give it a 4 out of 5.
The launch of the N64 also had a Mario-esque game. That was Mario 64. Alongside that was Nintendo's Wave Race. That game was remarkable because it really took advantage of the brand new analog stick on the N64 controller. So, in keeping with tradition, we have a new Wave Race game for the launch of the GameCube. It's Wave Race Blue Storm. The physics of racing a jet ski across water are very different than the physics of most racing games. Not only do you have to worry about moving your jet ski back and forth, but you also have to contend with the waves as they hurl you up and down. And that's quite a ride. The Wave Race controls and how they react to the environment are intuitive, yet they take a while to truly master. The courses are littered with obstacles and buoys, and learning how to make sharp turns is essential to steering through the course.
To make a sharp turn, pull back on the control stick while you are turning.
You'll want to learn where your turbo button is, too, for that extra burst of speed. The game features the same tricks that were in the original Wave Race, but throws in some new ones as well. You can race your player of choice in 6 modes, but the championship mode is the soul of the game. It's here that you open new tracks and weather conditions, race opponents, and make your mark on the jet ski world.
It's turbo time.
Blue Storm has 6 environments to race through, and several different weather settings from sunny to stormy.
We have an absolutely gorgeous day for a race.
Each of them looks great, and they alter the course enough to make jet skiing on a perfect sunny day very different than sloshing through a thunderstorm. Even though gamers familiar with the original Wave Race will instantly recognize similarities between the two, there's enough new stuff in Blue Storm to make it worth the purchase. Once you learn the controls, a very satisfying race experience awaits. And so we give Wave Race Blue Storm a 4 out of 5.
You won. Way to go.
Coming up on Extended Play, Rogue Leader Rogue Squadron 2 is ready to hit the shelves, but does it harness the power of the Force?
Red Leader, we're under attack.
And we dole out the primate goodness in our review of Super Monkey Ball.
Welcome back to Extended Play. Ever since we saw it at E3, Star Wars Rogue Leader Rogue Squadron 2 has been one of the standout titles for the GameCube launch. Now, it's based on its predecessor, the N64's Rogue Squadron, but now with more attention being paid to the gameplay mechanics and an obvious leap in graphics, you got a whole new game in front of you.
Let's face it, even the most casual Star Wars fan has dreamed of skimming the surface of the Death Star trench or facing down an Imperial Walker head-on. Dream no more. Thanks to Factor 5 and LucasArts, the greatest space battles of the Star Wars trilogy have been brought to life in ways never before imagined by gamers.
Watch yourself, Lando. TIE fighters at .06. Cover me, Wedge.
More of an arcade action shooter than a space sim, Rogue Leader captures the frenetic dogfights of the films perfectly and adds on to the Star Wars mythos with entirely new missions and worlds. The first thing you'll notice about Rogue Leader is that it is gorgeous. In some ways, surpassing the movies themselves, the game is a showcase of the GameCube's power and Factor 5's ability to capture the Star Wars universe right down to the last foot soldier. Look closely and you'll be able to see the walker's feet and the sand under the water's surface. Subtle details like this abound throughout the game. The sound is perhaps even more impressive than the graphics. Rogue Leader features the best sound design of any console game ever. Gamers with Dolby Pro Logic 2 receivers will get to hear TIEs buzz past their heads in full 5-channel surround sound. But even in plain stereo, oh, just take a listen.
They're heading for the medical frigate.
Red Leader, we're under attack!
The game's not just a pretty face, of course. Control is silky smooth and takes full advantage of the GameCube's controller setup. Dogfighting TIEs and bombing raids on gun emplacements will quickly become second nature.
Turn on your targeting computers to identify enemy targets. Pulling up my targeting computer.
A targeting computer lets you quickly identify mission-critical targets, but we know that real Jedi have a more powerful ally.
Use the Force, Luke.
11 missions make up the meat of the game, with several bonus stages available for unlocking. While that may seem short, throw in a making-of documentary, in-level audio commentary by the developers, and hidden power-ups that upgrade your ships.
You've received the Advanced Proton Torpedo Tech upgrade.
And you've got plenty of replay value to keep you coming back for more. Even if you're not a Star Wars fanboy, this is a fantastic and expertly crafted title that will get any space fighter jock's adrenaline pumping. Extended Play gives Rogue Leader a perfect 5 out of 5. Rogue Leader was developed by Factor 5. Now, those are the same folks who brought you Battle for Naboo for the 64, which looked remarkably good given the system's limitations and just offered you a taste of what was to come. Now, our next game is Sega's first offering for the GameCube, Super Monkey Ball, and that takes like the arcade challenge of Marble Madness and adds Sega's own very unique twist.
Those who worship at the altar of irony will take solace in the fact that one of the launch titles for the GameCube stars a monkey encased in a sphere. And in Sega's aptly titled arcade port Super Monkey Ball, we find an enjoyable game with a pick-up-and-play appeal that will entice both gamer and non-gamer alike. The premise is simple. Use the control stick to maneuver your monkey buddy through a series of increasingly difficult courses in order to reach the goal before time runs out. You can also optionally collect bananas generously and constantly provided and identified by the good people at Dole. 100 bananas gives you an extra monkey. Sounds simple, and it is, at first. In the beginner difficulty level, the paths are wide, the slopes mild, and most gamers will scoff at how easy it is. The advanced and expert levels are another matter. Expect to encounter some frustratingly devious courses. On the bright side, with practice, you'll be able to master any challenge. Oh yeah, who's your daddy? Who's your monkey daddy now? Sega could have seen fit to end development right there. With over 90 courses, there's plenty to do. But instead, they added 3 party games and 3 mini games, each for 1 to 4 players. The party games are Monkey Race, which is similar to Mario Kart, complete with wild tracks and power-ups. Monkey Fight, which arms you with a giant boxing glove. Points are scored by knocking rivals off the platform. And Monkey Target, where you can test your hang gliding skill while your monkey gets a breath of fresh air. The 3 mini-games are equally fun variations of pool, bowling, and miniature golf. In order to access them, you need to get points by playing the single-player games, and one evening with a couple of friends will be enough to unlock all 3. The extremely clean graphics, good music, and sound, married to addictively simple gameplay, is enough to warrant a 3 out of 5. But with the extra game modes Sega added to the mix, Super Monkey Ball is an excellent title for anyone remotely interested in games. Extended Play gives it a 4 out of 5. Super Monkey Ball may seem like a modest offering from Sega, but bear in mind, you're going to be seeing Phantasy Star Online in the future, as well as what we once thought impossible, Sonic the Hedgehog in Sonic Adventure 2. Now, while not impossible, cheats for Nintendo games are definitely not typical. But with a brand new system comes some new surprises. So here's your first GameCube cheat.
To do a right barrel roll, go off a jump and push left, then right on the control stick.
Piece of cake.
Now you try it.
Okay, that was lame. If the tutorial isn't much help, use a cheat code. Go to the options screen and press X, Z, and start at the same time. You'll unlock the password menu. Now enter J784WMHF. The Lost Temple Lagoon will be unlocked. Obviously, it's still going to be about skill and not cheats to get anywhere in this game. Ow. Coming up on Extended Play, the GameCube launch will come and go, but what does the future hold for Mario and friends? Welcome back to Extended Play. Many times, people will look to the launch of a console as its defining moment, but it really takes developers a while to get the hang of the system so they can take full advantage of it. As we've mentioned, landmark titles like Mario and Zelda are a ways off, but there's still a lot to look forward to from the GameCube. Nintendo's always known the value of staggering their high-profile releases over the course of the year. And this time around, it's no different. Quality over quantity, folks. That's the name of the game. And here's a quick glance at some of the titles the Cube will be offering over the next few months. One of the most anticipated of the lot is the oddly titled Pikmin, where players take on the role of the space explorer Captain Orima. That's the little guy with the space helmet, who has crash-landed on an alien planet. Your mission? To repair your trusty spacecraft with the help of the forever loyal Pikmin. Those are the tiny plant-like aliens with the flowers coming out of their head. Pikmin is basically a real-time strategy game where you and the Pikmin have 30 days to try to find your ship parts while avoiding having your little friends gobbled up by various poofy monsters. But don't be too distressed. Although the Pikmin look cute and helpless, if you breed enough of them, you can take down even the biggest of the previously mentioned poofy monsters. Also due to be out soon is the ever-popular Super Smash Bros. Melee. Aside from a pretty hearty roster update and, of course, GameCube quality visuals, this sequel is virtually identical to its N64 predecessor, which is understandable. This game has a great premise. Take all of Nintendo's top-notch characters and toss them all into one game where they get to beat each other up. The all-star cast includes Mario, Link, Pikachu, and Donkey Kong with the new GameCube edition of Princess Peach. One of the most eagerly awaited GameCube games for a great many people is the next installment in the legendary Metroid series, Metroid Prime. Not much is known about this game yet, but from the looks of it, you can expect some pretty cool graphics, high-tech weaponry, creepy tunnels, and crawly alien creatures. Ew. Rare is hard at work finishing up Star Fox Adventures Dinosaur Planet for spring 2002. Finally, fans of Fox McCloud will be able to venture out of the confines of his cramped R-Wing and explore a lush planet complete with Dino Buddy. Expect to see typical Rare production values on this one. Also on the list of things to come, Eternal Darkness, which Nintendo describes as a time-crossing psychological thriller with the player battling various shades of evil. Ooh, scary. The game spans hundreds of years, and the characters reflect life in these times. How you act and battle is derivative of when and where you exist as your current character. There's also Cameo, Elements of Power, where you play a beautiful young girl who has the ability to morph into various monsters and beasts.
And no console would be complete without the latest edition of sporting titles, including NBA Courtside and Madden NFL 2002. The GameCube version of this fan-favorite football title will include a variety of enhancements over the PS2 one, including improved textures, new stadium technology, and graphical touches such as scuffs on helmets.
Outside of just games, there's even more to look forward to with the GameCube. We don't know exactly when the modem is coming out, but it must be eventually, because Sega's working on Phantasy Star Online.
And we can also look forward to the Game Boy Advance being used in conjunction with the GameCube. We expect to see this link first with the release of Kirby's Tilt and Tumble 2.
Now, with so many games and systems out there and so little time, what are you going to do when it's time to buy one? Don't freak out. We're here to help you with Game Overload next week with our holiday buy-in guide.
Well, that's it for our special GameCube show. So until next time,
Game over. Let's go play some games, man.
That's an excellent idea.
Go GameCube, go GameCube, it's your birthday.
Off my dress.
Off my dress.
That's annoying.
They don't really have too much of a taste, but right when you bite in, there's like all these juices that fly out.